Chapter 1. Fong Yuan, obediently hand over the spring and autumn cicada, and I'll give you a quick death. Old demon Fong, don't even think about resisting. Today, all the major righteous sects have united to trample your devil's nest. We've already set up an inescapable net here. This time, you'll definitely be beheaded. Fong Yuan, you damned demon. In order to cultivate the spring and autumn cicada, you've taken the lives of millions. You've already committed a monstrous sin. Your sins are unforgivable and too numerous to count. Demon, 300 years ago, you humiliated me, took away my chastity, killed my entire family, and executed my 9 generations. From that moment on, I wanted nothing more than to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Fong Yuan was wearing a tattered dark green robe. His hair was disheveled, and his body was bathed in blood as he looked around. The mountain wind blew his bloody robe, causing it to flutter like a war flag. Bright red blood gushed out from the hundreds of wounds on his body. Just by standing there for a while, a large pool of blood had already accumulated at Fong Yuan's feet. Surrounded by enemies, there was no way out. The outcome was already decided. Today, he would definitely die. Fong Yuan could see the situation clearly, but even at the brink of death, his expression did not change, and his expression was calm. His gaze was faint, like a deep well, bottomless as always. The heroes of the good faction who besieged him were either the distinguished elders of a sect or the young heroes who were famous all over the world. At this moment, they firmly surrounded Fong Yuan. Some were roaring, some were sneering, some were squinting their eyes with vigilance, and some were clutching their wounds in fear. They did not make a move. They were all afraid of Fong Yuan's final counterattack before his death. This tense confrontation lasted for 6 hours. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow of the setting sun lit up the sunset glow on the mountainside, and for a moment, it was as gorgeous as fire. Fong Yuan, who had been as still as a statue, slowly turned around. The heroes immediately became restless, and all took a big step back. At this moment, the gray stone under Fong Yuan's feet had long been dyed dark red by blood. Due to the excessive loss of blood, her pale face was illuminated by the sunset, suddenly adding a beautiful luster to it. Looking at the setting sun on the green mountain, Fong Yuan chuckled. The setting sun on the green mountain, the autumn moon and the spring breeze. It's really like black hair in the morning, turning into snow at dusk, success or failure turning into nothingness. As he said this, various scenes from his previous life on Earth suddenly appeared before his eyes. He was originally a student from Huaxia on Earth who had transmigrated to this world by chance. He had been tossing and turning for 300 years, roaming the world for more than 200 years. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Many of the memories buried deep in his heart came alive at this moment, vividly replaying in front of his eyes. In the end, I still failed. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. He was a little emotional, but he didn't regret it. He had already foreseen this outcome. When he made his choice, he was already mentally prepared. The so-called devil Dao was to not cultivate good karma, but to commit murder and arson. Heaven and earth did not tolerate it. The entire world was his enemy, yet he still wanted to do as he pleased. If the newly refined spring and autumn cicada is effective, I will still be an evil spirit in my next life. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old devil, what are you laughing at? Everyone be careful, the devil is about to die, he's going to counterattack. Quickly hand over the spring and autumn cicada. The group of experts closed in, but right at this time, with a loud explosion, Fong Yuan self-detonated. The spring rain continued, quietly nourishing Qingmao Mountain. It was already late at night, and a cool breeze blew through the drizzle. Qingmao Mountain was not dark. From the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, there were many glimmers of light, as if it was draped in a brilliant belt of light. These lights came from many tall buildings. Although it couldn't be said to be the lights of 10,000 households, there were still thousands of them. This was the Guyue village that was located in the middle of Qingmao Mountain, adding a dense atmosphere of human habitation to the vast and quiet mountain range. At the very center of the Guyue village was a grand and magnificent pavilion. At this time, a ceremony was being held, so the lights were brightly lit, and the radiance was dazzling. Ancestors bless us. I hope that in this awakening ceremony, there will be many talented youths, to add new blood and hope to the family. The leader of the Guyue village was middle-aged, his temples were slightly white, and he wore a solemn white ceremonial robe. He knelt on the brown floor, straightened his upper body, put his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed sincerely. He faced a tall black lacquer table. There were 3 layers of the table, and the ancestral tablets were enshrined there. On both sides of the tablets, there were red copper incense burners, and smoke curled up. Behind him, there were also more than 10 people kneeling. They wore loose white ceremonial robes, and were the elders of the family. They were in charge of all aspects of the family. After praying for a while, the leader of the Guyue village took the lead to bow, spread out his hands, and tightly pressed his palms against the floor, and kowtowed. His forehead hit the brown floor, and there was a soft thud. The elders behind him all had solemn expressions, and silently followed suit. For a moment, the ancestral hall was filled with the sound of forehead hitting the floor. After the ceremony ended, everyone slowly stood up from the floor, and quietly walked out of the solemn ancestral hall. In the corridor, the elders silently breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere relaxed. Gradually, the sounds of discussion rose. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. The last awakening ceremony seems like it happened yesterday, and it's still vivid in my mind. Tomorrow is the annual awakening ceremony. I wonder what kind of new blood will emerge this year. Sigh, I hope there will be a youth with a great talent. Our Guyue village has not had such a genius in 3 years. That's right, the Bai clan and Xiong clan have all had geniuses these years. Especially the Bai clan's Bai Ningbing, his talent is really terrifying. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing's name, and the elders could not help but show a layer of worry on their faces. This child's talent was extremely outstanding, and in just 2 years, he had already cultivated to rank 3 Gu Master. Among the younger generation, he could be said to be the most outstanding. Even the older generation could feel the pressure from this rising star. In time, he would definitely become the pillar of the Bai clan. At the very least, he would be a strong individual. No one doubted this. But among the youths participating in this year's awakening ceremony, there is still hope. That's right, a talented youth has appeared in Fang Zhi's bloodline. Able to speak in 3 months, able to walk in 4 months. At the age of 5, he could compose poems and recite lyrics. He was exceptionally intelligent and talented. Unfortunately, his parents died early, and now he is being raised by his aunt and uncle. Yes, this is early intelligence, and he has great ambitions. In recent years, he has created Jiang Jingzhou, Ode to Plum, and Jiang Qingzi. I have also heard of them. What a genius! The Guyue clan leader was the last to walk out of the ancestral hall. As he slowly closed the door, he heard the elders discussing in the corridor. Immediately, he knew that the elders were discussing a youth called Guyue Fang Yuan. As the clan leader, he would naturally pay attention to those outstanding disciples. And among the younger generation, Guyue Fang Yuan was one of the most outstanding and dazzling ones. And experience had shown that those who had photographic memory from a young age, or were as strong as an adult, had outstanding cultivation aptitude. If this child is tested to have a great aptitude, with proper training, he may be able to compete with Bai Ningbing. Even if it is great aptitude, in the future, he will be able to hold his own, and become a flag of the Guyue clan. But with his precocious intelligence, the possibility of him being a B-grade talent isn't high, and is most likely an A-grade talent. With this thought, the Guyue clan leader's mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a slight smile. Immediately after, he coughed and said to the elders, "Everyone, it is getting late. For tomorrow's awakening ceremony, please rest well tonight and maintain your spirit." When the elders heard this, they were all slightly startled. They looked at each other with a hint of vigilance. The clan leader's words were implicit, but everyone understood his meaning. Every year, in order to fight for these talented juniors, the elders would fight with each other until their faces were red and their heads were bleeding. It was time to conserve his energy and wait until tomorrow to fight for it. Especially that Guiyue Feng Yuan, the possibility of him having a great aptitude was very high. And his parents had already passed away, and he was one of the 2 orphans of Feng Zhi's bloodline. If they could take him into their bloodline, and properly train him, they could ensure their bloodline's prosperity for 100 years. But, I will say the ugly words first. The fight must be open and aboveboard, and must not use underhanded methods to harm the unity of the clan. Elders, please keep this in mind. The clan leader said with a serious tone. I don't dare. I don't dare. I will definitely remember it. I will take my leave now, Lord Clan Leader, please stay. The elders, full of thoughts, dispersed one by one. Not long after, the long corridor became deserted. The spring rain and wind blew through the window. The clan leader lightly walked to the window. Immediately, his mouth was filled with the fresh and moist mountain air, refreshing and refreshing. This was the 3rd floor of the loft. As far as the eye could see, more than half of the Guiyue village was in sight. It was late at night, but most of the houses in the village still had lights, which was very different from usual. Tomorrow was the awakening ceremony, which concerned everyone's interests. An excited and nervous atmosphere enveloped the hearts of the clansmen. Naturally, many people could not sleep well. This is the hope of the clan's future. The clan leader sighed as the lights reflected in his eyes. At this time, there was also a pair of clear eyes, quietly watching the lights in the dark night, full of complicated feelings. Guiyue village, this is 500 years ago. The spring-autumn cicada really worked. Feng Yuan's eyes were gloomy as he stood by the window, letting the wind and rain hit his body. The spring-autumn cicada's effect was to reverse time. It was ranked 7th among the top 10 mystical insects, so naturally it was no small matter. Simply put, it was rebirth. I used the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn, to go back to 500 years ago. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand, his eyes fixed on his young and pale palm, and then he slowly clenched it, trying hard to feel the reality. He heard the light sound of the drizzle hitting the window. He slowly closed his eyes, opened them after a long time, and sighed, 500 years of experience, it really is like a dream. But he clearly knew that this was not a dream. Chapter 2. According to legend, there was a river of time in this world, supporting the flow of the world. Using the spring-autumn cicada's power, one could go against the current and return to the past. Regarding this rumor, there were many opinions. Many people didn't believe it, and some people were skeptical. Almost no one was sure. Because every time the spring-autumn cicada was used, one had to pay with their life, sacrificing their entire body and all their cultivation to power it. This price was too high. What was even more unacceptable was that one often paid with their life, not knowing what the result would be. Even if someone obtained the spring-autumn cicada, they would not dare to use it carelessly. What if the rumor was false, and it was just a scam? If not for Feng Yuan's desperation, he would not have used it so quickly. But now, Feng Yuan completely believed it. Because the truth was right in front of him, there was no way to refute it. He had indeed been reborn. It's a pity for this good goo. I spent a lot of effort, slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people, incurred the wrath of the heavens, and painstakingly refined it. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Although he had been reborn, he did not bring the spring-autumn cicada with him. Man was the spirit of all creatures, and Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. There were countless Gu of all shapes and sizes. Some Gu would disappear after being used once or twice or thrice. Some Gu, as long as it was not overused, could be reused. Perhaps the spring-autumn cicada was a consumable Gu that could only be used once. But even if it's gone, I can refine another one. I could refine it in my previous life, can't I do it in this life? After the pity, Feng Yuan could not help but feel a surge of ambition and heroism. He could be reborn, and the loss of the spring-autumn cicada was completely acceptable. Moreover, he had treasures on him, he did not have nothing. This treasure was his 500 years of memories and experience. There were many treasures in his memory, but no one had opened them yet. There were many major events that allowed him to easily grasp the context of history. There were countless figures of people, some were reclusive seniors, some were geniuses, and some were not even born yet. It also contained the arduous cultivation and rich combat experience he had accumulated over the past 500 years. With these, he undoubtedly grasped the big picture and had the initiative. As long as he manipulated it well, it wouldn't be a problem for him to roam the world unhindered and recreate the demeanor of a great demon. In fact, he might even be able to reach a higher realm. Then how should I operate it? Fong Yuan was very rational. He quickly collected his emotions and pondered while facing the night rain outside the window. When he thought about it this way, he felt that there were a lot of things to think about. After thinking for a moment, his frown deepened. 500 years was indeed a long time. Let's not talk about those blurry memories that I can't recall. Even though there were many hidden treasures and immortal masters' fortuitous encounters, most of them were either thousands of miles apart or could only be opened at a specific time. The most important thing is still cultivation. His primeval sea had yet to open and he had yet to embark on the path of a Gu master's cultivation. He was simply a mortal. I have to cultivate as soon as possible and increase my cultivation. I have to seize the initiative and reap as many benefits as possible before history. Furthermore, if one's cultivation wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to digest the treasures even if they obtained them. On the contrary, it was a hot potato, a crime of possessing a jade. The first problem in front of Fong Yuan was cultivation. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. If it was as slow as in his previous life, it would be too late. To raise my cultivation as soon as possible, I have to use the clan's resources. With my current situation, I don't have the ability to travel through the dangerous mountains. Even a normal wild boar can take my life. If I can reach the cultivation of a rank 3 Gu master, I will have the basic ability to protect myself and travel through the mountains and rivers in this world. From the perspective of a demonic path overlord who had trained for 500 years, this Qingmao mountain was really too small. The Guyue village was more like a cage. However, while a cage imprisons freedom, a sturdy prison cell often represents a certain kind of security. For the time being, I'll just toss and turn around in this prison cell. As long as I advance to rank 3, I can leave this poor mountain. But luckily, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Not long after, I can officially start my Gu master cultivation. Once he thought of the awakening ceremony, the dusty memories in Fong Yuan's heart surfaced. Aptitude. Looking out the window, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a young man walked in. "Brother, why are you standing by the window in the rain?" This young man was thin, slightly shorter than Fong Yuan, and his face was very similar to Fong Yuan's. Fong Yuan turned around to look at this young man, a complicated expression flashing across his face. "Oh, it's you, my twin brother." He raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression returning to its usual indifference. Fangjing lowered his head, looking at his toes. This was his signature move. "I saw that brother's window was not closed, so I wanted to sneak in and close it. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Brother, it's so late and you're still not sleeping. If uncle and aunt knew, they would be worried." He was not surprised at Fong Yuan's indifference, because his brother had always been like this since he was young. Sometimes he would think that maybe geniuses were different from ordinary people like this. Although he looked very similar to his brother, he was as ordinary as an ant. They were born from the same mother's womb, so why was the heavens so unfair? His brother was gifted with the talent of a diamond, while he was as ordinary as a pebble. Everyone around him would say, "This is Fong Yuan's younger brother," when talking about him. Uncle and aunt often told him to learn from his brother. Even when he looked in the mirror and looked at his own face, he felt disgusted. These thoughts had been accumulating in the depths of his heart for many years. Like a huge rock pressing on his chest, Fang Zheng's head drooped lower and lower over the years, and he became more and more taciturn. Worry. Thinking of his uncle and aunt, Fang Yuan sneered silently in his heart. He remembered very clearly that the parents of this body had both died because of a family mission. When he was 3 years old, he and his brother became orphans. In the name of raising them, his uncle and aunt openly took over his parents' inheritance, and treated him and his brother harshly. As a transmigrator, he had planned to hide his strength and bide his time. But the hardships of life forced Fang Yuan to choose to reveal his extraordinary talent. The so-called genius was actually just the rationality of a mature soul, and a few famous poems from the Tang and Song dynasties on earth. Even with such a small display of skill, he was still regarded as a celestial being, and received widespread attention. Under the external pressure, the young Fang Yuan had no choice but to maintain a cold and indifferent expression to protect himself and reduce the possibility of being exposed. Over time, indifference became his habitual expression. Just like that, his uncle and aunt could no longer treat him and his brother harshly. As he grew older, his future became more promising, and his treatment also increased. But this was not love, but a kind of investment. It was laughable that his brother did not see the truth. Not only was he deceived by his uncle and aunt, but he also buried his hatred towards him. Although he looked obedient now, in his memory, after he was tested to have an A-grade aptitude, he was nurtured by the family, and his hidden hatred and jealousy was released. He often targeted, made things difficult and suppressed his own brother. As for his own aptitude, the highest he had was only a C grade. Fate was always joking. A pair of twins, the elder brother's aptitude was only C grade, but he enjoyed the title of genius for more than 10 years. The younger brother was unknown, but he had an A-grade aptitude. The result of the Enlightenment shocked the clansmen. It also caused the treatment of the two brothers to be completely reversed. The younger brother was like a dragon rising to the sky, while the older brother was like a phoenix falling to the ground. After that, there were many difficulties from the younger brother, the cold eyes of his uncle and aunt, and the contempt of the clansmen. Hate? Fang Yuan had hated in his previous life. He hated his lack of aptitude, hated the ruthlessness of the clan, and hated the unfairness of fate. But now, with 500 years of life experience, he re-examined this process. His heart was calm, and there was no hatred. What was there to be angry about? Thinking about it from another perspective, he could also understand his younger brother, uncle and aunt, and the righteous enemies who besieged him 500 years later. The weak were prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. This was the nature of this world. Moreover, everyone had their own ambitions, and they were all fighting for the heavenly secrets. What was there not to understand about killing and suppressing each other? 500 years of experience had long made him see through all of this. In his heart, there was only the path of immortality. If someone stood in his way, no matter who it was, it would only be a matter of life and death. The ambition in his heart was too great. Once he set foot on this path, he was destined to be the enemy of the whole world. He was destined to be alone, and he was destined to kill. This was the realization condensed from 500 years of life. Revenge is not my plan. The path of an evil demon has never been one of compromise. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but laugh. He turned his head to look at his younger brother, and said, "You can leave." Fang Zheng's heart could not help but palpitate. He felt that his brother's gaze was as sharp as an ice blade, as if it could penetrate the deepest part of his heart. Under such a gaze, he felt as if he was naked in the snow, and there was no secret to speak of. "Then I'll see you tomorrow, brother." Not daring to say anything else, Fang Zheng slowly closed the door and retreated. Chapter 3. Bang, 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 bang. The patrolling night watchman banged the clapper rhythmically. The sound traveled to the tall building. Fang Yuan opened his dry eyelids and thought to himself, "It's the 5th day of the night." Last night, he lay in bed and thought for a long time. He made a lot of plans, but he only slept for a little more than 2 hours. This body had not started cultivating yet, so he did not have much energy. Therefore, waves of tiredness still enveloped his body and mind. However, more than 500 years of experience had forged Fang Yuan's steel-like determination. This bit of drowsiness was nothing at all. Immediately, he pushed away the thin silk bedding on his body and got up neatly. When he opened the window, the spring rain had stopped. The smell of soil, trees, and wildflowers was fresh and moist. Fang Yuan felt his head clear and his drowsiness was completely dispelled. The sun had not risen yet. The sky was a deep blue, dark and bright at the same time. As far as the eye could see, the tall building made of green bamboo and trees contrasted with the mountains. It was a quiet and dark green color. The tall building had at least 2 floors. It was the unique structure of the mountain people's houses. Because the mountain was rugged, the first floor was a huge wooden pile, and the second floor was the people's residence. Fang Yuan and his brother Fangzheng lived on the second floor. "Young Master Fang Yuan, you're awake. I'll go upstairs and help you wash up." At this moment, a young girl's voice came from downstairs. Fang Yuan looked down. It was his personal maid, Shen Shui. Her looks could only be considered average, but she was well dressed. She wore a green shirt, long sleeves, long pants, and embroidered shoes. There was even a pearl hairpin in her black hair. Her whole body exuded the vitality of youth. She looked at Fang Yuan with joy. Carrying a basin of water, she went upstairs. The water was warm and was used to wash his face. Rinsing his mouth with a willow branch dipped in snow salt could clean and whiten his teeth. Shen Shui served him tenderly. There was a smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with love. After that, she helped Fang Yuan put on his clothes. In the process, she rubbed her ample breasts against Fang Yuan's arm or back from time to time. Fang Yuan was expressionless, and his heart was as calm as still water. Not only was this maidservant a spy for her uncle and aunt, but she was also vain and had a cold temperament. In his previous life, he had been deceived by her. After the awakening ceremony, when his status had plummeted, she had immediately turned against him and rolled her eyes at him. When Fangzheng arrived, he saw Shen Shui smoothing out the creases on Fang Yuan's clothes. His eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of envy and jealousy. He had been living with his brother for the past few years and was taken care of by Fang Yuan. He also had a servant to serve him. However, it wasn't a young maidservant like Shen Shui, but a fat and swollen old maidservant. If one day, Shen Shui can serve me like this, how would it feel? Fangzheng had some thoughts in his heart, but he didn't dare to think about it. His aunt and uncle favored Fang Yuan, and this was a matter that everyone in the Fu knew. Originally, he didn't have a servant to serve him. It was Fang Yuan who took the initiative to ask for one for Fangzheng. Although there was a difference in status between master and servant, Fangzheng didn't dare to look down on Shen Shui. This was because Shen Shui's mother was the Shen Momo who served his aunt and was also the housekeeper of the entire Fu. She was deeply trusted by his aunt and had a lot of power. "Alright, you don't have to tidy up." Fang Yuan impatiently brushed away Shen Shui's soft hands. His clothes had long been tidied, and Shen Shui was more of a seduction. For her, his future was bright, and the possibility of having an A-grade aptitude was very high. If she could become Fang Yuan's concubine, she could change from a slave to a master. It could be said that she had reached the sky in one step. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had been deceived and even liked this maidservant. After his rebirth, he was as clear as a fire, and his heart was as cold as frost. "You can leave." Fang Yuan didn't even look at Shen Shui as he tidied up his cuffs. Shen Shui slightly pouted. She felt a little strange and wronged for Fang Yuan's lack of understanding today. She wanted to say something coquettish, but she was deterred by Fang Yuan's inexplicable temperament. She opened her mouth a few times, but finally said yes and obediently retreated. "Are you ready?" Fang Yuan looked at Fangzheng. His younger brother stood at the door in a daze. He lowered his head to look at his toes and softly said "N." In fact, he had woken up at the fourth watch. He was too nervous to fall asleep, so he secretly got up and prepared early. Both of his eyes had dark circles. Fang Yuan nodded. In his previous life, he wasn't clear about his younger brother's thoughts, but in this life, how could he not understand? But it was meaningless to point it out at this time, so he lightly ordered, "Then let's go." Thus, the two brothers walked out of the residence. Along the way, they met many people of the same age, in twos and threes. Obviously, they had the same destination. "Look, those are the two brothers of the Fang family." A careful whisper came into their ears. "The one walking in front is that Fang Yuan. He's the one who wrote the poem, Fang Yuan." Someone emphasized. "So it's him. He's expressionless, as if there's no one else around. He's really as arrogant as the rumors say." Someone said in a sour tone, with jealousy and envy. "Humph, if you can be like him, you can also be arrogant." Someone replied with a cold snort, hiding a kind of dissatisfaction. Fang Zheng listened with an expressionless face. He had long been used to this kind of discussion. He lowered his head and followed behind his brother, walking in silence. At this time, the horizon had already lit up with the morning light. Fang Yuan's shadow was cast on his face. The sun was gradually rising, but Fang Zheng suddenly felt that he was walking towards darkness. This darkness originated from his brother. Perhaps in this life, he would never be able to break free from his brother's huge shadow. He felt a burst of pressure in his chest, and even had difficulty breathing. This damned feeling even made him think of the word suffocation. Humph, this kind of discussion really is the case of the tree that stands out in the forest being blown down by the wind. Listening to the discussion in his ears, Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. It was no wonder that after the test of his C-grade aptitude, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. For a long time, he was treated harshly, looked down upon, and treated coldly. Behind him, his brother Fang Zheng's increasingly muffled breathing was also heard by him. What he did not notice in his previous life, he was able to see clearly in this life. This was the keen insight brought about by 500 years of life experience. He suddenly thought of his uncle and aunt. They really had some tricks up their sleeves. They assigned Shen Suelai to monitor him, and assigned an old nanny to his brother. In fact, there were other differences in treatment in the details of life. This was all done intentionally. It was to provoke the anger in his brother's heart, and to provoke the brotherly relationship between him and his brother. The world did not worry about scarcity, but about inequality. In his previous life, he had too little experience, and his brother was too stupid and naive, so he was successfully provoked by his uncle and aunt. Since his rebirth, the awakening ceremony was about to begin. The situation seemed difficult to reverse, but with Fang Yuan's demonic methods and wisdom, it was not impossible to change. This brother could be completely suppressed and subdued. Shen Suelai, a little girl, could be added into the harem early. There were also his uncle and aunt, the clan leader, and the elders. There were at least hundreds of ways to beat them. But, I don't want to do this. Fang Yuan sighed leisurely in his heart. So what if he was his biological brother? There was no familial love to speak of. He was just an outsider, so it was fine to let him go. No matter how beautiful Shen Suelai was, without love and loyalty, she was just a corpse. Added into the harem? She was not worthy. Even if it was his uncle and aunt, the clan leader, and the elders, they were all passers-by in his life. Why did he have to rack his brain and waste his energy to beat these passers-by? He. As long as they did not hinder his journey, then he would play with his own eggs. He would not even bother to step on them. Chapter 4. The morning sun rose, its rays shining brightly. The mountain fog was not very thick, and was easily penetrated by the sword-like sunlight. More than 115-year-old youths gathered in front of the clan pavilion. The clan pavilion was located in the center of the village. It was 5 stories high, with curved eaves and was heavily guarded. In front of the pavilion was the square, where the tablets of the ancestors of the Guyue were enshrined. Every generation's patriarch also lived here. Whenever there was a major ceremony or an unexpected event, the patriarch would gather the elders here to discuss and discuss. This was the center of power of the entire village. Very good, all of you are here on time. Today is the awakening ceremony, a major turning point in your lives. Without further ado, follow me. The one in charge of this trip was the academy elder. His hair and beard were all white, and he was spirited as he led the youths into the clan pavilion. But they did not go upstairs. Instead, they went down through the entrance of the hall. Following the well-made stone stairs, they entered the underground cave. The youths all gasped in admiration. The underground cave was magnificent. The stalactites gave off 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. The colors shone on the faces of the youths, like a rainbow. Fong Yuan was in the middle of the crowd, quietly observing everything. He thought to himself, hundreds of years ago, the Guyue clan migrated from the Middle Plains to the southern border, and settled here at Qingmao Mountain. They took a fancy to the spirit spring in this underground cave. This spirit spring produces large amounts of yuan stone, and can be said to be the foundation of the Guyue village. After a few hundred steps, it got darker and darker, and they could hear the sound of water. Turning a corner, an underground river about 3 feet wide appeared in front of them. The colorful lights of the stalactites had completely disappeared. But in the darkness, the river emitted a faint blue light, like a galaxy in the night sky. The river flowed from the dark depths of the cave. It was crystal clear, and they could even see the swimming fish, aquatic plants, and the sand and stones at the bottom of the river. On the other side of the river was a sea of flowers. This was the moon orchid that the Guyue clan had specially cultivated. Its petals were like crescent moons, showing a beautiful and elegant blue-pink color. The stem of the flower was like jade, and the center of the flower was shining like a pearl under the light. At first glance, in the dark background, the sea of flowers by the riverside looked like a large blue and green carpet dotted with countless pearls. Moon orchid is an ingredient for many gu worms. This sea of flowers can be said to be the family's largest breeding ground. Fong Yuan was well aware of this. So beautiful. So beautiful. The youngsters' horizons had been broadened. Their eyes lit up, and they were both excited and nervous. Okay, now listen to me. The person I call will cross the river and go to the other side. He would go as far as he could. Of course, the farther, the better. Are you all clear? The elder said. Understood. The youths responded. Actually, before coming here, he had heard from his family and seniors that the further he went, the better his aptitude would be, and the greater his future achievements would be. Guyue, Chenbo, the elder pointed out the first person on the list. Although the river was wide, it was not deep. It only reached the youth's knees. Chenbo's expression was solemn as he stepped into the sea of flowers by the riverside. Immediately, he felt an invisible pressure, as if there was an invisible wall in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Just as he was struggling to move forward, a speck of light suddenly appeared in the sea of flowers by his feet. The speck of light was very thin, and it was a plain white color. The light gathered towards Chenbo and entered his body. Chenbo immediately felt the pressure decrease. That invisible wall suddenly became soft. He gritted his teeth and walked forward, forcing his way in. After 3 steps, the pressure in front of him increased again. Just like before, it was like a wall, and he could not go any further. Seeing this, the elder sighed, and while recording, he said, Guyue, Chenbo, 3 steps, no gu master aptitude. Next, Guyue, Zhao Xia. Chenbo's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth as he crossed the river and returned to his original position. Without aptitude, he could only live as a mortal, and would only have the lowest position in the clan. His body was on the verge of collapse. The blow was too great, and it was equivalent to killing his life's hope. Many people gave him pitiful gazes, but even more people paid attention to the second young man who reached the other shore. Unfortunately, this young man could only advance 4 steps, and similarly had no aptitude. Not everyone had the aptitude to cultivate. Normally speaking, 5 out of 10 people could cultivate, and that was already not bad. In the Guyue clan, this ratio was even higher, reaching 6 people. This was because Guyue's ancestor, who was the first-generation clan leader, was a famous legendary expert. Because of his cultivation, his bloodline contained the genes to bear the burden of strength. Guyue clansmen had his bloodline, so their aptitude was generally higher. 2 consecutive cases of no aptitude made the other elders who were observing in secret have ugly expressions. Even the old and wise Guyue clan leader frowned slightly. At this moment the academy elder shouted the third name, Guyue Mabe. Here. A horse-faced young man dressed in linen robes shouted softly, and stepped out of the crowd. He was tall, and much thicker than others of his age. He had a valiant aura about him. He crossed the river in 2 to 3 steps, and stepped onto the other shore. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Faint light entered his body one after another. He walked all the way to the 36th step, and finally he could not go any further. The young men on the other shore were dumbfounded. The academy elder shouted happily, "Good, Guyue Mabe, be great aptitude. Come here, let me see your primeval sea." Guyue Mabe returned to the academy elder's side. The latter stretched out his hand, and placed it on the young man's shoulder. He closed his eyes and examined it, and then retracted his hand. He nodded and recorded on a piece of paper, "Guyue Mabe, primeval sea 66%, can be nurtured vigorously." The aptitude, from top to bottom, was divided into 4 grades, B, C, and D. A D grade aptitude youngster, after 3 years of nurturing, can become a rank 1 veteran Gu master, becoming the clan's cornerstone. A C grade aptitude youngster, after 2 years of nurturing, would most likely become a rank 2 Gu master, becoming the backbone of the clan. A B grade talent needed to be taken care of. They are often nurtured as future clan elders, and after 6 to 7 years, they can become rank 3 Gu masters. As for a grade aptitude, even if one appeared, it would be the entire family's fortune. With careful care and resources, he would be able to become a rank 4 Gu master in around 10 years. At that time, he would be able to compete for the position of clan leader. In other words, as long as this Guyue Mabe grew up, he would become the clan elder of the Guyue clan in the future. It was no wonder that the academy elder was so happy that he laughed, and the elders who were secretly watching all let out a sigh of relief. Then, they all cast envious glances at one of the elders. This elder also had a long face. It was Guyue Mabe's grandfather, Guyue Mo Chen. His face was already filled with a smile, and he looked at his old rival provocatively. "How is it? My grandson is not bad, right?" Guyue Lien. Clan elder Guyue Lien had a head of red hair, and at this moment, he snorted coldly and did not reply, his face gloomy and ugly. An hour later, half of the youngsters had already stepped into the sea of flowers, and there were many C and D grade aptitudes. Of course, almost half of them had no aptitudes at all. Sigh, the bloodline is getting thinner, and in these years, the clan has not produced many rank 4 experts to strengthen the bloodline. The 4th generation clan leader was the only rank 5 expert, but in the end, he perished together with the flower wine monk, not leaving behind any descendants. The Guyue clan's younger generation's aptitudes are getting weaker and weaker. The clan leader sighed deeply. At this moment the academy elder shouted, "Guyue Cheng." Hearing this name, the elders all looked at Guyue Lien. This was Guyue Lien's grandson. Guyue Cheng was short, his face was full of pockmarks, he clenched his fists, his face was full of sweat, and he seemed especially nervous. He stepped onto the opposite shore, and the light dots entered his body. He walked 36 steps in a row before stopping. "Another B grade!" the academy elder shouted. The youngsters were in an uproar, and all cast envious glances at Guyue Cheng. "Ha ha ha, 36 steps, 36 steps!" Guyue Lien shouted, and stared at Guyue Mo Chen to show off. This time, it was Guyue Mo Chen's turn to be livid. "Guyue Cheng." In the crowd, Fong Yuan thoughtfully rubbed his chin. In his memory, because he cheated in the awakening ceremony, he was severely punished by the clan. In reality, his aptitude was only C grade, but his grandfather Guo Lian had falsified it for him, so he had the false impression of a B grade aptitude. In fact, if he wanted to cheat, Fang Yuan had dozens of plans in his mind, and some plans were even more perfect than Guo Cheng's. If he showed B grade or a grade aptitude, he would definitely be heavily nurtured by the clan. But firstly, Fang Yuan's rebirth time was too short, and with his current situation, it was hard for him to prepare any cheating methods. Secondly, even if he cheated successfully, his cultivation speed in the future would not be able to be concealed, and it would still be exposed. But this Guo Cheng was different. His grandfather was Guo Lian, one of the two most powerful elders in the clan, and he could cover for him. Guo Lian and Guo Mo Chen have always been enemies, and these two elders are the two biggest factions in the clan. In order to suppress his opponent, he needed his grandson to have outstanding aptitude. It was also because he was covering for him that Guo Cheng was able to hide it for a while. In my memory, if not for that accident, I would not have been exposed. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, and he thought about how to use this to maximize his benefits. If he exposed it on the spot, although he would receive a little reward from the clan, he would offend the powerful Guo Lian, so he could not do it. In the short term, he could not extort money. Because his strength was too low, he would bring disaster upon himself. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the academy elder call out his name, Guo Fang Yuan. Chapter 5. In an instant, the surroundings became quiet as countless gazes landed on him. This is getting more and more exciting. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. Under everyone's gaze, he crossed the river and stepped onto the other side. Immediately, he felt a layer of pressure. This pressure came from the spirit spring in the depths of the flower sea. The spirit spring produced primeval energy, and because the primeval energy was too dense, it caused the pressure. But soon, from the flowers around Fang Yuan's feet, a light dot rose. The light dot floated and covered Fang Yuan's entire body, before entering his body. This is the Hope Gu. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. Although the person in charge did not explain, he knew it clearly. Every speck of light was a Gu. The Gu was called Hope. One of the most ancient legends was about the Hope Gu. Legend has it that when this world was just formed, it was a desolate land where wild beasts roamed. The first human appeared, his name was Renzu. He ate raw meat and drank blood, living a difficult life. Especially there was a group of wild beasts called predicaments. They loved the taste of Renzu and wanted to eat him. Renzu did not have a rock-like body, nor did he have the sharp claws of wild beasts. How could he fight against these predicaments? His food source was unstable, he had to hide all day, staying at the bottom of the food chain. He could barely survive. At this time, 3 Gu came to Renzu and said, "As long as you use your life to support us, we will help you get through this." Renzu had no choice, he could only agree to these 3 Gu. He first used his youth to nurture the biggest Gu among the 3, and that Gu gave him strength. With strength, Renzu's life started to improve, he started to have a stable food source, he had the strength to protect himself. He was brave and ruthless, defeating many predicaments. But soon, he suffered. In the end, he found that strength was not omnipotent, it needed to be recovered and nurtured, it could not be squandered. And to the entire predicament group, his strength alone was too small. Renzu pondered over this painful experience and decided to use his prime years to nurture the most beautiful Gu among the 3. Thus, the second Gu gave him wisdom. Renzu had wisdom, he learned to think and reflect, and started to accumulate experience. He found that using wisdom was often more effective than using strength. Relying on his wisdom and strength, he conquered many targets that he couldn't conquer before and killed even more predicaments. They ate the flesh and drank the blood of the predicaments to survive tenaciously. However, good things didn't last long. The Ren ancestor grew older and older. This was because he had given the youngster and middle-aged man to strength Gu and wisdom Gu. When people get old, their muscles atrophy and their brains slow down. Oh human, what else can you give us? You have nothing left to offer us. After the strength goo and wisdom goo realized this, they left heartlessly. Renzu lost his power and intelligence, and was discovered by the predicament. He was surrounded by the beast horde. He was old and couldn't run anymore. His teeth had all fallen off, and he couldn't even chew wild fruits and vegetables. He powerlessly collapsed to the ground, surrounded by the densely packed predicaments. His heart was filled with despair. Right at this time, the third goo said to him, "O human, worship me, I can help you escape your predicament." Renzu shed tears. "Goo, what else can I have? Look, strength goo and wisdom goo have abandoned me. And I only have old age left. Compared to youngster and middle-aged, old age isn't worth mentioning, but if I worship you with my old age, my life will end immediately. Although I am surrounded by the predicaments now, I won't die anytime soon. I want to live a little longer, even if it's just a second. So leave, I can't worship you anymore." That goo said, "Among the three goo, my request is the smallest. Oh human, you only need to give me your heart. Then I will give you my heart." Renzu said, "But oh goo, what else can you give me? In this predicament, even if strength goo and wisdom goo return to me, they can't change it." Compared to strength goo, this goo was the weakest. It was only a small dot of light. Compared to wisdom goo, this goo was the dimmest. It could only emit a weak white light and was not beautiful at all. But when the human gave his heart to this goo suddenly shone with limitless light. In this light, the predicaments screamed in fear. "This is the hope goo, retreat, we predicaments are most afraid of hope." The predicament beasts immediately retreated in panic. Renzu was dumbstruck. From that moment on, he knew, when facing a predicament, give your heart to hope. And at this time, the hope goo turned into a beam of light and entered Fang Yuan's body. Because of the external pressure, they quickly gathered at Fang Yuan's abdomen, forming a ball 3 inches below his navel. Fang Yuan immediately felt the pressure lessen. He took a step forward and continued forward. With every step he took, there would be hope goo flying out from the sea of flowers, entering his body and joining the ball of light. The ball of light became bigger and brighter. But the person in charge on the other side of the river frowned. The number of hope goo seems to be too little. Many elders who had been secretly observing Fang Yuan saw this scene and their hearts sank. The clan leader also frowned. This was definitely not an A-grade talent. Fang Yuan withstood the pressure and continued forward. Below 10 steps, they have no cultivation talent. Between 10 to 20 steps, they have D-grade talent. Between 20 to 30 steps, they have C-grade talent. Between 30 to 40 steps, they have B-grade talent. Between 40 to 50 steps, they have A-grade talent. So far, I have walked 23 steps. 24, 25, 26, 27. Fang Yuan silently counted in his heart. When he reached 27 steps, he seemed to hear a boom. The ball of light between his 2 kidneys in his abdomen had accumulated to its limit and suddenly exploded. This explosion only happened within Fang Yuan's body. Outsiders could not feel it at all. Only Fang Yuan felt an earth-shattering mystery at that moment. In an instant, all the hairs on his body stood up, his pores closed tightly, his mind was like a drawn bowstring, suddenly tensing up. Immediately after, his mind suddenly went blank, his entire body limp, as if he had fallen into the clouds. His heartstrings relaxed, his sweat pores smoothed, and all the pores on his body opened up. In an instant, his entire body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. This process, although it sounded long, was actually very short. It came quickly, and left suddenly. Fang Yuan was in a daze for only a moment, then he came back to his senses. He secretly looked into his body, and found that below his belly button, in the middle of his 2 kidneys, an aperture had appeared out of nowhere. Opening the aperture was a success. This was the hope of longevity. Chapter 6. The aperture was mysterious. Even though it was in Fang Yuan's body, it was not in the same space as his organs. You could say it was infinitely big or infinitely small. Some called it the Zifu, some called it the Hua Qi, but more people called it the primeval sea aperture. The entire aperture was spherical, the surface of the aperture flowing with white light. It was a layer of light. It was the layer of light that formed when the hope goo exploded. It was because of this layer of light that the aperture did not collapse. Inside the aperture was naturally the primeval sea. The seawater was smooth like a mirror, showing a jade-green color, but it was extremely thick, with a copper luster. This was the condensation of green copper primeval essence that only rank 1 goo masters had, commonly known as the Bronze Sea. The sea was less than half of the aperture's height, only 44%. This was the limitation of a sea-grade talent. Every drop of seawater was primeval essence, representing the condensation of Fang Yuan's spirit, symbolizing the life potential he had accumulated over the past 15 years. Goo masters used this primeval essence to activate their goo worms. This meant that from this moment onwards, Fang Yuan had officially entered the ranks of a rank 1 goo master. The aperture was opened, and no more hope goo entered Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan retracted his mind, feeling the pressure in front of him was as thick as a wall, and he could not take another step. Just like my previous life. He smiled indifferently at this result. Can't he walk anymore? The academy elder held on to a tiny bit of hope, shouting from the other side of the river. Fang Yuan turned around and walked back, using his actions to answer him. At this moment, even the youths reacted. Immediately, there was a buzz, and the crowd was in an uproar. What? Fang Yuan walked 27 steps. So he's only a C-grade talent? Unbelievable, he's such a genius, but only a C-grade? The crowd was in an uproar. Brother. In the crowd, Guiyue Fangzheng raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan who had just returned from the river in shock. He could not believe the scene in front of him. His brother was only a C-grade talent. He had always thought that his brother would be an A-grade talent. No, not only him, his uncle, aunt, and many others in the clan thought so too. But now, the result was like this. Damn it, it's only a C-grade. The Guyu clan leader secretly clenched his fists and sighed deeply, his disappointment evident on his face. Some of the clan elders who were watching from the shadows frowned, some lowered their heads in disgust, and some sighed at the sky. Could there be a mistake in the test? How is this possible? This method is extremely accurate. Moreover, with us constantly watching, it will be difficult to cheat. But how do you explain his previous performance and talent? The higher the aptitude of the primordial sea, the more extraordinary the characteristics will be. For example, intelligence, comprehension, memory, strength, agility, and so on. But conversely, these characteristics don't necessarily mean that one's aptitude is high. Everything depends on the results of the test. Sigh, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Guiyue clan is getting worse with each generation. The ice-cold river water soaked her socks, and it was bone-chilling. Fang Yuan was still walking expressionlessly. As the distance got closer, he could clearly see the solemn expression of the academy elder, and he could keenly sense the gazes of hundreds of youths. The gazes were filled with surprise, shock, mockery, schadenfreude, realization, and indifference. The exact same scene reminded Fang Yuan of his previous life. At that time, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. He lost his footing and fell while crossing the river. He was drenched and despondent. But no one helped him up. These disappointed, indifferent expressions and gazes were like sharp knives cutting into his heart. His thoughts were in a mess, and his chest was aching. It was like falling from the clouds to the ground. The higher he stood, the harder he fell. But, in this life. Looking at such a scene again, Fang Yuan's heart was extremely calm. He thought of the legend. When difficulties come, one must give one's heart to hope. Now, this hope was within him. Although this hope was not great, it was better than those who had no aptitude for cultivation. If others were disappointed because of this, then so be it. What could he do? What did the disappointment of others have to do with him? The most important thing was that he had hope in his heart. 500 years of life had made him understand one thing: the most interesting part of a person's life was the process of pursuing one's dreams. There was no need to expect others to not be disappointed or to like you. Walk your own path, and let others be disappointed and dislike you. Sigh. The academy elder sighed deeply, and shouted, "Next, Guyue Fangzheng." But no one answered. "Guyue Fangzheng." The clan leader shouted, his voice reverberating in the cave. "Ah! I'm here, I'm here." Fangzheng broke free from his shock, and hurriedly ran out. Unfortunately, he stumbled and fell. With a splash, he coincidentally rolled into the river. Instantly, everyone laughed. The Fang brothers are only so. The clan leader of the Guyue clan snorted coldly. He was starting to feel annoyed with Guyue Fangzheng. This is so embarrassing. Fangzheng struggled a few times in the river, but the bottom of the river was too slippery, and he could not stand up. The result of his efforts was that he became even more clumsy. He heard waves of laughter in his ears, and this made him even more flustered. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong force pulling him up. His head finally left the water, and his body regained its balance. He wiped his face awkwardly, and looked again. It was his brother, Fang Yuan, who was grabbing his collar and lifting him up. "Brother." He opened his mouth to speak, but all he got in return was choking on the water, which led to another bout of violent coughing. "Ha, the Fang family's brothers in hardship." Someone on the bank laughed. The laughter grew louder, and the academy elder did not stand up to stop them. He frowned deeply, and his heart was filled with disappointment. Fangzheng did not know what to do, and heard his brother's voice in his ear, "Go, the road ahead will be very exciting." Fangzheng could not help but open his mouth in shock. At this moment Fang Yuan's back was facing the crowd, so the people on the bank could not see clearly. But Fangzheng could clearly feel Fang Yuan's calmness. When he spoke, the corner of his mouth even slightly curled up, revealing a deep and playful smile. "It's obviously only a C-grade talent, why is brother so calm?" Unconsciously, Fangzheng's heart was filled with doubts. Fang Yuan did not say anything more, and patted Fangzheng's back, and turned to leave. Fangzheng's expression was blank, and he walked towards the sea of flowers. "I did not expect brother to be so calm. If it was me, I'm afraid." He lowered his head, and walked forward unconsciously. But he did not know that he was performing a miraculous performance. When he woke up, he was already standing in the depths of the sea of flowers, a distance that no one had reached before. 43 steps. Oh my God, a great talent. The academy elder lost his composure and shouted. "A grade, it's actually a great talent." It's been 3 years, the Guyue clan has finally produced a genius with a great talent. The clan elders who were watching in secret also shouted at the same time, greatly losing their composure. Yes, the Guyue Fangzheng bloodline was originally separated from our Qi bloodline, so this Guyue Fangzheng will be adopted by our Qi bloodline. Guyue Lian immediately announced. "How is that possible? You, Qi Lian old ghost, what virtue or ability do you have, but your ability to mislead people is not bad. Why don't you give this child to me, Guyue Machin, to raise?" Guyue Machin roared as if he had been electrocuted. "Everyone stop arguing. No one can raise this child better than me, the clan leader, raising him personally. Whoever has an objection is opposing me, Guyue Bo." Guyue clan leader's eyes were scarlet red, and his previous disappointment and dispiritedness were swept away. His entire person had gone mad. Chapter 7. Very quickly, a week had passed. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. In this world, there are thousands and tens of thousands of Gu, countless of them. They live all around us, in the mines, in the grass, and even in the bodies of wild beasts. In the process of human reproduction, our ancestors gradually discovered the mysteries of Gu worms. Those who have already opened their apertures and used their own primeval essence to feed, refine, and control these Gu to achieve their goals, we call them Gu masters. And all of you have already successfully opened your apertures in the awakening ceremony 7 days ago, condensing your primeval C, and are now rank 1 Gu Masters. In the village's academy, the academy elder was speaking with fervor and assurance. In front of him sat 57 youths, each of them listening attentively. The mysteries and power of Gu Masters had long been engraved into the hearts of the youths. Thus, everything that the clan elder had said deeply attracted them. At this time, a youth raised his hand, and after getting permission from the elder, he stood up and asked, "Sir Elder, I have known since I was young that Gu Masters are divided into rank 1, rank 2, and so on. Can you explain in detail to us?" Master Gyua nodded, gesturing for the youth to sit down. Gu Masters have a total of 9 realms, from bottom to top. They are rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, all the way to rank 9. Every rank realm is divided into initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage, for small realms. You have just become Gu Masters, and are all rank 1 initial stage. If you work hard in your cultivation will naturally increase, and it is even possible to advance to rank 2 or rank 3. Of course, the higher the talent, the higher the possibility of advancement. D-grade talent, the primeval C takes up 20 to 30% of the aperture, and can usually cultivate to rank 1 or rank 2. C-grade talent, the primeval C takes up 40 to 50% of the aperture, and usually stops at rank 2. Only a few are lucky enough to break through to rank 3 initial stage. B-grade talent, the primeval C takes up 60 to 70% of the aperture, and can cultivate to rank 3 or even rank 4. A grade talent, the primeval C is sufficient, and the aperture is formed. This kind of person naturally has the highest talent, and is most suitable for Gu Master cultivation, and can cultivate to rank 5. As for Gu Masters above rank 6, each one is a legend, and I am not too sure about the specifics. Our Gyue tribe has never produced a rank 6 Gu Master, but we have had rank 5 and rank 4 Gu Masters. The youth's ears perked up, their eyes shining brightly as they listened. Many people couldn't help but look at Gyue Fangzheng, who was sitting upright and still in the first row. This was an A-grade aptitude. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. At the same time, there were also some gazes that drifted towards the corner of the last row of the classroom. In the corner by the window, Gyue and Fang Yuan were sleeping soundly on the table. "Look, he's still sleeping," someone said softly. "You've been sleeping for a week, haven't you recovered yet?" Someone curled their lips. "That's not all. I heard that he doesn't even return at night and loiters outside the village. Some people saw him more than once, hugging a jar of wine at night drunk outside. Fortunately, the area around the village has been purged in recent years, so it's relatively safe." His classmates whispered to each other, and all kinds of rumors quickly spread. Sigh, the blow is indeed too great. He's been known as a genius for so many years, but in the end, he's only a C grade, hehe. If that's the case, then it's fine. But that little brother of his was tested to be an A grade, and is now the center of attention, enjoying the best treatment. The little brother is in the sky, and the big brother is on the ground, hehe. Listening to the increasingly loud discussions, the academy elders' eyebrows had already formed a knot. In the entire classroom, all the youths were sitting upright and still, glowing with vitality. Because of this, the sleeping Fang Yuan on the table was even more eye-catching and eye-catching. It's already been a week, and he's still so dispirited. Humph, I made an error in judgment. How could this kind of person be a genius? The elder snorted coldly in his heart. Regarding this situation, he had already told Fang Yuan many times. But it was to no avail, and Fang Yuan continued to do as he pleased. He slept through every class, causing the elder in charge of teaching to have a headache and frustration. Forget it, he's just a C grade. He can't even take this little blow. If he were to be nurtured with this kind of temperament, he wouldn't be of much use, and would instead be a waste of the clan's resources. The elder was extremely disappointed in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was only a C grade talent, and in comparison, his brother Fangzheng had an A grade talent. This was the person who was worth the clan spending a lot of effort to nurture. As the Academy elder thought, he continued the topic from before. In the history of our clan, there have been many strong people. Among them, there were 2 rank 5 strong people. One was the first-generation clan leader, our ancestor, and he was the one who founded the Guyue village. The other was the 4th-generation clan leader. His talent was outstanding, and he cultivated all the way to the realm of a rank 5 Gu master. If not for that despicable and shameless demon, the Flower Wine Monk's sneak attack, he might have even advanced to rank 6 Gu master. Sigh. At this point, the Guyue clan leader sighed deeply. Below the podium, the youths started to shout with righteous indignation. It's all because of that Flower Wine Monk, he's too cunning. It's a pity that our 4th-generation clan leader was kind-hearted and died young. I only hate that I wasn't born a few hundred years earlier, or else when I see that demon, I'll definitely expose his ugly face. The story of the 4th-generation clan leader and the Flower Wine Monk, everyone in the Guyue clan knew of it. The Flower Wine Monk was also a rank 5 Gu master, a rapist who had done evil for many years, and was famous in the demonic path at that time. Hundreds of years ago, he fled to Qingmao Mountain and attempted to commit a crime in the Guyue village, but was seen through by the 4th-generation clan leader. After an earth-shattering battle, the Flower Wine Monk was beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. The 4th-generation clan leader was kind and merciful, and decided to spare his life. In the end, the Flower Wine Monk suddenly launched a sneak attack and heavily injured the 4th-generation clan leader. The clan leader was furious, and killed the Flower Wine Monk on the spot, but he died from his heavy injuries and passed away. Thus, in the hearts of all the Guyue clan members, the 4th-generation clan leader was a hero who sacrificed himself for the village. The Flower Wine Monk. Awakened by the condemnation in the academy, Fang Yuan opened his sleepy eyes in the corner. He stretched his body, and his heart was full of resentment. This Flower Wine Monk, where did he die? Why haven't I found his inheritance even after looking all around the village? In his memory, about 2 months later, a clan Gu master was drunk from a breakup, lying outside the village in a drunken stupor. In the end, the fragrance of the wine attracted a liquor worm. The Gu master was overjoyed, and wanted to capture it. The liquor worm hurriedly escaped, and the Gu master chased after it. Following the liquor worm's trail, he found a secret cave entrance that led underground. The liquor worm was a very precious Gu. This Gu master was drunk and took the risk to enter the cave entrance, coming to the secret underground cave. Then he found the Flower Wine Monk's corpse, and the inheritance he left behind. After the Gu master returned to the village, he reported all his findings, and immediately caused a huge commotion in the clan. And that Gu master also benefited from this, and his cultivation became more and more outstanding, even attracting the lover who had abandoned him to change his mind. He became an influential figure for a time. It's a pity that I only heard the gist of the news, and did not know the exact location. At that time, I did not think that I would be reborn one day. Flower Wine Monk, where did you die? These days, he had bought a lot of wine, and when night fell, he would wander around the village. He wanted to use the smell of wine to attract the liquor worm. Unfortunately, he did not see the liquor worm, and the result was very disappointing. If I could find that liquor worm and refine it as my vital Gu, it would be much better than the moonlight Gu in the clan. In the blink of an eye, it's already April. Time waits for no man. Fang Yuan sighed, and his gaze turned towards the window. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a verdant mountain range stretched out. Nearby was a bamboo forest. This was the unique spear bamboo of Qingmao Mountain. Each was as straight as a straight line, and at the same time, the tip was abnormally sharp, like the tip of a spear. In the forest not far away, there was already a new green. The sprouts that came out were yellow and green. From time to time, there would be beautiful colorful sparrows landing on the branches. The spring wind blew, wrapping around the fresh scent of green mountains and clear waters, and blowing it into the world. Unknowingly, the class was nearing its end. The academy elder finally informed, "In this week, I have taught you how to meditate and examine your own aperture's primeval sea. How to meditate and move the primeval essence in your body. Now, It's time to refine your vital goo. After this class ends, you will go to the Academy's goo room and choose your goo. After choosing your goo, go home and cultivate. Until you have refined the goo, then come back to the Academy to continue your lessons. At the same time, this is also your first test. Whoever can come out on top will receive a generous reward of 20 yuan stone. Oh! The next moment, the entire Academy cheered. Finally, it's time to refine the goo. Then what goo should I choose? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Chapter 8. A goo room was set up beside the classroom. The goo room was not big, only 60 square meters. When a goo master cultivated, goo worms were the key to their strength. Once the lesson ended, the excited youths swarmed towards the goo room. Line up, come in one by one. An angry voice sounded. There were naturally guards outside the goo room. The youths went in one by one and came out. It was Fang Yuan's turn to enter the goo room. The room was huge, the four walls were made into partitions, and these square cubicles were connected to each other. The cubicles were big and small, the big ones were bigger than a casserole, the small ones smaller than a fist. In the densely packed cubicles, there were all kinds of utensils. Some were gray stone basins, some were green jade plates, some were exquisite grass cages, and some were pottery stoves. These utensils contained all kinds of goo worms. Some goo worms were silent, but some were very noisy. They made all kinds of sounds, such as squeaking, gurgling, rustling, and so on, forming a symphony of life. Goo worms are also divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 realms of a goo master. These goo worms are all rank 1. Fang Yuan looked around and immediately understood. Generally speaking, a rank 1 goo master could only use rank 1 goo worms. If they used a higher level goo worm, the goo master would have to pay a heavy price. And goo worms also needed to be fed, and the price of feeding a higher level goo worm was not something a lower level goo master could afford. For a new goo master, unless it was a special situation, they would choose a rank 1 goo worm for their first refinement. And the first goo worm that a goo master refined had great significance. It was called the vital goo, and was connected to the goo master's life. Once it died, the goo master would suffer a heavy loss. Sigh, I was hoping to get the flower wine monk's liquor worm and refine it as my vital goo. But now, the flower wine monk's corpse is nowhere to be found, and I don't know when I can find it, or if someone else finds it. To be safe, I'll choose a moonlight goo. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart as he walked towards the left wall. On one of the levels slightly above the hole in the wall, there was a row of silver plates. Each plate had a goo worm on it. This goo worm was crystal clear and curved like a moon. It was like a piece of blue crystal, and under the contrast of the silver chassis, it gave off a serene aura. The goo's name was Moonlight, and it was the Guyue clan's guardian goo. Most of the clansmen chose it as their vital goo. It was not a natural goo worm, but it was cultivated by the secret method of the Guyue clan. It could not be found anywhere else, and it could be said to be the symbol of the Guyue clan. They were both rank 1 moonlight goo, but the difference was minute. Fang Yuan randomly picked one and held it in his hand. The moonlight goo was very light as a thin piece of paper. It only occupied the center of his palm and was about the size of an ordinary jade pendant. Fang Yuan held it in his hand. Through it, he could see the lines on his palm that had been concealed. After taking one last look and finding that there were no problems, Fang Yuan put it in his pocket and left the goo room. There was a long queue outside the goo room, and when a young man saw Fang Yuan walking out, he quickly ran into the goo room excitedly. If it was someone else, their first reaction would be to take the goo worm home and quickly refine it. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to do so. He was still thinking about the liquor worm. The liquor worm was even more precious. Although the moonlight goo was a specialty of the Guyue village, it was not as helpful to the goo master as the liquor worm. After leaving the goo room, Fang Yuan went straight to the wine shop. "Shopkeeper, give me 2 jars of aged wine." Fang Yuan dug into his pocket and took out the remaining yuan stone fragments, placing them on the counter. These days, he would come here to buy wine, and then wander around the village to search, intending to attract the liquor worm. The shopkeeper was a short, middle-aged fat man with an oily face. After these days, he had already remembered Fang Yuan. "Customer, you're here." As he greeted, he stretched out his thick and short fat hand and skillfully wiped away Fang Yuan's yuan stone fragments. He then weighed it in his hand, and felt that the weight was not bad. The smile on the shopkeeper's face became more amiable. Yuan stone was this world's currency, used to measure the value of all goods. At the same time, it was a condensation of the essence of heaven and earth, and could be used by itself to help the Gu master cultivate better. It had both monetary and commodity attributes, very similar to gold on earth. Earth had a single gold standard, and this world had a single yuan stone standard. Compared to gold, yuan stone's purchasing power was quite shocking. However, no matter how much yuan stone there was, it could not support Fang Yuan's continuous consumption. 2 jars of wine a day, it's been a whole 7 days. The yuan stone that I saved up is almost all gone. Carrying the 2 jars of wine out of the wine shop, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Once you become a Gu master, you can directly extract pure primeval essence from the yuan stone to replenish the primeval sea in the aperture. Thus, to Gu masters, yuan stone was not only a currency, but also a cultivation aid. With enough yuan stone, the cultivation speed could increase by a lot, and this could more or less make up for some of the shortcomings in aptitude. Tomorrow I won't have any yuan stone to buy wine, but the liquor worm still hasn't shown up. Do I really have to refine the moonlight Gu into a life-bound Gu? Fang Yuan was not resigned. Walking out of the tavern, Fang Yuan held 2 jars of wine in his hands, thinking as he walked, the academy elder said that the first person to refine a life-bound Gu in this examination will get 20 yuan stone as a reward. Right now, I'm afraid many people are working hard at home to refine Gu worms and fight for first place. Unfortunately, refining a life-bound Gu is a great test of aptitude. Those with good aptitude have great advantages. With my C-grade aptitude, without any other tricks, I have no hope of winning. At this moment, Guyue Fangjing's voice came from behind. "Brother, you really came to the tavern to get drunk again. Follow me, uncle and aunt want to see you." Fang Yuan stopped and turned around. He found that his brother was no longer talking with his head lowered like before. The 2 brothers' eyes met. A gust of wind blew, blowing the elder brother's messy black hair and blowing the younger brother's clothes. In the short span of a month, everything had changed. The awakening ceremony a week ago was a huge change for both the elder brother and the younger brother. The elder brother, Fang Yuan, fell from the clouds, the halo of a genius ruthlessly taken away. The younger brother, on the other hand, began to shine, like a rising star. This change, for the younger brother, Guyue Fangjing, was like the world had turned upside down. He finally tasted what his brother had felt in the past, being entrusted with hope by others, being looked at with envy and jealousy. He felt as if he had suddenly moved from a dark corner to a heaven filled with light. Every day when he woke up, he felt as if he was in a beautiful dream. The difference in treatment was like heaven and earth, and he still found it hard to believe. At the same time, there was a strong sense of discomfort. Discomfort. All of a sudden, he went from being unknown to being closely watched and pointed at. Sometimes, when Fangjing was walking on the road, he would hear people talking about him and praising him. He would feel his face heat up and be at a loss of what to do. He would avoid eye contact and almost forget where he was going. In the first 10 days, Guyue Fangjing inexplicably lost a lot of weight, but he was more energetic. From the deepest part of his heart, something called confidence began to grow. This is how Big Brother used to feel. It was wonderful and painful. He could not help but think of his brother, Guyue Fang Yuan. Facing such discussions and attention, how did his brother deal with them in the past? He subconsciously began to imitate Fang Yuan, pretending to be expressionless, but soon found that he was not cut out for it. Sometimes in school, a girl's shout would make him blush. On the road, the teasing of the aunties made him flee many times. He was like a baby learning how to walk, stumbling to adapt to his new life. In the process, he could not help but hear rumors about his brother. He was depressed, became a drunkard, did not return home at night and slept in school. At first, he was very shocked. His brother, such a powerful and talented existence, had actually become like this? But slowly, he began to understand. His brother was also a normal person. After experiencing such a setback and blow, it was inevitable that he would be depressed. Along with this understanding, Fangjing faintly felt an indescribable sense of joy. This feeling of joy was something he did not want to admit, but it did exist. His brother, who was praised as a genius, who used to suppress him like a shadow, was now in such a depressed state. From another perspective, this was proof of his own growth, wasn't it? He was outstanding, this was the truth. Therefore, seeing Fang Yuan carrying the wine jar, his hair in a mess, and his clothes in disarray, Gu Fangjing heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His breathing inexplicably became much more relaxed. But he said, "Brother, you can't drink anymore. You can't go on like this. You don't know how worried those who care about you are. You have to pull yourself together." Fang Yuan was expressionless and did not speak. The two brothers looked at each other. Younger brother Gu Fangjing's eyes were shining, revealing a sharp look. Older brother Fang Yuan's eyes, however, were dark and deep, like an ancient lake. Such a pair of eyes made Fangjing feel an inexplicable pressure. After staring at each other for a short while, he subconsciously shifted his gaze to the other side. But when he realized it, a wave of anger rose in his heart. A wave of anger towards himself. What's wrong with me? I don't even have the courage to look at my brother in the eye. I've changed, I've completely changed. As he thought of this, his gaze sharpened and swept over again. But Fang Yuan was no longer looking at him. Instead, he carried a jar of wine in one hand and walked past him. His calm voice was heard, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Fangjing's breathing became erratic. He no longer had a place to vent the anger that had accumulated in his heart. This made him feel an indescribable depression. Seeing that his brother had walked far away, he could only hurry up and follow. But this time, his head was no longer lowered. Instead, it was raised to face the setting sun. His gaze was fixated on his own feet, stepping on his brother Fang Yuan's shadow step by step. Chapter 9. The red sun was setting in the west, but it had not completely set. There was still light in the sky, but everything seemed to be covered in a layer of gray. Looking through the window, he could see the mountains in the distance gradually closing in on the heavy darkness. The living room was dim, and uncle and aunt were sitting on the main seats. Their expressions were shrouded in a layer of shadow, and could not be seen clearly. Seeing the 2 jars of wine that Fang Yuan had brought along, Uncle Gu's brows furrowed into a knot. He said, "Time flies, and you are already 15 years old. Both of you have Gu master aptitude, especially Fangjing. Uncle and aunt are very proud of you. I will give each of you 6 yuan stones, take them. Refining Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence, so you will need these yuan stones." Saying so, a servant came over and gave Fang Yuan and Fangjing each a small bag. Fang Yuan kept the bag, remaining silent. Fangjing immediately opened the bag, and saw 6 oval-shaped white yuan stones inside. Immediately, his face was filled with gratitude, and he stood up from his seat, bowing to uncle and aunt. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, I need yuan stones to replenish my primeval essence. You've raised me up, and I'll remember your kindness in my heart, and I'll never forget it." Uncle smiled and nodded. Aunt quickly waved her hand, and said to Fangjing warmly, "Sit down, sit down. Although you two are not our biological children, we have always raised you as our own. We are also proud of you for having such a promising future. Sigh, we do not have any children, and sometimes we wish that you two could really become our children, that would be great." There was a deep meaning behind these words. Fangjing did not understand, but Fang Yuan frowned slightly. As expected, uncle continued, "I have discussed with your aunt, and we want to let you two be adopted into our family, and become a real family. Fangjing, I wonder if you are willing. Fangjing was stunned for a moment, but his face quickly lit up with joy, and he readily agreed. To be honest, ever since my parents passed away, I've been longing for a family reunion. It's great to be able to become a family with uncle and aunt. His aunt's expression relaxed and she smiled. Then you are our good son. Are you still going to call us uncle and aunt? Father, mother. Fangjing came to a sudden realization and quickly corrected himself. Uncle and aunt both laughed. Good son, it's not in vain that we've raised you since you were 5 years old. We've raised you for 10 whole years. His aunt wiped away her tears. His uncle looked at the silent Fang Yuan and said gently, Fang Yuan, what do you think? Fang Yuan shook his head in silence. Brother. Guyue Fangjing wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by his uncle. His uncle's tone didn't change as he continued, since that's the case, nephew Fang Yuan, we won't force you. But you're already 15 years old, it's time for you to start a family. This way, it'll be easier for you to inherit the Fang family's bloodline. I've prepared 200 pieces of yuan stone for you, consider it your financial support. 200 pieces of yuan stone. Fangjing's eyes widened. He had never seen so many pieces of yuan stone before, and he couldn't help but reveal an envious expression. Who knew that Fang Yuan would still shake his head? Fangjing was puzzled, but his uncle's expression changed slightly, and his aunt's face darkened. Uncle, aunt, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Fang Yuan didn't give them a chance to speak. After saying that, he picked up the wine jar and walked out of the hall. Fangjing stood up. Father, mother, brother can't figure it out right now. Why don't you let me persuade him? His uncle waved his hand and let out a long sigh. Sigh, this can't be forced. I'm already very happy that you have the heart. Someone, take young Master Fangjing away and make sure he stays well. Then I'll take my leave. After Fangjing left, the hall fell into silence. The sun had completely set, and the hall became even darker. After a while, his uncle's cold voice came from the darkness. It seems that little bastard Fang Yuan has seen through our plan. In the Guyue family's rules, it was stated that the eldest son at the age of 16 had the right to inherit the family's property. Fang Yuan's parents had already passed away, leaving behind a sizable inheritance that was safeguarded by his aunt and uncle. The value of this inheritance was not something that a mere 200 pieces of yuan stone could compare to. If Fang Yuan were to be adopted by his aunt and uncle like Fangjing, he wouldn't have the right to inherit this inheritance. If Fang Yuan left the family at the age of 15, he wouldn't be in line with the family's inheritance rules. Fortunately, we managed to win over Fangjing, and Fang Yuan only has a C-grade aptitude. His uncle sighed again, feeling extremely fortunate. Then, Master, Fang Yuan clearly wants to leave the family at 16. What should we do? His aunt's tone became anxious when she thought of the inheritance. Since he has bad intentions, then he can't blame us. As long as we catch him before he leaves the family, we can chase him out of the family and deprive him of the right to inherit the inheritance. His uncle snorted coldly. But Fang Yuan, this little bastard, is very smart. How could he make a mistake? His aunt was puzzled. His uncle immediately rolled his eyes and scolded in a low voice, "You're really stupid. If he doesn't make a mistake, then why can't we frame him? Let that girl, Shen Shui, seduce Fang Yuan first, then cry out that she's molesting him. We'll catch him red-handed on the spot, then frame him for drunkenness and madness. Do you think we can't chase Fang Yuan out? Master, you still have a way. What a brilliant plan." His aunt was immediately overjoyed. The dense darkness of the night covered the sky, and the stars were mostly covered by the drifting dark clouds. Every household in the village gradually lit up their lights. Guyue Fangjing was led into a room. "Young Master Fangjing, this is a room that Master personally instructed old slave to specially prepare for you." Shen Mama eagerly introduced. She bowed, her face filled with a flattering smile. Fang Zheng's eyes lit up as he looked around. This room was twice the size of his previous one. There was a spacious bed in the center, a sandalwood desk by the window sill, and an exquisite writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. The surrounding walls were decorated with exquisite decorations. Even the floor under his feet wasn't ordinary, but was covered with a layer of soft, handmade carpet. Ever since he was young, Fang Zheng had never lived in a room like this. He immediately nodded, "This is very good, really not bad." "Thank you, Shen Mama." This Shen Mama was his aunt's most valued servant. She managed all the servants in the house, and was truly a housekeeper. Fang Yuan's personal maidservant, Shen Shui, was her daughter. Shen Mama chuckled, "How could this servant dare to accept young master's thanks? It's what I should do, what I should do. Young master, you can eat and sleep well. If you want anything, just ring the bell by the bedside, and a servant will immediately come up to listen to your orders. Master has instructed that for these days, young master, you should wholeheartedly focus on your cultivation. The other trivial matters will be handled by us servants." Fang Zheng's heart once again surged with gratitude. He didn't say anything else, but silently made up his mind, this time, he must win first place, and not let uncle and aunt down. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker, and the night was getting darker. The stars in the night sky were almost completely covered by the clouds, leaving only a few flickering weakly in the sky. Uncle and aunt must be planning on how to kick me out of the house. In my previous life, they secretly instigated servants to provoke me, then framed me, and finally kicked me out of the house. I don't know how things will change in this life. Fang Yuan walked on the street, laughing coldly in his heart. He had long seen through his uncle and aunt's true colors. But it was understandable. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Whether it was on earth or in this world, there were always so many people who trampled on family, friendship, and love for the sake of profit. In reality, there was no such thing as family. When his uncle and aunt adopted Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, their main purpose was to covet the inheritance. It was just that the two brothers, Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, had repeatedly surprised them. Everything is difficult at the beginning, especially for me. First, I don't have an outstanding aptitude, and second, I don't have a teacher to take care of me. It's the same as starting from scratch. My parents' inheritance can be said to be a huge springboard for me. In my previous life, my inheritance was taken away by my uncle and aunt, causing me to spend a whole 2 years before I could cultivate to the peak of the first rank. In this life, I can't make this mistake again. Fang Yuan walked like this, thinking at the same time. He did not stay in his residence, but carried 2 jars of wine, heading out of the village. The night sky was getting darker and darker, and the dark clouds covered the stars. The mountain wind was blowing, and it seemed to be getting stronger. A storm was brewing. But he still had to explore. If he wanted to get back his parents' inheritance, he would have to wait until he turned 16 next year. And the flower wine monk's inheritance was something that could be obtained in the near future. There were very few people on the streets. Dim light shone from the houses by the side of the road. Some trivial household rubbish, leaves, and dust were blown by the wind, drifting about randomly. Fang Yuan's thin clothes could not withstand the mountain wind, and he could not help but feel a chill. He simply opened the jar of wine he was carrying, and took a small sip. Although it was turbid, but after swallowing it, there was a warm feeling rising in his body. This was the first time he really drank wine in these few days. The further he went out of the village, the fewer the houses by the side of the road, and the dimmer the lights. In front of him, it was even darker. The wind blew against the forest, and the branches swayed in the night, making whooshing sounds, like the roar of a group of beasts. Fang Yuan's steps did not have the slightest bit of hesitation, and he went out of the village's main gate, walking further and further away in the dark road. And behind him, was the bright and glorious lights of tens of thousands of houses. In the midst of these lights, there was a warm corner. His younger brother, Gyue Fangzheng, sat in front of his desk, revising the notes he had taken in class. The house was brightly lit, and the solid walls blocked the cold wind. Beside his hand was a cup of warm ginseng tea, steam rising in spirals. Young Master Fangjing, the hot water for bathing has been prepared for you. Outside the door, Shen Chui's voice came softly. Fangjing's heart moved, then bring it in. With a charming face, Shen Chui swayed her waist as she walked into the room. This servant greets young Master Fangjing. She looked at Fangjing with flirtatious eyes. Fang Yuan was only a C-grade talent, while Fangjing was an A-grade talent. To be able to climb up to him, that was the true wealth. Chapter 10. Pa pa pa, bean-sized raindrops fell densely. The raindrops hit the verdant bamboo building, making a crisp sound. In the pond in front of the building, the surface of the water was beaten by the raindrops. Fish swam happily in the water, and water plants swayed at the bottom of the pond. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire field of vision was blocked by a thick curtain of rain. In a dark room, the window was open. Fang Yuan quietly watched the heavy rain, sighing in his heart, it's already been 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days ago, he carried 2 jars of wine and left the village, continuing to explore the surroundings. But late at night, it rained cats and dogs. Let's not talk about him being drenched like a drowned rat. The key was that in such a situation, he could no longer explore around. The rain could quickly wash away the smell of alcohol, and at the same time, if he forcefully explored in the rain, he might arouse suspicion. Previously, he pretended to be frustrated and drunk to hide his true motives. But never underestimate the intelligence of others. Often, only fools would think that others were stupid. So in desperation, Fang Yuan could only stop his exploration. And this rain continued. During this period, it was heavy or light, sparse or dense, but it never stopped. This way, I won't be able to find the liquor worm in a short period of time. To be safe, I can only start refining the moonlight goo. In this refining process, it would be best if I can find the liquor worm, but if I can't, then I can only make do with it. But this is very normal. There are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky. Is there anyone in this world who can always do things smoothly and perfectly? Fang Yuan's state of mind was very calm. 500 years of experience had long washed away the impulsiveness in his temperament. He closed the window and door, sitting cross-legged on the bed. He slowly closed his eyes, and after regulating his breathing, he sank his mind. The next moment, the scene of his own aperture appeared in his mind. Although the aperture was in the body, it was very mysterious, infinitely big and infinitely small. On the outside of the aperture, there was a layer of light. The white light gave a very thin feeling, but it firmly supported the aperture. In the aperture, there was a primeval sea. The sea was bronze in color, and the surface was as calm as a mirror. The water level was about half of the aperture's height. The entire volume of the primeval sea occupied 44% of the aperture. This was a rank 1 Gu Master's bronze primeval sea. Every drop of seawater was primeval essence. It was Fang Yuan's life force, the condensation of Fang Yuan's essence. Every drop of primeval essence was precious, because it was a Gu Master's foundation, the source of power. Using primeval essence, Gu Masters could refine and activate Gu worms. As his mind left the primeval sea, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and took out the moonlight goo. The moonlight goo quietly lay in Fang Yuan's heart. Goo moonlight goo. Goo Fang Fang goo Fang. Bang! By light of goo moonlight. It goo in goo. Goo Fang Yuan, and, suddenly, the sea. Moonlight. The sea. Sea. Goo. And blue light. In. Moonlight in. Goo goo. Goo in. Goo goo. Is. Goo was. Were. Is. It was a living creature. It was born free. It had its own will. Fang Yuan wanted to refine it. He wanted to erase its will. Sensing the danger, the moonlight goo resisted. The process of refining was very difficult. The moonlight goo was like a crescent moon. When the bronze primeval essence was injected into the crescent moon, the two tips of the crescent moon were dyed green. Then, the bronze-green color started to spread to the middle of the crescent moon. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Yuan's face was pale. Large amounts of primeval essence kept pouring into the moonlight goo. It caused a feeling of weakness, like the meridians were being pulled out. 1%, 2%, 3%, 8%, 9%, 10%. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan's primeval sea had used up 10% of his primeval essence. But on the surface of the blue crystal-like moonlight goo, the two bronze-green dots at the crescent moon only expanded a little. The moonlight goo's resistance was very tenacious. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He continued to inject primeval essence into the moonlight goo. 10%, 20%, 30%. After another 20 minutes, Fang Yuan's primeval sea was only left with 14%. The bronze-green dots on the moonlight goo expanded a little. If the two green dots were superimposed, it would be about 1/12 of the surface of the moonlight goo. As for the rest, it was still the light blue color of the moonlight goo. Refining a goo is difficult. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed. He stopped supplying primeval essence and stopped refining the moonlight goo. At this moment, refining the goo for half an hour had consumed more than half of the primeval sea. There was only 14% of primeval essence left. And the moonlight goo had only been refined by 1/12. Moreover, what was even more difficult to accept was that the moonlight goo was still emitting a faint blue halo. Although Fang Yuan stopped refining, it did not stop resisting. It was still expelling Fang Yuan's bronze primeval essence. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the primeval essence that had been injected into the moonlight goo was being expelled out of the body bit by bit. On the surface of the moonlight goo, the bronze-green dots on the two crescent tips were also slowly shrinking. Based on this rate of reduction, after about 6 hours, the moonlight goo would be able to expel all of Fang Yuan's primeval essence. At that time, refining this goo would be no different from sacrificing it all over again. Every time I refine a goo, it is like two armies fighting a battle of position, a war of attrition. I have only refined 1/12 of the goo, but my primeval essence has been consumed by a full 30%. When refining a goo master must replenish the primeval essence in the primeval sea while continuously sacrificing to consolidate the results of victory. Refining a goo is not only a test of the technique of mobilizing primeval essence, but also the patience of a prolonged battle. Fang Yuan thought as he took out a yuan stone from his money bag. There were usually two ways for a goo master to replenish primeval essence. The first was natural recovery. Every once in a while, the primeval sea would automatically replenish primeval essence. For a C-grade talent like Fang Yuan, it would take about an hour to replenish 40% of primeval essence. In 6 hours, he could recover 24% of his total primeval essence. The second method was to absorb the natural primeval energy in the yuan stone. The yuan stone was a treasure of nature, condensing natural primeval essence and could be absorbed by a goo master. Fang Yuan held the yuan stone in his hand, continuously absorbing the natural primeval essence from within, into the primeval sea in his aperture. The fine luster on the surface of the yuan stone slowly dimmed, while the water level in Fang Yuan's primeval sea rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. About half an hour later, the primeval sea had recovered to 44% of its original size. At this point, the rising trend of the sea level came to an abrupt halt. Although there was still space in the aperture, Fang Yuan could no longer store any more primeval essence. This was the limitation of his C-grade talent. From this, one could see the importance of cultivation talent. The higher the talent, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture, and the faster the natural recovery of primeval essence. For Fang Yuan, to refine the goo and consolidate the results, he had to absorb the yuan stone. This was because the natural recovery speed of his primeval essence could not be compared to the speed at which the moonlight goo expelled primeval essence. But for an A-grade talent like Fang Zheng, he could replenish 80% of primeval essence every hour. In 6 hours, he could recover 48% of his total primeval essence, while the moonlight goo could only expel 30% of primeval essence in the same 6 hours. He did not even need external help like the Yuan stone. He could continue refining like this, rest a few times in between, and after a few days, he would be able to successfully refine the moonlight goo. Therefore, from the beginning, Fang Yuan knew that in this assessment of refining the moonlight goo, he had no chance of getting first place. This had nothing to do with strength, but talent was the first factor. The second factor was the Yuan stone. If there was an abundance of Yuan stone, without hesitation, a B-grade talent could also surpass an A-grade talent and get first place. I only have 6 pieces of Yuan stone in my hands. I can't compare to people like Guyue Mabe and Guyue Cheng, who have the support of elders behind them. My talent is only C-grade, and I can't compare to an A-grade talent like Guyue Fangzheng. There was no chance of winning this assessment, so I might as well divert my energy to look for the liquor worm. If I could refine the liquor worm into my vital goo, it would be much better than the moonlight goo. The sound of the rain outside the window had lessened, and there seemed to be signs of it stopping. This rain has been going on for 3 days and 3 nights, it's time to stop. Fang Yuan put away the moonlight goo, got off the bed, and was about to open the window when there was a knock on the door. The voice of his personal maid, Shen Chui, came from outside the door. "Young Master Fang Yuan, it's me. It's been raining for 3 days, so I brought you some food and wine. Young Master, eat and drink a little, and it will relieve some of your boredom." Chapter 11. Fang Yuan's brows slightly wrinkled. Based on his intuition and 500 years of life experience, he smelled a conspiracy. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his brows relaxed. "I'm a little hungry." "You came at the right time, bring it in for me." Outside the door, Shen Chui carried the food box. When she heard this, her mouth revealed a trace of disdain. But when she pushed open the door, there was only a gentle look left on her face. "Young Master Fang Yuan, this food and wine is very fragrant. This servant can smell it through the food box." Her voice was sweet and greasy, revealing an amorous charm. Putting the food box on the small table, Shen Chui took out the plates one by one and arranged them. The plates were indeed full of delicious food. She then took out 2 wine glasses and poured wine. "Come, young master, sit down. This servant boldly wants to drink with young master today." She smiled like a flower and walked to Fang Yuan's side. She boldly pulled Fang Yuan's hand and dragged him to the stool next to the table. Then she directly sat on Fang Yuan's thighs. Her delicate body leaned on Fang Yuan's chest and she said in Fang Yuan's ear, "Young Master Fang Yuan, this servant has always liked you. No matter what aptitude, this servant wants to accompany you, rely on you, and comfort you. Tonight, this servant wants to give my body to you." Today, she was dressed up. She put on rouge and her lips were like cherry pink. Because she was speaking close to his ear, a delicate and youthful breath teased Fang Yuan's earlobe. Because she was sitting in his arms, Fang Yuan could clearly feel Shen Chui's plump body. Her elastic thighs, her soft waist, and the softness of her chest. "Young master, let this servant feed you wine." Shen Chui picked up the wine glass, raised her head, and sipped the wine. Then, her eyes seemed to be filled with water as she stared at Fang Yuan. Her cherry mouth was slightly open as she slowly leaned towards Fang Yuan's lips. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, as if the person in his arms was not a girl, but a statue. Looking at Fang Yuan's expression, Shen Chui's heart was a little uneasy at first. But when her lips were only a finger's distance away from touching Fang Yuan's lips, she was sure and smiled disdainfully in her heart, still pretending. Right at this moment Fang Yuan sneered and said in a disdainful tone, "So it's just seduction." Shen Chui's expression stiffened. She swallowed the wine in her mouth and pretended to be angry. "Young Master Fang Yuan, what are you saying?" Fang Yuan's pair of eyes faintly emitted a cold light, staring at Shen Chui's eyes. At the same time, his right hand was placed on her snow-white neck, slowly exerting force. Shen Chui's pupils shrank and her voice was filled with panic. "Young master, you are hurting me." Fang Yuan did not reply, but the strength in his hands increased. "Young master Fang Yuan, this servant is a little scared." Shen Chui was already somewhat out of breath. She looked flustered and a pair of delicate hands subconsciously placed on Fang Yuan's hands, wanting to pry his hands away. But Fang Yuan's hands were like iron pincers, how could she pry them away? "It seems that uncle and aunt let you seduce and frame me. In that case, there should be people arranged downstairs." Fang Yuan sneered contemptuously, "But who do you think you are to seduce me? Just based on the 2 piles of rotten flesh on your chest." Saying that, his left hand climbed onto Shen Chui's chest and fiercely pinched the softness on her chest. All of a sudden, it violently deformed. A strong pain came from her chest. Shen Chui's eyes widened and tears filled her eyes. She wanted to cry out, but her throat was choked by Fang Yuan. In the end, she could only whimper a few times. She began to strongly resist. If she didn't resist, she would really suffocate. But at this time, Fang Yuan slowly loosened his grip. Shen Chui immediately opened her mouth and greedily breathed air. Her breathing was too urgent, so much so that it caused a violent dry cough. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. He stretched out his palm and gently stroked Shen Chui's cheek. He leisurely said, "Shen Chui, do you think I can kill you?" If Fang Yuan had roared and roared, Shen Chui might have fiercely resisted. But when Fang Yuan smiled and spoke softly, asking her if he could kill her in such a soft voice, Shen Chui felt a heartfelt fear. She was afraid. She looked at Fang Yuan in horror. She looked at this young man who was smiling at her. At this moment, Shen Chui swore that she would never forget Fang Yuan's eyes. This pair of eyes was not mixed with the slightest emotion. They were dark and deep, like an ancient pond that hid a terrifying giant beast. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, Shen Chui felt as if she was naked and placed in a world of ice and snow. The person in front of her absolutely dared to kill her. He could kill her, oh my god. Why did I come to provoke such a devil? Shen Chui's heart was filled with regret. At this moment, she wanted to turn around and escape. But at this moment, she threw herself into Fang Yuan's arms. She did not dare to escape. She did not even dare to make a single movement. All the muscles in her body were tense. Her delicate body trembled. Her face was as pale as paper. She could not say a word. "Considering that you have served me for so many years as my personal maid, I will not kill you this time. Don't you want to get rid of your slave status? Go find my younger brother. He is stupid and naive." Fang Yuan put away his smile and patted Shen Chui's cheek. His tone was as calm as water. With a sigh, he finally said, "You can go." Shen Chui was dumbstruck and obediently walked out. She was dazed. She did not know how she escaped from the sight of Fang Yuan, this devil. The people hidden in the dark, seeing Shen Chui come out like this, looked at each other in confusion. "You actually arranged a beauty trap. This is a new idea compared to the previous life. Hee, uncle and aunt, I will deeply remember your kindness." Not long after Shen Chui left, Fang Yuan stood up and went out the door. No matter what, he could not stay in this residence. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Not to mention a devil. Without enough strength, only a fool would put himself in danger. "Shopkeeper, do you have a room?" Coming to the only inn in the village, Fang Yuan asked for the price. Yes. There are rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Not only are they cheap, they are also very clean. The 1st floor is the dining hall. You can eat here, or you can ask the waiter to send food to your room. The shopkeeper attentively served Fang Yuan. This inn was the only one in the village. Business was not good. It seemed a bit deserted. Only when the caravan came to Qingmao Mountain to trade every year would the inn be full of people. Fang Yuan was really hungry, so he tossed 2 whole primeval stones to the shopkeeper. "Give me a room, I'll stay in it first." Also, prepare 2 jars of wine and 3 or 4 dishes. I'll refund any excess and make up for any deficiency. Okay. The shopkeeper took the 2 pieces of yuan stone and asked, "Would you like to eat in your room or in the dining hall?" Fang Yuan looked at the sky. The rain had already stopped and it was almost evening. He might as well finish eating in the dining hall and then leave the village to explore the flower wine monk's inheritance. He said to the shopkeeper, "Let's eat in the dining hall." The inn had a dining hall on the first floor. There were more than 10 square tables and 4 long benches around the tables. Between the tables, there were thick pillars supporting the inn. The floor was covered with pieces of marble, but it was wet and could not hide the humidity in the mountains. There were 3 tables in the dining hall. At the table by the window, there was only an old man drinking wine. He looked at the sunset outside the window and slowly drank alone. At the table in the middle, there were 5 or 6 hunters sitting in a circle. They were loudly talking about their hunting experiences. There was a pile of pheasants and hares on the ground beside their feet. At the table in the corner, there were 2 young people who seemed to be secretly discussing something. Their figures were hidden in the shadows and could not be seen clearly. It was impossible to tell if they were men or women. Fang Yuan chose a seat near the door and sat down. Not long after, food and wine were served on the table. With my C-grade talent, I need the help of yuan stone to refine the moonlight goo. If my luck is good and the moonlight goo's will is not strong, I only need 5 pieces. If it is stubborn, then it will be troublesome. I need at least 8 pieces. Goo worms were also living beings and naturally had the will to live. Some had strong willpower and would keep resisting the goo master's refinement. Some had weak willpower and would surrender at the end of the refinement. Once it lost the will to resist, then the refinement would be extremely easy. I only have 6 pieces of yuan stone on me now. I've already given 2 to the shopkeeper, so I only have 4 left. It's not enough. In this world, yuan stone was a hard currency and had a strong purchasing power. For a mortal family of 3, their monthly living expenses would at most be 1 primeval stone. But to a goo master, the consumption of yuan stone was huge. Just like Fang Yuan. Just refining the goo required an average of 7 pieces of yuan stone. And this was just the moonlight goo. If he really found the liquor worm and wanted to refine it, with Fang Yuan's talent, he would need to spend at least 10 more pieces of yuan stone. That is to say, the current situation is, even if I find the liquor worm, I may not have yuan stone to help me refine it. But I still need to continue exploring because the flower wine monk's inheritance is very likely to have large amounts of yuan stone. This was not hard to deduce. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 goo master, a famous demonic expert. How could he not have yuan stone, a goo master's essential cultivation item? Chapter 12. Right now, all the problems are related to the flower wine monk's treasure. If I can find it, all the problems will be solved. If I can't find it, these problems will greatly slow down my training. It will cause me to be left far behind by my peers at the beginning of my training. I don't understand, I've used more than a week to attract the liquor worm, why is there no result? Fang Yuan furrowed his brows, thinking hard. He did not know what the food in his mouth tasted like. Just at this moment, a wave of noise came over and interrupted his thoughts. Fang Yuan looked towards the direction of the noise, and found that it came from the table in the middle. 6 hunters were seated around the table, already drunk. The atmosphere was heated, and all of them were red in the face. Brother Zhang, come, let's drink another cup. Brother Feng, we admire your ability. You single-handedly took care of a black-skinned wild boar, what a hero. You must drink this cup of wine. If you don't, you won't be giving us face. Thank you for your appreciation, but I really can't drink anymore. Brother Feng can't drink anymore, is it because the wine is not good enough? Waiter, come over here, give us some good wine. The noise became louder and louder, and it was obvious that the hunters had drunk too much. The waiter quickly walked over, brothers, we do have good wine, but it's a little expensive. What, are you afraid that we won't pay? The hunters heard this, and a few stood up, glaring at the waiter. They were either tall and burly, or they were dark, skinny, and muscular. They were capable and forceful, and they had the unique valiance of the mountain people. The waiter quickly greeted them and complained, "How would I dare to look down on you heroes? It's just that this wine is really expensive, 1 jar costs 2 yuan stone." The hunters were stunned. 2 yuan stone, that was not cheap, it was the living expenses of a normal family for 2 months. Hunters could earn more from hunting than mortals. Sometimes, a black-skinned wild boar would be worth half a yuan stone. However, hunting was also risky. Sometimes, one might become the prey if one was not careful. To a hunter, spending 2 spirit stones for a jug of wine was really not worth it. Is there really such an expensive wine? Kid, you're not lying to us, are you? The hunters were shouting and yelling, but their voices were a little weak and awkward. The child didn't even dare to cry out. The hunter called Brother Fong saw that the situation wasn't right and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Brothers, let's not waste any more money. I can't drink any more today. Let's drink another day." "What are you talking about, big brother? That won't do." The rest of the hunters continued to shout, but their voices had already weakened. One by one, they returned to their seats. The waiter was also an astute person. Looking at the situation, he knew that the deal couldn't be done. However, he was already used to this kind of situation. Just as he was about to retreat, the voice of a young man suddenly came from a table in the corner. "Hee hee, how funny. What are you all making such a fuss about? If you can't afford to buy wine, then shut up and shrink to the side." When the hunters heard this, one of them was immediately provoked and yelled, "Who said we can't afford it? Child, bring that jar of wine. I'll give you yuan stone. It's only 2. Ah, please wait a moment. It'll be served soon." The waiter didn't expect this turn of events and immediately responded. He turned around and brought up a jar of wine. This jar of wine was only half the size of an ordinary jar of wine. However, when the seal was removed, a mellow fragrance of wine wafted out and filled the entire dining hall. The old man who was sitting by the window and drinking alone couldn't help but turn his head because of the fragrance of the wine and cast his gaze on the jar of wine. It was indeed a good wine. "Dear customers, I'm not bragging. This is the best green bamboo wine. In the entire village, our inn is the only one that has it. Smell this wine." As the waiter spoke, he took a deep breath. His face was full of enjoyment and satisfaction. Fong Yuan's heart moved. This waiter wasn't bragging after all. There were 3 taverns in the village of Guyue. They all sold ordinary rice wine and turbid wine. They were all similar. In order to attract the liquor worm, Fong Yuan had continuously bought wine for 7 days. Naturally, he was aware of the market. Several hunters looked at the jar of wine in front of them. They were all addicted to wine. One by one, their noses twitched and their Adam's apple moved. As for the hunter who blurted out and bought the wine, his expression became even more interesting. There was a hint of annoyance on his face. This jar of wine was worth 2 yuan stone. I bought this wine on impulse. This waiter is too unprofessional. He immediately served the wine. Now that the seal has been removed, I can't return it even if I want to. The more the hunter thought about it, the more his heart ached. He wanted to return it, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Finally, he slammed the table and forced a smile. "Damn, this wine is good. Brothers, drink to your heart's content. Today's wine is on me." At this moment, the young man at the table in the corner sneered, "How can this small jar of wine be enough for 6 people? If you have the guts, buy a few more jars." The hunter's veins bulged at these words. He stood up abruptly and flew into a rage. He stared at the young man who spoke. "Little bastard, you talk a lot. Come, stand up and spar with me." "Oh? Then I'll stand up." When the young man heard this, He really stood up and walked out from the shadows of the corner with a sinister smile. He was tall and thin, his face pale. He wore a dark blue martial attire, looking clean and neat. He wore a sapphire blue headband on his head and a short shirt, revealing his thin shoulders. He wore long pants and bamboo shoes. There were also leggings around his calves. Most importantly, he wore a green belt around his waist. In the middle of the belt was a shiny copper plate. On the copper plate, there was a black 1 carved on it. A rank 1 Gu master. The hunter who shouted obviously understood the meaning of this attire. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The anger on his face faded and turned into fear. He did not think that he would provoke a Gu master. Didn't you want to spar with me? Come, make your move. The young Gu master walked over with a mocking smile on his face. But the hunter who provoked him just now was like a statue, standing there motionless. Or all of you can come at me together. The young Gu master slowly walked to the hunter's table and said casually. The hunters' faces changed. Some whose faces were red from drinking turned pale in an instant. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. They were restless and did not dare to breathe loudly. The young Gu master stretched out a hand and lifted the jar of green bamboo wine. He put it under his nose and smelled it, laughing, "It's really fragrant. If Lord Gu master likes it, you can take it and drink it. Just treat it as my apology for offending you." The hunter who provoked and shouted hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, his face full of smiles. Unexpectedly, the young Gu master's expression suddenly changed. With a bang, he threw the wine jar to the ground. The Gu master's face was like ice, his gaze like a sword. He growled in a low voice, "You think you are qualified to apologize to me? You hunters are really rich, richer than me. You actually spent 2 pieces of yuan stone to buy wine to drink? Don't you know that I've been worrying about source stones? How dare you flaunt your wealth in front of me at this time? You mortals are not worthy. We dare not, we dare not. We offended Lord, we deserve to die. We did not mean to offend you. This is the yuan stone on us, please accept it, Lord Gu master." The hunters all stood up as if they were electrocuted, taking out yuan stone from their bosoms. But these mortals did not have much money. They only took out bits and pieces of yuan stone, the biggest one was not more than a quarter. The young Gu master did not take the yuan stone. He just kept laughing coldly, using his hawk-like gaze to scan the whole dining hall. The hunters who were scanned by him all lowered their heads. The old men who were watching by the window also quickly turned their heads, avoiding the Gu master's gaze. Only Fang Yuan watched quietly, without any scruples. This young Gu master's attire could only be worn by an official Gu master. Even Fang Yuan did not have the qualifications. Only after Fang Yuan graduated from the academy could he receive it from the clan. The young Gu master's belt had the word 1 on it, indicating his status as a rank 1 Gu master. But he already looked like he was in his 20s, and the primeval essence aura he emitted should be rank 1 upper stage. He started cultivating at the age of 15, and was still rank 1 upper stage when he was in his 20s. This meant that the young man's aptitude was only D grade, even lower than Fang Yuan. It was very possible that he was just a logistics Gu master, not even a battle Gu master. But even so, it was more than enough to deal with the 6 strong hunters. This was the difference in strength between a Gu master and a mortal. With power, you can be high and mighty. This is the nature of this world. No, any world is like this, the big fish eats the small fish eats the shrimps. It's just that this world is more naked. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. All right Jiangya, just teach them a lesson, don't make things difficult for these mortals. Even if you don't find it shameful, I would. Another young man sitting in the corner said. When everyone heard her speak, they realized that this young man was a woman. The young Gu master named Jiangya was displeased by his female companion's words, and stopped sneering. He did not even look at the scattered yuan stone that the hunters offered. These yuan stone added up was not even enough for 2 pieces, so of course he had no interest. He flicked his sleeves and walked back to his original seat. As he walked, he said some harsh words. If you have the guts, continue drinking. Drink the green bamboo wine. I want to see who still dares to drink this wine. The hunters lowered their heads, reprimanded like 6 obedient grandsons. The rich aroma of the wine permeated the entire dining hall. The hunter who bought the wine smelled the aroma, his face twitching in pain. He had spent 2 pieces of yuan stone on this wine, but he did not even get to drink a sip. Fong Yuan put down his chopsticks, he was already full. Smelling the aroma of the wine, his gaze flashed a few times, and he suddenly took out 2 pieces of yuan stone and placed them on the table, saying indifferently, "Waiter, give me a jar of green bamboo wine." Everyone was stunned. The young Gu master Jiang Ye stopped in his tracks, his mouth twitching as he let out a breath. He had just said some harsh words, and Fong Yuan asked for this jar of wine. Wasn't this purposely tearing down his stage and slapping his face? He turned around and squinted his eyes, shooting a cold glare at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan stared back at him calmly, his face indifferent and without fear. Jiang Ye's gaze flashed, and the cold air gradually faded. He could feel the primeval essence aura on Fong Yuan's body. He knew Fong Yuan's identity, and immediately smiled warmly like a spring breeze. So it's a junior. The others came to a realization, and the way they looked at Fong Yuan had already changed. No wonder this young man was not afraid of Gu masters, he was also a Gu master. Although he was still in school, his essence was already different. "Lord Gu master, here's your wine." The waiter ran over with a fawning smile. Fong Yuan nodded to the young Gu master Jiang Ye, carrying the jar of wine and walking out of the inn. Chapter 13. About 300 years ago, a genius appeared in the Guyue clan. He was brimming with talent. He was still a young man, but he had already cultivated to the level of a rank 5 Gu master, with the possibility of advancing further. His name spread throughout Qingmao Mountain, and he had boundless glory. In the history of the Guyu clan, he was the 4th-generation clan leader who was most famous. Unfortunately, in order to protect his clansmen, the 4th-generation clan leader fought against the rank 5 Gu master demon, the Flower Wine Monk. After an intense battle, he defeated the Flower Wine Monk and made the demon kneel and beg for mercy. But in the end, the 4th-generation clan leader was careless, and was sneakily attacked by the Flower Wine Monk. The 4th-generation clan leader angrily killed the Flower Wine Monk, but he himself was heavily injured and died young. This tragic story had been passed down to this day, and was widely spread by the Guyue clan. But Fong Yuan understood that this story could not be completely believed. Because there was a huge loophole in it. In his previous life, a month later, a Gu master who got drunk due to a breakup lay dead outside the village. In the end, the smell of wine attracted a liquor worm. The Gu master chased the liquor worm, and found the remains of the Flower Wine Monk in a secret underground cave, as well as his personal belongings. The Gu master hurried back to the clan and reported the matter, causing a huge commotion. After the commotion died down, he also benefited from it. He obtained the liquor worm, his cultivation increased, and the girlfriend who abandoned him chased him instead. This made him a famous person in the village. Stories were passed down from generation to generation, so it was normal for it to change. But in Fong Yuan's memories, although the story of the Gu master finding the treasure was extremely believable, he suspected that there might be other truths hidden in it. "I didn't notice it at first, but these days I've been exploring and analyzing, and found something fishy about it." As the night deepened, Fong Yuan walked in the bamboo forest around the village, recalling all the known clues in his mind. Putting myself in his shoes, if I were that Gu master and found the Flower Wine Monk's treasure, why didn't I take it for myself, but report it to the clan? Don't mention the clan's honor, humans are greedy. What made that Gu master go against his heart and willingly give up all his benefits to report this to the clan's higher-ups? The truth was always hidden in the fog of history. Fong Yuan racked his brains, but to no avail. After all, there were too few clues. There were only 2 clues, but they were also mixed and could not be fully trusted. Fong Yuan couldn't help but think of himself, no matter what, after buying this jar of green bamboo wine, only have 2 yuan stone left. If he still couldn't find the inheritance, it would be troublesome. Today's action can be considered as staking everything on a single throw. However, he did not have enough yuan stone to refine goo worms. Instead, it was better to invest in this wine to increase the success rate of this trip. If it was someone else, most of them would have collected yuan stone step by step. However, this was too inefficient for Fong Yuan. He would rather take the risk and fight. People of the Devil Dao always like to take risks. At this moment, the night deepened, and the spring moon hung like a bow. Floating clouds covered the moonlight, as if covering the crescent moon with a thin veil. Because of the 3 days and 3 nights of heavy rain, the turbid air in the mountains was washed clean, leaving only the purest fresh air. Such fresh air was as pure as a piece of white paper, and was more conducive to the spread of the wine's fragrance. This was one of the reasons why Fong Yuan was so confident tonight. Only this area is left unexplored. Walking into a bamboo forest, he stopped. The 7 days of exploration were not without results. At least it proved that the flower wine monk did not die in those places. This was the second reason why Fong Yuan was so confident. In the bamboo forest, the grass was luxuriant, the white flowers were endless, and the green spear bamboos were straight like jade poles. Fong Yuan opened the small jar's mud seal, and immediately a strong fragrance of wine assaulted his nose. Green bamboo wine could be said to be the best wine in the Guyue village. This was the third reason why Fong Yuan was so confident tonight. With these 3 reasons, if I want to succeed, it must be tonight. Fong Yuan secretly cheered in his heart and slowly tilted the jar, pouring a small amount of green bamboo wine onto a stone. If those hunters saw this scene, they would definitely be distressed. This wine was worth a whole 2 primeval stones. But Fong Yuan was indifferent. The mellow fragrance of the wine quickly spread. In the night, the wind was gentle, and the fragrance floated, soaking the bamboo forest. Fong Yuan stood where he was, smelling the wine, and waited for a moment, but there was no movement. He only heard a nightingale-like bird, not far away, its voice like a string of silver bells. His eyes were calm, and he was not surprised. He moved his feet, turned around, and went to the next place a few 100 meters away. At this place, he did the same thing, poured out some wine, and stood still for a moment. He did this 3 or 5 times, changed a few places, and poured wine a few times. There was not much green bamboo wine left in the jar. This is the last time. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart, and completely inverted the jar in his hand. The bottom of the jar was facing the sky, and he poured out all the remaining wine. The wine spilled on the grass, and the grass swayed. The wild flowers were wet with the wine, and slightly drooped their heads. Fong Yuan stood still, holding on to his last hope, and gazed around. It was already late at night. A thick cloud obscured the moonlight here. The shadow was like a layer of curtain, covering the bamboo forest. The surroundings were silent, the stalks of Qingmao bamboos stood alone, leaving behind straight up and down silhouettes in Fong Yuan's eyes. He quietly stood in the same place, listening to his extremely clear breathing, and then feeling the little remaining hope in his chest, constantly fading away. Still failed. He murmured in his heart, tonight, 3 big advantages accumulated together, but still failed. I can't find the shadow of the liquor worm. This means that the success rate will be even lower in the future. I only have 2 yuan stone left, and I still need to refine the moonlight goo. I can't take any more risks. The result of taking risks was often not ideal. But if it was the ideal result, then the profits would be considerable. Fong Yuan liked to take risks, but he was not addicted to gambling. He was not the kind of gambler who would lose red eyes and want to win back his losses. He had his own bottom line, and he was clear about his own capital. Now, 500 years of life experience told him that it was time to stop. Sometimes, life was like this. There was often such a goal, and it was so beautiful and full of temptation. It seemed to be close at hand, but no matter how much effort he put in, he could never reach it. It made people toss and turn, thinking about it day and night. This is the helplessness of life, but also the charm of life. Fong Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile, and turned around to leave. At this time, a gust of wind blew, like a gentle arm, gently brushing away the floating clouds in the night sky. The floating clouds leisurely passed, revealing the hidden crescent moon. The crescent moon hung in the sky, like a white jade cup, pouring the clear moonlight down. The moonlight poured on the green bamboo forest, poured on the rocks, poured on the mountain streams, poured on Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan wore a simple robe, his young face under the gentle touch of the moonlight, looked even whiter. The darkness seemed to disappear in an instant, and was replaced by a snow-like frost. As if infected by the moonlight, the silent nightingales began to sing again. This time, it was not just one, but several, scattered in the bamboo forest, responding one after another. At the same time, a kind of dragon-pill cricket that lived in the mountains, under the moonlight, also sang the song of life. They were insects that only came out at night, and their bodies emitted a red light. At this moment, they jumped out in groups, each of their bodies flashing with a red agate-like brilliance. At first glance, Fong Yuan thought that this group of dragon-pill crickets was like a jumping scarlet water, stepping on the grass and wild flowers, leaping in the bamboo forest under the moonlight. The bamboo forest was as clear as a pool of water, and the green spear bamboo, under the moonlight, flashed with a jade-like brilliance. There was light at the end of the tunnel. Nature was showing its beauty to Fong Yuan at this moment. Fong Yuan unconsciously stopped, feeling like he was in a fairyland. He was about to turn and leave, but at this moment, he subconsciously turned back to look. The wild flowers and grass that were poured with the green bamboo wine, slightly trembling in the wind, still empty. Fong Yuan laughed at himself, withdrawing his gaze. However, he did not think that in the process of raising his eyes, he would see a white snow shadow. This snow shadow was attached to a green spear bamboo pole not far away, under the moonlight, like a perfectly round pearl hanging. Fong Yuan's pupils suddenly dilated, his body slightly trembled, his heart thumping faster and faster. It was the liquor worm. Chapter 14. The liquor worm's body was like a silkworm, its whole body exuding a pearl-like white light. It was a little chubby and looked very cute. It fed on wine and could fly in the air. When flying, it would curl its body into a ball, and its speed was very fast. Although it was a rank 1 goo, its value was more precious than some rank 2 goo worms. If it was used as a vital goo, it would be much better than the moonlight goo. At this moment, such a liquor worm was attached to a green spear bamboo that was only 50 or 60 steps away from Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan held his breath. He did not approach rashly, but slowly retreated. He knew that although this distance was very close, to capture the liquor worm directly was extremely difficult for a newly enlightened goo master like himself. In other words, there was no hope of success at all. With Fong Yuan's current eyesight, although he could not clearly see the liquor worm's appearance, he could vaguely feel the liquor worm's vigilance towards him. Fong Yuan retreated very slowly and gently, trying not to disturb the liquor worm. He knew that if the liquor worm wanted to fly away, he would not be able to catch up with it at his speed. He had to wait until it was drunk and its flying speed slowed down to have a chance to capture it. Seeing Fong Yuan retreating further and further, the liquor worm lying on the bamboo pole could not help but become restless. The strong wine aroma in front of it tempted it, attracted it, and captivated it. If it had saliva, it would have already dripped a large pool of saliva. But the liquor worm's vigilance was still very high. Fong Yuan had retreated 200 steps before it bounced and jumped into the air. As it floated in the air, its body curled into a ball, like a small white glutinous ball. The glutinous ball drew a round arc in the air and landed on the grass where Fong Yuan had dripped the green bamboo wine. With the delicious food in front of it, the liquor worm let down its guard. It anxiously crawled to the flower bud that contained the wine and poked its head in, leaving only its chubby tail outside. It was very hungry, and the green bamboo wine was so delicious. It took a big gulp and was soon immersed in the delicious food, forgetting Fang Yuan at the back of its mind. At this time, Fang Yuan began to carefully and quietly approach. He saw the tail of the liquor worm outside the flower bud. The tail was like the tail of a silkworm. It was chubby and round, and the halo it emitted reminded people of pearls. At first, its tail hung outside, motionless. After a while, the tail began to curl up and down. It was obvious that the liquor worm was very happy to drink. In the end, when Fang Yuan was only 10 steps away from it, its tail began to sway left and right with a cheerful rhythm. He was completely drunk. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan almost laughed out loud. He did not move forward, but waited patiently. If he were to pounce on it now, there was a high chance that he would be able to capture the liquor worm. However, Fang Yuan still wanted the liquor worm to lead the way and lead him to the flower wine monk's corpse. After a while, the liquor worm withdrew from the flower bud. Its body had grown fatter, and its head was swaying back and forth like a drunkard. It was completely unaware of Fang Yuan's presence. It climbed to another bright yellow wildflower, perched in the pistils, and feasted on the nectar. After drinking this time, it finally felt full. Its body slowly shrank into a ball on the flower petals, and then slowly flew up until it was about 1.5 meters above the ground. Only then did it leisurely fly into the depths of the bamboo forest. Fang Yuan hurriedly followed. The liquor worm was already drunk, and its flying speed was reduced to half of its usual speed. But even so, Fang Yuan still had to run with all his might to keep up with its figure. The night was like a wash. The youth quickly shuttled through the bamboo forest, chasing after a bead of snow not far ahead. The moonlight was gentle, and the cool breeze was gentle. The bamboo forest was as clear as a pool of water. Green spear bamboos quickly flashed in front of Fang Yuan's eyes, and then fell behind the youth. On the ground, there was lush green grass, dotted with wildflowers. There were also small stones with moss growing on them, and tender yellow bamboo shoots that had yet to mature. Fang Yuan's faint shadow also quickly traversed the ground, passing through the black lines that the green spear bamboos had left on the ground. He closely stared at the snow shadow, and in the faint fragrance of the wine, he breathed in the fresh air of the mountain forest, and moved his legs to follow closely behind. Because of the rapid movement, the moonlight in his eyes was like water. Light and shadow moved frequently, as if he was running on water overgrown with aquatic plants. The liquor worm flew out of the bamboo forest, and Fang Yuan also rushed out. A large field of white flowers with a yellowish center scattered petals by his legs with the help of the strong wind. A group of dragon-pill crickets, like a flowing poem, coincidentally flowed to the front. Fang Yuan rushed straight past them. Suddenly, with a splash, a red cloud bloomed in front of him, and a field of red star fireflies was dispersed. A quietly flowing mountain stream, paved with pebbles, gurgling, and reflecting the spring moon in the night sky. With a few popping sounds, Fang Yuan waded through the water and crushed it into thousands of silver ripples. Unfortunately, a stream of moon breeze had crushed Xiong Yao. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly, following closely behind the liquor worm. Going up the mountain stream, he could already faintly hear the sound of a waterfall. After turning around a sparse forest, he saw the liquor worm fly into a narrow crack of a boulder. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he stopped. So it's here. He panted heavily, his heart pounding. When he stopped, he immediately felt sweat all over his body. A wave of hot air, along with the accelerated flow of his blood, surged through his body. Looking around, he found that this was a shallow riverbank. Pebbles of all sizes covered the ground, and the river water was only about a finger's height above the pebbles. There were also pieces of gray-white boulders scattered randomly here. At the back of Qing Mao Mountain was a large waterfall. The flow of the waterfall changed according to the weather. It plunged thousands of feet, crashing into a deep pool. Beside the deep pool was the Bai family's stronghold. It was powerful, and not weaker than the Guiue's stronghold. The waterfall also had branches. Obviously, what Fang Yuan was facing was a branch within a branch. This river bank was usually dry. But there was a recent heavy rain, which lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, causing a shallow stream of water to accumulate here. The source of the water was the boulder that the liquor worm had drilled into. The boulder was leaning against the vertical mountain wall. A slender miniature waterfall branched out from the large waterfall, like a silver python hanging down the mountain wall, hitting the boulder. After a long time, it washed out the center of the boulder, creating a crack. At this time, the waterfall was washing down, and the water was slightly roaring. Like a white curtain, it completely blocked the gap between the boulder. Taking advantage of the time of observation, Fang Yuan's breath was no longer so rushed. His eyes flashed with a determined light. He walked to the boulder, took a deep breath, and rushed in. The gap between the boulder was quite large, and 2 adults walking side by side would have no problem. Moreover, Fang Yuan's body was only that of a 15-year-old youth. As soon as he rushed in, the rapid flow of water pressed down on Fang Yuan's body. At the same time, the ice-cold water soaked Fang Yuan's body from top to bottom. Fang Yuan shouldered the water pressure, and quickly moved forward. After a few dozen steps, the water pressure gradually decreased. But the gap was also shrinking, and Fang Yuan had to walk sideways. The roaring sound of water was in his ears, and the top of his head was bright white. Deep inside the boulder was a mass of darkness. What was hidden in the darkness? Perhaps it was a sinister poisonous snake, perhaps it was a highly poisonous gecko, perhaps it was a trap set by the flower wine monk, or perhaps it was nothing. Fang Yuan turned sideways, and slowly squeezed into the darkness. The water above his head was already gone. The stone wall was covered with moss, and when it rubbed against Fang Yuan's body, it was extremely slippery. Fang Yuan was completely swallowed by the darkness, and the gap between the boulder became narrower and narrower. Gradually, his head was unable to move freely. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and continued to move forward. After walking for more than 20 steps, he noticed that there seemed to be a red shadow in the darkness. At first he thought it was an illusion, but after blinking and looking again, he confirmed that it was indeed light. This discovery made him excited. After another 50 or 60 steps, the red light became brighter, and in Fang Yuan's retina, it gradually expanded into a long vertical slit. He stretched out his left arm, and suddenly felt the stone wall in front of him bend. Fang Yuan was instantly overjoyed. He knew that there was a space inside the boulder. He quickly walked a few steps, and finally squeezed into the light slit. His eyes suddenly widened, and a space of about 80 square meters appeared in front of Fang Yuan. I've walked such a long distance, I've already passed the boulder, I should be in the mountain wall now. He moved his arms and legs, and stretched his limbs, while sizing up this hidden space. The entire space was filled with a dim red light, and he did not know where the source of the light came from. The surrounding stone walls were very damp, and covered with moss, but the air here was very dry. On this stone wall, there were already withered vines attached to it. The vines intertwined with each other, weaving most of the stone walls in all directions. There were also some withered flower roots growing on it. Fang Yuan looked at these withered flowers and leaves, feeling that they were somewhat familiar. It's the wine sack flower goo and the rice bag grass goo. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, recognizing these withered flower stems and vines. There were many forms of goo. Some looked like ores, such as the blue crystal moonlight goo. Some looked like bugs, such as the silkworm-like liquor worm. And then there were the forms of flowers and plants, such as the wine sack flower goo and the rice bag grass goo in front of Fang Yuan. These two goo were both rank 1 natural goo. As long as primeval essence was injected, they could grow. After growing, the flower core would secrete nectar wine, and the grass bag would grow fragrant rice. Fang Yuan followed the roots of the vines, and moved his gaze. Sure enough, in the corner of the wall, the withered roots were bunched up, bulging together. The liquor worm was resting on top of this bundle of dead roots, snoring away. It was already within his reach. Fang Yuan walked over, and first kept the liquor worm in his arms. Then he squatted down, and pushed aside the dead roots and withered vines, and found a white skeleton wrapped inside. "I've finally found you, Flower Wine Monk." Seeing this, his lips curled into a smile. Just as he was about to reach out and peel off the withered vines, at this moment. "Why don't you try moving?" A voice filled with murderous intent suddenly sounded from behind Fong Yuan. Chapter 15. In this secret cave, another person's voice could be heard from behind him. Even Fong Yuan had goosebumps, his scalp tingling. He was actually being followed. Could it be that these past few days, he had repeatedly gone out and attracted the attention of others? Or could it be someone sent by his uncle? Even in his mind, the rank 1 Gu master in the inn, the youth called Jiang Ye, flashed past. In that instant, countless thoughts and guesses flashed through his mind, and he quickly thought of a solution. Fong Yuan could feel that this short sentence was filled with deep killing intent. This made him groan inwardly. He was only a rank 1 initial stage now, and did not even have a vital Gu. To a Gu master, his battle strength was close to 0, how could he fight? Too weak, too weak. He roared in his heart. "You have already been poisoned by my unique Gu. Without my corresponding antidote, after 7 days, you will definitely turn into pus and blood and die." The voice behind him sounded again. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, his expression calm, his tone low. "You want the liquor worm? I can give it to you." He slowly stood up, his movements very slow. But at this moment, another person's voice sounded. This voice was filled with fear, trembling. "I can give it to you, I can give it to you, as long as you spare my life, Flower Wine Monk." "Wait, this is..." Fong Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot, and he suddenly turned around. On the stone wall in front of him, light and shadow fluctuated, and a scene appeared. A valiant Gu master stood at the peak of the mountain, and at his feet was another Gu master kneeling. Around the two Gu masters, there was a collapsed pit and shattered rocks. It was obvious that they had just experienced an intense battle. Not far away from the two, there was a group of spectating elders. Looking at this scene, they all had an expression of anger and fear. The victorious Gu master raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Hero Guyue, at such a young age, you already have rank 5 cultivation. I thought you were someone, but I did not expect you to be so weak." Humph. This laughing Gu master had long and narrow eyes, wearing a pink robe with wide sleeves that fluttered in the wind. The collar of his robe was wide open, revealing his firm and jade-like chest muscles. The most eye-catching thing was his bald head. It was shiny, without a single strand of hair. Flower Wine Monk. Fong Yuan saw through this Gu master's identity at a glance. Compared to Lord Flower Wine, this junior is nothing. Junior was muddle-headed, to actually have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Lord Flower Wine. "Lord Flower Wine, please take into account our tribe's hospitality earlier and spare my life." The Gu master kneeling on the ground trembled, cold sweat dripping down his face as he begged for mercy with tears and mucus flowing down his face. Fong Yuan squinted his eyes and looked carefully. He found this Gu master was wearing Guyue tribe leader attire. Looking at his appearance, he was the 4th generation tribe leader. As for those old spectators, they should be the clan elders of that era. Hee, treat me with all my heart. You have the nerve to say that. I was originally sincere in making a deal with you, using Yuan stone to exchange for your tribe's moon orchid. The price was very fair. It was you who had ulterior motives, pretending to welcome me and coaxing me into the banquet, wanting to poison the wine. You underestimate me too much. I roam the world and make a name for myself with flower wine. How could I be poisoned? The Flower Wine Monk pointed at the 4th generation tribe leader kneeling on the ground, laughing coldly. If we had cooperated properly, this would not have happened. In the end, you wanted to use my head to fish for fame. You are the one who brought this upon yourself. Lord, please spare my lowly life. The 4th generation tribe leader screamed in fear, using his knees to crawl towards the Flower Wine Monk's feet, hugging his thigh. Lord, our tribe has a spirit spring that produces Yuan stone, and we have planted a large patch of moon orchid in the underground cave. I am willing to eat Lord's enslavement goo and become Lord's slave. My life and death is in Lord's hands, and I will serve Lord for the rest of my life. Fong Yuan was speechless, and the expressions of the elders in the image changed. The flower wine monk squinted his eyes, his anger had already subsided, but his eyes shone brightly. The enslavement goo is incomparably precious, it is a rank 5 goo, do you think I would have it? However, you have been poisoned by my unique goo, only I can cure it, so I am not afraid of you resisting. Since that is the case, your tribe will provide me with 15 kilograms of moon orchid petals every week, along with 3,000 yuan stone. Every once in a while, I will come over to collect the goods, and at the same time, I will cure you once and spare your lowly life. Thank you Lord for not killing me, thank you Lord for not killing me. The fourth-generation tribe leader cried out continuously, kowtowing non-stop, his forehead hitting the mountain rocks, blood flowing non-stop. Don't kowtow, I hate lowly people like you the most. What goo you a genius, rank 5 powerhouse, you don't live up to your name. You better serve me well, this is also to save your life. Ah! The flower wine monk suddenly cried out, his face trembling with fear. He kicked the fourth-generation tribe leader, his body swaying as he retreated a few large steps in panic, shouting at the fourth-generation tribe leader, "How do you still have goo?" The fourth-generation tribe leader was kicked in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty, his face revealing a smile of success. People of the demonic path, everyone has the right to punish them. This goo is called lunar shadow, it is best at hiding. Although it is only rank 4, it has the ability to restrict the primeval sea and primeval essence. Demon, you and I have fought for a long time, you do not have many goo worms left, how can you restrain the lunar shadow goo? Surrender obediently and become my slave, as long as you serve me well, you will have a way to live. The flower wine monk flew into a rage, shouting, "Go to hell." Before he finished speaking, his body shot forward like lightning, his fist landing on the fourth-generation tribe leader's chest. The fourth-generation tribe leader did not expect the flower wine monk to be so radical, even when his primeval sea was threatened, he still refused to compromise. With a huge force, he flew out in an instant, his body falling to the ground like a broken sack. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with countless pieces of his internal organs. Are you crazy? We can totally discuss this. He stared at the flower wine monk, his lips moving with great effort. Before he finished speaking, his legs gave way, his head tilted, and he died. Tribe leader. People of the demonic path are indeed all crazy. Kill this demon, take revenge for the tribe leader. He has been hit by the lunar shadow goo, his primeval essence can no longer be used as he wishes, if this goes on, even his primeval sea will be threatened. The watching tribe elders all roared, flocking forward. Ha, come if you want to die. The flower wine monk howled towards the sky, facing the tribe elders' charge, directly facing them head-on. A fierce battle unfolded, and the flower wine monk quickly took control of the situation. Soon, the tribe elders were either dead or injured, all lying paralyzed on the ground. He was about to kill the remaining tribe elders, when his expression suddenly changed, and he covered his abdomen with his hand. Damn it! I'll take care of you later. The flower wine monk stared fiercely at the tribe elders, and his body escaped like lightning, drilling into the forest, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 16. Why don't you try moving? You've already been poisoned by my unique goo. Without my corresponding antidote, 7 days later, you'll definitely turn into pus and die. Compared to Lord Flower Wine, I'm nothing. I was muddle-headed, to not recognize Mount Tai and offend Lord Flower Wine. Lord Flower Wine, please consider my clan's hospitality earlier and spare my life. On the wall, the scene repeated for the second time. Fong Yuan was silent, until the scene repeated for the third time. Only then did he sigh faintly, saying, so it was like this. This method of leaving images and sounds on the stone wall should be the flower wine monk's photo audio goo. This goo could record images and project them. The photo-audio goo relied on absorbing light and sound to survive. For some reason, this secret cave always emitted red light. At the same time, the stone crack was connected to the outside world, so it did not block out the sounds of the outside world. Fong Yuan was here, and all he could hear was the roar of the small waterfall. Thus, the photo-audio goo was able to survive in this secret cave in the mountain wall. Just now, when Fong Yuan pushed away the withered vines, it should have alerted the photo-audio goo hidden in the stone wall. As long as one's brain was not stupid, with just a little deduction, they would know that this video was real. That year, the fourth-generation clan leader failed in his plot against the flower wine monk, and after his defeat, he launched a sneak attack. Although he repelled the latter, he also died. This part of history was not glorious, and the few clan elders who survived covered up the truth. They flipped the roles of the fourth-generation clan leader and the flower wine monk. The flower wine monk became a defeated sneak attack, a demon who was killed on the spot. The fourth generation became a righteous and upright hero. But this story had a big loophole. The flower wine monk was clearly killed on the spot, and his corpse should be in the hands of the Guyue clan. But why was there another corpse? In his previous life, the Gu master who discovered this place must have felt fear after seeing this video. The few surviving clan elders had already passed away, but to prevent the flower wine monk from returning, this truth must have been secretly spread among the clan's higher-ups. That Gu master realized that if he took the treasure for himself, there would be a huge risk. In the future, if anyone found out that he was involved with the flower wine monk, the upper echelons of the family would naturally purge him. Therefore, after some consideration, he didn't dare to hide this relic and made the decision to report it to his superiors. This kind of performance proved his loyalty to the family. What happened to him later also showed that he had made a wise choice. However, just because he did this didn't mean that Fong Yuan would do the same. It wasn't easy to find this treasure, so it should be taken by one person. Why should it be shared with others? So what if he was discovered? Without taking risks, how can there be gains? That Gu master is really cowardly. Fong Yuan smiled coldly. He no longer cared about the repeated images on the stone wall. Instead, he turned around and stretched out his hand, pulling the dead vines away with all his might. The flower wine monk's corpse was also affected. It was originally very complete, but now it was broken into several pieces. Fong Yuan didn't care at all. He kicked away a leg bone that was in the way and squatted down again to search for the treasure. First, he found a bag of yuan stone. When he opened it, there were only 15 pieces. Pauper. Fong Yuan ridiculed. The flower wine monk looked glamorous on the outside, but he didn't expect his savings to be so little. But he quickly thought of the reason. After the fierce battle, the flower wine monk was also hit by the moonshadow gu, so he would definitely use the yuan stone to heal himself. To have 15 pieces left was already not bad. Then, Fong Yuan found the remains of a few dead gu. Most of them were flowers and plants, and they had already completely withered. Gu were also living creatures, and they also needed food to raise, and most of them were very picky. Grass gu and flower gu had very little requirements for food, but this secret cave didn't even have a trace of sunlight. And then, there was nothing. The flower wine monk first fought with the fourth-generation clan leader, who was of the same level as him, and then he fought with almost 10 clan elders. His own gu worms had already been used up a lot. After coming here, he wanted to heal himself, so he stimulated the growth of the wine sack flower gu and the rice sack grass gu. But in the end, he was dragged down to death by the moonshadow gu. After 300 years, the remaining gu worms on his body were all dead. The only ones left were the photo-audio gu in the stone wall, and the liquor worm. This liquor worm should have relied on the wine sack flower gu to survive with difficulty. But as the wine sack flower gu withered one by one, it also lost its source of food. This forced it to go out and search for wild wine sack flowers. Then on this night, it was attracted by the rich fragrance of the green bamboo wine, and came to Fong Yuan. The photo-audio gu can only record once, and is a consumable type gu. It seems that the liquor worm is the biggest reward of this trip, no wonder that Goo Master reported to the clan. It seems that the benefits are too small, and not worth the risk. Fong Yuan came to a realization. In his memory, that Goo Master was already rank 3, and the liquor worm was only a rank 1 Goo. To Fong Yuan, it was more precious, but to that Goo Master, it was dispensable. But it was obvious that because of the Goo Master's report, the clan gave him a big reward. Should I also report to the clan? Fong Yuan thought for a while, then gave up on this thought. The flower wine monk's inheritance seemed to be only the liquor worm and the yuan stone, but that was not the case. What was truly valuable was this stone wall where the photo audio goo was hidden. Or rather, it was the image that was being played repeatedly on the wall. This image could be sold to other villages. He believed that this kind of concrete evidence that would strike at the clan's beliefs would definitely attract the interest of the other 2 villages on Qingmao Mountain. The price they would offer would definitely be higher than the clan's reward. What? You mean the clan's sense of honor and belonging? Sorry, but Fong Yuan did not have any of that. Moreover, this image was not some powerful force that would wipe out the entire clan, so it would not cause much damage. And the Cold clan would not value Fong Yuan. He needed to work hard on his own, to develop cultivation resources, and in the early stages of cultivation, he needed to borrow strength from all around. Rely on the clan? Hee. Fong Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. How can I be as naive as I was in my previous life? Don't rely on anyone, you have to rely on yourself for everything in this world. After confirming that this secret cave had been ransacked clean, Fong Yuan went back the way he came. Against the water pressure, he squeezed out of the boulder and returned to the outside of the mountain. Looking back at the boulder, Fong Yuan suddenly thought of his previous life's memories. It was said that there were corpses found in the underground secret cave. But how was this underground? It was clearly the inside of the mountain wall. No wonder he had wasted so much effort and could not find it for 7 consecutive days. It seemed that after the clan in his previous life discovered this place, they must have destroyed the image wall at the first moment and sent out mixed news to mislead the clan. To be able to find this place tonight, part of it was luck, part of it was accumulation, but the biggest factor was probably the green bamboo wine. This wine fragrance was really rich, it could be said to be the best in Qingmao Mountain. Maybe in his previous life, after the Goo Master broke up, he drank this wine. But these were no longer important. The flower wine monk's inheritance had been completely excavated by Fong Yuan. Although the results were not satisfactory, it was still within reason. The most important thing was that Fong Yuan's original goal was already in his hands, and he also had what he needed the most. Next, I'll just stay in the inn and refine the goo worm. As long as I have the vital goo, I can return to the academy, qualify to live in the student dormitory, and use the clan's resources to cultivate. Staying in this inn once or twice is fine, but staying for too long will cost too much. Fong Yuan thought. His footsteps did not stop, and he rushed to the village. He originally had 2 pieces of yuan stone, and now he had 15 pieces, making a total of 17 pieces. But for a Goo Master, what was this bit of yuan stone? Chapter 17. With my C-grade aptitude, my aperture can only store 44% of the primeval C. The speed at which the goo repels primeval essence is much faster than the speed at which my primeval essence recovers. If I want to refine the goo, I need to use external forces, which means I need to consume yuan stone. The weaker the goo's will, the less resistance it has, and the easier it is for me to refine. But all living things have the will to live. If I want to refine the moonlight goo, I need at least 5 yuan stone, and at most 8. Relying on his rich cultivation experience, Fong Yuan estimated the total amount of yuan stone he would need to consume. If I want to refine the liquor worm now, I need at least 11, and at most 16. Although the liquor worm is the same as the moonlight goo, both rank 1 goo, it is undoubtedly more precious, and the difficulty of refining is also higher. That is to say, even though Fong Yuan had 17 primeval stones now, after refining the liquor worm, he would at most be left with 6 primeval stones, or at least 1 primeval stone. In the night sky, the bright blue crescent moon emitted a bright moonlight. The moonlight was like the gentle hand of a fairy, gently caressing Gu's stronghold. Along the way, the bamboo buildings were like a forest of jade tokens. The night wind blew gently. Fong Yuan returned to the inn under this moonlight. The inn's door was already closed. Fong Yuan knocked on the door. "I hear you. I hear you." "Who is it, knocking on the door so late?" The inn's waiter mumbled as he opened the door with sleepy eyes. But when he saw Fong Yuan at the door, his slightly dissatisfied and lazy expression immediately changed. He bent down and smiled flatteringly. "It is young master. I am very fortunate to be able to open the door for young master." Fong Yuan nodded, his expression cold as he walked into the inn. This expression made the waiter smile even more humbly, and he took the initiative to ask, "Young master, are you hungry? Do you want me to inform the chef to make some side dishes for supper?" "No need," Fong Yuan shook his head, and only said, "Prepare some hot water for me, I want to wash up." "Yes." The waiter hurriedly nodded. "Young master, please return to your room first. This little one guarantees that the hot water will be delivered right away." Fong Yuan nodded and went up the stairs to the second floor. The shop assistant looked at Fong Yuan's back, his eyes shining in the lantern light, revealing an obvious look of envy. "This is a Gu master, if only I had the aptitude to cultivate, how good would that be?" He clenched his fists and sighed deeply. When these words drifted into Fong Yuan's ears, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Gu masters can possess strength that surpasses mortals and become a person above all others, but the price to pay for this is also very high. The first problem was financial resources. Gu masters needed Yuan stone for cultivation, Yuan stone for battle, Yuan stone for Gu refinement, and Yuan stone for transactions. Without Yuan stone, how could one cultivate? This point, as a mortal and assistant, because he was only a spectator, he could not understand this dilemma. Just like this evening, that young Gu master Jiangya, when he smashed the wine jug, he indignantly vented to the hunters, "I can't even bear to spend Yuan stone to drink this green bamboo wine, but you bunch of mere mortals actually have the money to spare." Looking at the big picture through a tube, just this sentence alone can explain the situation of a Gu master's cultivation. Gu masters have powerful abilities, and can earn more than mortals, but their expenditure is also higher. Many times, every piece of Yuan stone has to be haggled over. Especially low-level Gu masters, it is even more so. Don't look at how some Gu masters look on the surface, but in reality their lives are very tight. Moreover, as a Gu master's realm increases, their need for resources will also increase. Without a backer, a Gu master's cultivation is very difficult. Fong Yuan thought of his previous life and deeply understood this. He returned to the guest room and had just lit the lamp when the inn assistant brought a basin of hot water over. Of course, there were also cloth towels and other toiletries. Fong Yuan let the assistant leave, closed the door and locked it. After washing up, he got on the bed. Although his body was somewhat tired, there was still a trace of excitement in his heart. "I finally got the liquor worm. The liquor worm is even more precious than the moonlight Gu. In a sense, it is a Gu that can raise a Gu master's aptitude." Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the liquor worm. The liquor worm was still snoring loudly. Its body was slightly bigger than the moonlight Gu, white and tender, like a silkworm. Under the light, its body was shrouded in a layer of faint light, like the glossy luster of a pearl. Its 2 eyes were like 2 black sesame seeds, embedded on its white and chubby head, looking charmingly naive. Holding it in his hand, it was not heavy, about the weight of half an egg. Carefully smelling it, there was still a whiff of wine fragrance on its body. This wine fragrance was not the aroma of the green bamboo wine, but the smell of the liquor worm itself. The fragrance was faint and indistinct, faintly discernible. Fong Yuan's nose twitched, inhaling this wine fragrance into his body. The wine fragrance flowed downwards, entering his aperture and entering the bronze primeval sea. The primeval sea fluctuated, quickly absorbing this wine fragrance. A trace of extremely pure primeval essence was produced. The other primeval essences were all emerald green, flickering with a bronze metallic luster. But this trace of primeval essence was pale green, more condensed than the original primeval essence. This was the primeval essence that only middle stage rank 1 Gu masters could possess. Sensing this pale green primeval essence, Fang Yuan showed a satisfied smile. My current cultivation is only rank 1 initial stage. But with the liquor worm's refinement, after the primeval essence is purified, I can possess rank 1 middle stage primeval essence. The beauty of this cannot be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. But very quickly, he restrained his smile. But I have not truly mastered the liquor worm yet. Only by completely refining the liquor worm and making it my vital goo can I freely control it, and then use the greatest efficiency to refine my primeval essence. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, transferring a trace of green copper primeval essence from his primeval sea. The primeval essence tightly wrapped around the liquor worm, suspending it in front of Fang Yuan, and began to invade its body. The liquor worm sensed the danger of its survival and immediately woke up. It began to struggle violently, transferring its own strength to drive away Fang Yuan's primeval essence. This liquor worm has such a strong resistance. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, feeling that the rate of consumption of primeval essence was more than double that of the moonlight goo. No matter what, I am going to refine the liquor worm. His eyes flashed with a hint of determination, and he continued to transfer primeval essence towards the liquor worm. In the inn's room, the candlelight on the table quietly burned, illuminating the center of the room with a bright light. As for the far corners of the room, it was dark. The candlelight shone on Fang Yuan's face. He had already closed his eyes, concentrating on dealing with the liquor worm. A continuous stream of green copper primeval essence, like a mist, was emitted from Fang Yuan's body, and then gathered together, firmly wrapping around the liquor worm. The liquor worm floated in the air, less than a foot away from Fang Yuan's face. It struggled vigorously in the green copper primeval essence's encirclement. Time quietly passed. The candlelight burned lower and lower, and the candlelight also became dimmer. The crescent moon outside the window had already slowly descended, and a new day had arrived. The early morning sun shone through the cracks in the window into the room. It was like a light border was placed on the window. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, looking at the liquor worm in front of him. On the liquor worm's white body, there was already a trace of green. This was the result of Fang Yuan's hard work for half a night. But it was clear that this bit of green was not even 1% of the liquor worm's body. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. This liquor worm's willpower was too tenacious, and its resistance was extremely strong, almost exceeding the limits of a rank 1 goo worm. This goo worm is very likely to be the flower wine monk's vital goo. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 expert, and this liquor worm was originally also a rank 5 expert. But these past few years, it did not have enough food, and as a result, its grade dropped. Now it is only a rank 1 goo worm, but its willpower is as tenacious as a rock. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. This liquor worm was originally the flower wine monk's vital goo, and its original natural willpower had been cleansed by the flower wine monk. It had accompanied the flower wine monk all the way from north to south, roaming the pugilistic world. After the flower wine monk died, his strong willpower still existed in the liquor worm. Fang Yuan wanted to refine the liquor worm now, which was equivalent to competing with the flower wine monk's willpower. This was much more difficult than refining a natural goo worm. A person's willpower was generally higher than a natural goo worm's, and at the juncture of life and death, they could erupt with strength that even they could not imagine. And the flower wine monk was a demonic path expert, a loner, roaming the pugilistic world. His willpower was even more tenacious than a righteous path expert of the same level. It's impossible to refine this liquor worm within a month. Unless an expert uses a rank 2 or rank 3 goo's aura to suppress this liquor worm, and suppress the liquor worm's willpower to the lowest level. With this kind of help, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. His parents had already passed away, and his uncle and aunt were scheming against him. He himself had no backing, so where could he find external help? If he had a grade aptitude, it would be fine, but now his aptitude was only C grade. None of the clansmen thought highly of him, so who would be willing to spend so much effort to help him? More importantly, the existence of the liquor worm could not be exposed. Guyue's village did not have a gu like the liquor worm, so Fang Yuan could not explain the origin of this liquor worm. If it was exposed, it was very likely to be noticed by the higher-ups, and thus form a connection with the flower wine monk. It was too easy to link the two together. According to this calculation, 17 pieces of yuan stone is not enough. I need at least 30 pieces of yuan stone. This is really troublesome, but no matter how difficult it is, I will refine this liquor worm. Fang Yuan's willpower was like iron, and he had already made up his mind to refine the liquor worm. A vital gu was very important, and to a large extent, it would affect a gu master's future cultivation direction. Although the liquor worm was not the most ideal choice for a vital gu in this world, it was much better than the moonlight gu. It was also the best level that Fang Yuan could achieve in his current situation. Grumble, grumble, at this time, Fang Yuan's stomach protested. He had not slept the whole night, and had put all his effort into refining the liquor worm, so Fang Yuan was naturally hungry. I should first fill my stomach, then think of how to accumulate yuan stone. Fang Yuan rubbed his stomach and went downstairs. When he reached the dining hall on the first floor, he chose a corner seat and ordered a few dishes for breakfast. Just as he started to eat, his younger brother Guyue Fangjing appeared. "Brother, why are you staying at the inn? Why don't you go back to sleep at night?" He was very rude, and his tone carried an interrogative tone. Chapter 18. In the face of his brother's questioning, Fang Yuan didn't speak and continued to eat his breakfast. He knew his brother's character well. Fangjing couldn't keep his composure. Sure enough, Fangjing saw that his brother didn't even look at him, as if he was air. In the next moment, he shouted with a dissatisfied tone, "Brother, what did you do to Shin Shui? Since she came out of your room yesterday, she cried loudly. I tried to comfort her, but she cried even more fiercely." Fang Yuan looked up at his brother with an expressionless face. Fangjing frowned and stared at his brother, waiting for his answer. The atmosphere became more and more tense. However, Fang Yuan only glanced at him, then lowered his head and continued to eat. His brother, Fangjing, suddenly became flustered. Fang Yuan's attitude was simply looking down on him. He slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Guyue, Fang Yuan, how can you be like this? She's just a little girl, but she has served you for so many years. I've seen her gentleness and consideration for you. Yes, I know you're disappointed, and I can understand your decadence. You only have a C-grade aptitude, but you can't vent your anger on others because of your own experience. This is unfair to her." Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up and raised his hand like lightning. Slap! With a crisp sound, Fangjing received a solid slap in the face. Fangjing covered his right cheek and took 2 steps back with a face full of shock. "Bastard, what kind of tone are you using to talk to your brother like this? That Shin Shui is just a little maid. Have you forgotten that I'm your brother because of a little girl?" Fang Yuan reprimanded in a low voice. Fangjing reacted, and the pain on his face was transmitted to his nervous system. He widened his eyes and gasped for breath. He said in disbelief, "Brother, you hit me? You've never hit me since we were young. Yes, I was tested to have an A-grade aptitude, and you're only a C-grade. But you can't blame me. This is all God's arrangement." Paw! Before Fangjing could finish, Fang Yuan gave him another backhand slap. Fangjing covered his face with both hands. He was stunned. "Naive fool, what do you remember? How have I taken care of you since you were young? When our parents died, we lived in poverty. Uncle and aunt only gave us one new dress for the new year. Did I wear it? Who did I put it on? You loved to eat candied porridge when you were little, so I would ask the kitchen to make an extra bowl for you every day. When you were bullied by others, who helped you get back at them? There are other things, but I don't want to talk about them. Now you're talking to me like this because of a maidservant questioning me? Fang Zheng's face turned red. His lips trembled. He was embarrassed and angry, but he couldn't say a word to refute. Because what Fang Yuan said was the truth. Forget it. Fang Yuan sneered, since you abandoned your own parents and recognized someone else, what am I, your brother, to you? Brother, how can you say that? You know that I've longed for the warmth of a family since I was young. Fang Zheng quickly tried to explain. Fang Yuan waved his hand to stop him from continuing. From today onwards, you're not my brother, and I'm not your brother anymore. Brother. Fang Zheng was shocked and opened his mouth to speak. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. Don't you like Shen Shui? Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her. She's still a virgin, a virgin. Give me 6 pieces of yuan stone, and I'll give her to you. From now on, she'll be your personal maid. Brother, why did you? Suddenly exposed, Fang Zheng panicked and was caught off guard. But at the same time, he was relieved that the thing he was most worried about did not come true. That night not long ago, Shen Shui personally helped him bathe. Although nothing substantial happened, Fang Zheng could never forget the gentleness of that night. Every time he thought of Shen Shui, thinking of her deft hands and soft red lips, his heart would palpitate. The feelings of youth had already accumulated and sprouted in the young man's chest. So when he found out about Shen Shui's strange condition yesterday evening, his heart suddenly surged with anger. He immediately gave up on refining the moonlight goo and turned around to look for Fang Yuan, asking for an explanation. Seeing that Fang Zheng did not agree, Fang Yuan frowned. It's normal for a man and a woman to be in love. You should be honest, what's the point of hiding? Of course, if you don't want to exchange, then forget it. Fang Zheng suddenly panicked. Exchange, why wouldn't I exchange? But I don't have enough yuan stone for 6 pieces. As he said this, he took out his money bag, his face flushed red. Fang Yuan took the bag and found that there were 6 pieces inside, but one of them was half the size of a complete yuan stone. He immediately knew that Fang Zheng had absorbed the primeval essence from the yuan stone in order to refine the moonlight goo as soon as possible. As more of the natural primeval essence was absorbed, the volume of the yuan stone became smaller and lighter. Although it was only 5.5 pieces, Fang Yuan also knew that this was all the yuan stone Fang Zheng had. He did not have any savings, and these 6 yuan stones were given to him by his aunt and uncle not long ago. I'll accept the yuan stone, you can go now. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he put the bag into his arms. Brother. Fang Zheng wanted to say something. Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows and said slowly, before I change my mind, you better disappear from my sight. Fang Zheng's heart tightened. He gritted his teeth and finally turned around to leave. Stepping out of the inn, he subconsciously covered his chest, feeling waves of guilt in his heart. There was a feeling in the darkness that told him that he seemed to have lost something very important at this moment. But his heart quickly warmed up. He thought of Shen Shui and that night that haunted him. I can finally have you officially, Chui. He did not look back and walked out of Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He stood there for a while before slowly sitting down. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone through the window onto his indifferent face, making people feel cold just by looking at it. Business in the cafeteria was somewhat quiet. There were more and more people on the street, and the noise made the silence even more obvious. The breakfast was already cold. The waiter came over and asked if he needed to reheat it. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes were like a cloud of smoke, as if he was recalling something. The waiter waited for a while, but saw that Fang Yuan was still in a daze and did not respond. He could only rub his nose and walk away resentfully. After a while, Fang Yuan's eyes focused. The memories in his heart were like smoke, gradually fading away. He returned to the real world. The sunlight shone in, illuminating more than half of the table. The heat from the food had already dissipated, and the noise of the people on the street could be heard. Through his clothes, he reached out to touch the 5.5 yuan stone in his bosom. The corner of his mouth revealed a bitter and mocking smile. But the smile disappeared as soon as it appeared. "Waiter, take this food down and heat it up." Fong Yuan looked at the food and called out lightly. At this moment, his eyes were incomparably clear. "What? Your brother said that?" In the hall, his uncle frowned and his voice was cold. His aunt sat at the side, speechless as she looked at the bright red palm print on Fangzheng's face. "Yes, when I saw my brother, he was eating breakfast at the inn. That's the whole story." Fangzheng replied respectfully. His uncle's brows furrowed even deeper, forming a Chuan character. After a few breaths, he sighed deeply and said in a serious tone, "Fangzheng, my child, you have to remember, the maid Shen Chui is not Fong Yuan's private property, but we assigned her to him. How can he sell her? Moreover, if you wanted her, you should have told us earlier, we would have just assigned her to you." "Ah!" Fangzheng was dumbfounded. His uncle waved his hand, "You can leave first. You gave all your yuan stone to Fong Yuan, I will give you another 6. Remember, use them well on your gu refinement. We will be proud of you if you win first place." "Father, I am ashamed." Fangzheng was so moved that tears flowed down his face. His uncle sighed, Go back to your room to refine the gu, you have already wasted a lot of time." Fangzheng left, and his uncle showed an angry and ferocious expression. Bang! He fiercely slapped the table and growled in a low voice, "Humph, this little bastard, using our people to do business, he is really cunning." His aunt hurriedly consoled him, "Master, calm down. It is only 6 yuan stone. You are a woman, what do you know? He, Fong Yuan, only has C-grade talent to refine the moonlight gu, he needs to use yuan stone. With his first gu refinement skills, 6 yuan stone is definitely not enough. But now he has 12, it is more than enough." His uncle gritted his teeth in hatred. He continued, "A gu master's cultivation, as long as they have enough resources and are not stuck at a bottleneck, it will be very fast. In 2 to 3 years, the clan will be able to nurture a rank 2 gu master. The lower Fong Yuan's cultivation is, the smaller the chance of getting back the family property in a year's time. Right now he is young and has just started cultivating, we will stop him and let him fall behind his peers at the starting stage. The academy's resources are awarded to outstanding students. With his talent, once he falls behind, he will not be able to get any resources, and without resources to aid his cultivation, he will fall further behind. If this vicious cycle continues, will he still have the ability to inherit the family property in a year's time? Aunt did not understand, even if we don't stop him, he will at most be rank 1 middle stage in a year's time. Master, you are rank 2, why are you afraid of him? Uncle stomped his feet in anger, Woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. With my status as an elder, do I have to fight with a junior? It is reasonable for him to ask for the inheritance back, we cannot stop him directly, we can only act according to the clan rules. The clan rules state clearly, to start a family at the age of 16, one must have at least rank 1 middle stage cultivation. If not, it means that Fong Yuan does not have the qualifications to waste the clan's resources. Do you understand what I am saying? Aunt was enlightened. Uncle squinted his eyes, a sinister glint flashing in them. He shook his head slightly, sighing, this Fong Yuan is too smart, too cunning. He can even see through the seduction, what kind of intelligence is this? He is so scheming at such a young age, terrifying. I originally wanted to plot against him, but he moved out directly. I also wanted to rely on Shen Chui to monitor and interfere with him, but he sent me away and even earned 6 yuan stone. Sigh, if only he could be as stupid as Fangzheng. Oh right, you have to treat Fangzheng better from now on, he is an A-grade talent. Moreover, I can see that he is very unconvinced towards Fong Yuan, he is very unresigned. This mood is good, you have to guide it well. I have a feeling that he will be the best weapon to deal with Fong Yuan in the future. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. There was no light in the room of the inn. The moonlight shone in, covering the floor with frost. On the bed, Fong Yuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, mobilizing his green bronze primordial essence, concentrating on refining the liquor worm. A small part of the liquor worm's body was dyed green bronze, but its will was still tenacious, constantly struggling in the smoky primordial essence. Fong Yuan's refining progress was not smooth, it could be said to be very difficult. I spent a full 2 days and 2 nights, only resting for 2 hours a day, consuming 12 yuan stone, but I only refined 1/15 of the progress. According to the time, in the next few days, someone will succeed in refining the goo. Fong Yuan was clear about the situation. But his talent was originally inferior, and now the liquor worm's will to survive was extremely tenacious, much higher than the ordinary moonlight goo. It was normal for him to fall behind in this situation. Falling behind for a while is nothing, as long as I have the liquor worm. Fong Yuan's heart was like a mirror, without a trace of anxiety or discouragement. But at this moment, the liquor worm suddenly curled up, curling into a ball. Not good, the goo worm's backlash. Fong Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. In front of him, the liquor worm had curled into a round glutinous ball, suddenly bursting with a dazzling white light. It was staking it all on one throw. Suddenly, Fong Yuan felt a strong will coming from the liquor worm, directly passing through the primordial essence and descending into his primordial sea in his aperture. The situation of a goo worm's backlash was very rare. Only those goo worms with extremely strong wills would try their best to succeed or die trying. If it were any other youth, they would definitely panic in the face of such a situation. But although Fong Yuan was shocked, he did not panic. Instead, he was a little happy. It's good to stake it all on one throw. As long as I can withstand this backlash, the liquor worm's will be greatly weakened. But next, I will have to concentrate all my energy to resist the impact of this will, without the slightest external interference. Otherwise, it will be bad, sigh. I hope no one will disturb me during this period. He finished thinking, and was about to activate the primordial essence in his aperture to meet the will. Entangle with it and fight for 300 rounds. But at this moment, something strange happened again. A goo worm appeared in the center of his aperture, above the primordial sea. Rumble. This goo worm burst out with an extremely strong aura. This aura was like the Milky Way pouring down, or the eruption of a mountain torrent, or like a horrifying beast whose dignity was violated, opening its scarlet eyes to see who dared to violate its territory. This is the spring-autumn cicada. Seeing this goo worm, Fong Yuan was completely shocked. Chapter 19. During the refining process, he suffered a backlash from the goo worm. The liquor worm inherited the flower wine monk's strong will, and now invaded the aperture, brazenly attacking Fong Yuan. This strong will power, from top to bottom, fiercely attacked the green bronze essence sea at the bottom of the aperture. And the green bronze essence sea was also tumbling, setting off bursts of waves. Under Fong Yuan's will, a large amount of primeval essence rose up against the heavens, converging together, forming a wild wave that soared to the sky, brazenly facing the liquor worm's will. The two sides were about to fiercely collide in the center of the aperture. But at this moment, in the center of the two forces, in the empty space of the aperture, a faint shadow of a goo worm appeared. It was a cicada. This cicada was not big. If the moonlight goo was a blue crystal curved like the moon, then this cicada was like a master craftsman made of palm wood and leaves. Its head and abdomen were brownish yellow, and the surface had tree-ring like veins, as if witnessing the passage of time. The wings on its back were very wide, translucent, like two overlapping leaves. Both wings had veins, and they were very similar. These veins were like the typical net-like veins of a leaf. In the center was a thick stem, and from the stem radiated a network of leaf veins on both sides. The spring-autumn cicada. It was startled. It was like a giant beast, usually hiding in a cave and sleeping. But it was suddenly awakened, and found that its territory had been invaded. Who dares to come to my territory and behave atrociously? As if its dignity had been violated, the spring-autumn cicada was angry, and it emitted an aura. This aura was weak, but it was so strong. It was like a torrential Milky Way, rolling forward, the waves vast and mighty, sweeping thousands of miles of green mountains, drowning the vast desert. Compared to this aura, the liquor worm's will was like an ant seeing an elephant. The aura swept and expanded in all directions, like a formless and peerless tsunami. The liquor worm's invading will, upon meeting this tsunami, did not even have the ability to resist, and was directly swallowed up by this aura. Feng Yuan's chest tightened. He tried his best to stir up the green bronze primeval essence, and upon meeting this aura, it was like a wave crashing into a mountain. In an instant, the condensed primeval essence disintegrated, collapsing into rain, falling back into the primeval sea. Whoosh! Waves rose and fell on the surface of the true essence sea, as if a storm had fallen, adding to the turbulence. But after a few breaths, the spring-autumn cicada's aura spread out and pressed down on the primal sea. Boom! Feng Yuan seemed to hear a buzzing sound. In an instant, the billowing primordial sea came to a standstill. The spring-autumn cicada's aura firmly suppressed the entire primordial sea, like an invisible mountain pressing down. The surface of the sea did not have the slightest ripple, and was as calm as a mirror. It was like a piece of wrinkled paper had been covered and flattened by the giant hand formed by the aura. This was an unparalleled power. Feng Yuan felt as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on his heart. It was as if Sun Wukong was being pressed under the five elements mountain. He couldn't mobilize even a trace of true essence. However, even though he was shocked, he wasn't afraid. Instead, a strand of intense joy surged into his heart. I didn't expect the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn with me. So it is not a one-time consumable goo, but can be used repeatedly. The spring and autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo. It was Feng Yuan's first and last ranked 6 goo in his previous life. In order to refine it, Feng Yuan had used all his means and resources. He had expended tremendous effort and 30 years of preparation before he was lucky enough to succeed. But not long after he succeeded, before the spring and autumn cicada had even warmed up, the heroes of the righteous path felt the threat of Feng Yuan. They attacked together and killed Feng Yuan. After rebirth, Feng Yuan didn't find the spring and autumn cicada and thought it had died. But in fact, it was residing in Feng Yuan's body and had fallen into a deep slumber. It had suddenly reversed 500 years of time, and its vitality was greatly damaged. It was too weak, so weak that even its owner, Feng Yuan, could not sense it. Even though the spring and autumn cicada had appeared, the situation was still not good. Since rebirth, it had been resting in a deep slumber. It appeared now only because it sensed the danger in the aperture and was awakened by the liquor worm's will. It was very weak, extremely weak. In Feng Yuan's memory, the original spring and autumn cicada was full of vitality. Its body was like expensive floorboards, emitting a warm and glossy sheen. Its wings were light green, like 2 fresh leaves that had just sprouted. But at this moment, a strong aura of death emanated from the cicada's body. Its body did not have any luster, and looked rough and dim, like dead wood. Its wings were also not light green leaves, but were full of a withered yellow color, like withered leaves that were about to wither in autumn. And the tips of its wings were slightly curled up and incomplete, like the edges of fallen leaves. Regarding this, Feng Yuan felt both heartache and thankful. His heartache was that the spring and autumn cicada had suffered such a heavy injury and was only a step away from death, like 1 foot on the edge of a cliff. Thankfully, the spring and autumn cicada was so weak, or else he would be in big trouble. After all, goo masters and goo worms had to complement each other, and it was best if they were of the same realm. A rank 1 goo master would use a rank 1 goo worm, this was the most suitable. If the goo worm's rank was lower than the goo master's, the goo master would be like a strong man carrying a small wooden stick, very weak. If the goo worm's rank was higher than the goo master's, the goo master would be like a child carrying a heavy axe, willing but unable to do so. The spring and autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo, and Feng Yuan was only a rank 1 initial stage goo master. To make an analogy, the spring and autumn cicada was a mountain, and Feng Yuan was a squirrel. If the squirrel were to carry the mountain to smash the enemy, the squirrel would be squashed by the mountain immediately. If the spring and autumn cicada was at its peak, Fang Yuan's small rank 1 Gu Master's aperture would not be able to contain it, and would directly burst to death from its majestic aura. Fortunately, it was extremely weak, so Fang Yuan's aperture could contain it. I gave up on the moonlight Gu, and tried all ways and means to find the liquor worm, just to refine the life-bound Gu. But actually, I already have the life-bound Gu. The spring and autumn cicada is my life-bound Gu. Feeling the intimate connection between himself and the spring and autumn cicada, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with emotions. The life-bound Gu was the first Gu that a Gu master refined. It was very important, and to a large extent, it affected the Gu master's future development. The better the life-bound Gu was, the smoother the Gu master's development would be. A poor quality life-bound Gu would drag down the Gu master's cultivation, and they would be overtaken by their peers. Most importantly, it would affect the life and death of a battle. Fang Yuan was well aware of this, so even though he chose the Guyue village's moonlight Gu, he was still not satisfied. He tried all ways and means to find the liquor worm. In his memory, to a new rank 1 Gu master, the liquor worm was already a superior choice. The moonlight Gu could only be considered above average. But life was fascinating because people never knew what was waiting for them in the next moment. In his previous life, Fang Yuan refined the spring and autumn cicada. After his rebirth, the spring and autumn cicada fell into a deep slumber, but this connection with the refinement still existed. And it seemed that after going through the river of time, Fang Yuan discovered that the connection between him and the spring and autumn cicada was even more mysterious and closer than in his previous life. It was only because the spring and autumn cicada was too weak that Fang Yuan did not notice it. So, in a real sense, the spring and autumn cicada was the first Gu he refined. But the spring and autumn cicada was not refined by Fang Yuan in this life, but the result of his 500 years of hard work in his previous life. The spring and autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's life-bound Gu. A rank 1 Gu master with a rank 6 life-bound Gu. If this was set out, probably no one would believe it. This had already broken the limits of common knowledge. But this matter had actually happened. The truth was unquestionable. The liquor worm is the best choice for a life-bound Gu, but compared to the spring and autumn cicada, it is like mud on the ground. My life-bound Gu in this life is actually the spring and autumn cicada, ha ha ha. Chapter 20. The great joy did not go to Fang Yuan's head. He quickly calmed down and began to think about the spring-autumn cicada's influence on him. The spring-autumn cicada's ability is rebirth. But it is extremely weak now. Once it is used, it will die. But it is a rank 6 Gu after all. I can use its aura. There is no harm done to it. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan withdrew his mind and opened his eyes. In front of him, the liquor worm was floating in front of him, wrapped in a smoky green bronze primordial essence, shivering. Just now, in order to survive, it staked everything on one throw. The result was that its will was easily defeated by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. It was also seriously injured, and its will was less than 1% of what it was before. Spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mind moved, releasing a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura. The aura oppressed the liquor worm, and it immediately became still, motionless, as if it was dead. Its remaining will, feeling the spring-autumn cicada's aura, was like a mouse meeting a cat. It was completely intimidated, shrinking into a ball and not daring to move. Fang Yuan laughed, taking the opportunity to stimulate his primordial essence. When the green bronze primordial essence was first refined, because of the liquor worm's stubborn resistance, it could only expand bit by bit. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's green bronze primordial essence rushed straight in, flowing 1,000 miles. It did not encounter any hindrance at all. The surface of the liquor worm's bronze color rapidly expanded. In a few blinks of an eye, the white pearl-like liquor worm was dyed green. The momentum was lost. The liquor worm's remnant will was finally gently rushed by Fang Yuan's will, and immediately disintegrated. Just like this, the liquor worm was refined. Compared to the previous arduous process of traversing mountains and ridges, this refinement process was as simple as drinking water. A familiar and mysterious feeling connected the liquor worm and Fang Yuan together. The refined liquor worm was like a part of Fang Yuan's body. When Fang Yuan told it to curl up, it would curl up. When he told it to curl up, it would curl up into a ball. It felt like he was moving his fingers. Fang Yuan withdrew his primordial essence, and the liquor worm returned to its white and chubby appearance. Then, it leapt into the air and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, it avoided the spring-autumn cicada in the air and entered the green-bronze primordial sea. On the surface of the sea, it wantonly stretched its body, twisting its chubby waist from time to time. It was so comfortable as if it was soaking in a hot bath. With the spring-autumn cicada, I should change my plans. Fang Yuan withdrew his consciousness from his aperture and took out the moonlight goo. He did the same thing and released a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, suppressing the moonlight goo. Feeling the spring-autumn cicada's aura, the moonlight goose will immediately laid down its arms and surrendered. It was so afraid that it could only hide in the corner of its body. Fang Yuan's true essence rolled down, and in the blink of an eye, the moonlight goo was dyed into an emerald jade. Finally, with just a slight thought, the moonlight goo's wool was easily destroyed. After that, he withdrew his primeval essence, and the moonlight goo returned to its previous transparent blue crystal appearance. He kept the moonlight goo. This moonlight goo did not enter the aperture, but fell directly in the middle of Fang Yuan's forehead, forming a light blue crescent moon imprint. From the beginning to the end of refining the moonlight goo, the whole process took less than 5 minutes. This was a stark contrast to the difficulty of the refinement process and the speed of the refinement. Not only was the speed fast, but the consumption of primeval essence was also extremely low. These days, Fang Yuan had used up 6 yuan stones to refine the liquor worm. But this night, he did not use any yuan stones at all. It was only the green bronze primordial sea in his aperture that was almost empty. With the spring-autumn cicada in hand, it's like the help of God. From now on, as long as I use its aura to suppress any rank 1 goo, it will be easy to capture any rank 1 goo. Even if I only have seed-grade talent, I don't need the help of the yuan stone. The difference before and after is like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was in a good mood. At this moment, it was as if the clouds had parted and he could see the blue sky. Even though the spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak, it was still a dignified rank 6 goo. Just by relying on its aura, it would be a huge driving force for Fang Yuan's future cultivation. At this moment, outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moonlight passed through the window and shone on Fang Yuan's face. I thought I wouldn't get first place, but who would have thought there would be such a turn of events? Time waits for no man. I'll go to the academy now and receive the first prize. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. With a thought, the spring-autumn cicada in his aperture concealed its figure and disappeared again, entering deep sleep. Then he summoned the liquor worm and hid it in the corner of the bed. This was to prevent the academy from conducting unnecessary inspections. 15 minutes later, the family academy. The academy elder had already fallen asleep, but in his dreams, he vaguely heard someone knocking on the door. He was awakened by the knocking. Opening his eyes, he was somewhat displeased. It's the middle of the night, who is outside? A respectful reply came from outside the door, reporting to Sir Elder, it's a student from this year's batch. He has already successfully refined the moonlight goo. You instructed your subordinates to report to you immediately as soon as the first place appears, no matter what time it is. There is such a thing. The academy elder frowned and got off the bed. As he put on his clothes, he asked, which student is this year's first place? Is it Guyue Fangzheng? The subordinate outside the door answered, it seems so. I heard the news and immediately came to report to you, sir. It seems to be the Fang family branch. Looking at the time, it should be him. The academy elder laughed softly and muttered to himself, other than this a grade genius, who else could it be? Those B-grade students, even if they use the yuan stone, are still lacking by a level. Otherwise, why is the aptitude for cultivation so important? Saying so, he pushed the door open and walked out. Outside the door, the subordinate respectfully took 2 steps back and bowed, echoing, "Sir is right." In the hall, more than 10 candles burned together, brightly illuminating the hall. The person who received Fang Yuan had already asked about the situation. Under the bright light, his face was filled with shock. "Wait, what did you just say? Your name is Guyue Fang Yuan, not Guyue Fangzheng." Fang Yuan nodded. At this moment, the academy elder walked in from outside the door. Fang Yuan and the person who received him turned and bowed together. The academy elder saw Fang Yuan, and his face was full of smiles. He walked in front of Fang Yuan and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder in a friendly manner. "Well done, Guyue Fangzheng, you didn't let me down. You really are a genius with a grade talent. Those B grade and C grade peers, no matter how hard they work, can't compare to you." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan and Fangzheng were twins, and their appearances were so similar that the academy elder mistook them for each other. Fang Yuan was neither servile nor overbearing, and took a step back, freeing his shoulder from the academy elder's palm. He looked at the academy elder, his hands behind his back, and smiled lightly. "Sir Elder, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am Guyue Fang Yuan, and Guyue Fangzheng is my younger brother." The academy elder opened his mouth slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He looked at Fang Yuan, puzzled, and his brows furrowed. After a few breaths, he opened his mouth. "You are Guyue Fang Yuan?" "That's me," Fang Yuan answered. "You've refined the moonlight gu?" The academy elder was astonished. His eyes stared closely at the crescent moon mark on Fang Yuan's forehead, his eyes shining, and he already knew the answer. "That's what happened," Fang Yuan answered again. "So, you're this year's first?" The academy elder's question seemed a little silly, but he could not be blamed. This was because the situation was too unexpected. He had been in charge of the academy for decades, and was extremely experienced. He had seen C-grade talents take first place, but it was definitely not this early. Moreover, in this year, there were A grade and B grade peers. "If there's no one earlier than me." Fang Yuan pretended to think, and then rubbed his nose before continuing, "Seems like it." Academy elder. Chapter 21. The sky had yet to brighten, and the sun had yet to rise. The eastern sky was just beginning to turn white. The darkness in the sky gradually faded, and the air was still filled with the fragrance of the night. The sound of light footsteps could be heard on the almost empty street. The morning in the mountains was always cold and wet, but Guyue Fangzheng did not feel the slightest bit cold. His heart was filled with surging excitement. His face was flushed, and he was walking quickly towards the school. "These days, I've been training hard, and I've spent 2 yuan stone. I didn't sleep at all last night, and I've finally succeeded in refining the moonlight gu. I have a great talent, and I'm so hardworking. No one can be faster than me, no one. Father, mother, I said I won't let you down." Thinking of his uncle and aunt's happy and gratified expressions when he told them the good news, Fangzheng felt a burst of heartfelt happiness and pride. "Just you wait, those clansmen who look down on me and my brother. From today onwards, I'll make you look at me, Guyue Fangzheng, in a new light." The more Fangzheng thought about it, the more excited he became. He could not help but clench his fists, and his footsteps became lighter. He came to the school entrance. The 2 guards guarding the school saw him, but they were puzzled, and asked him, "Guyue Fang Yuan, why are you back? Why, did brother just come here?" Fangzheng heard this, and his face flashed a trace of surprise and doubt. "Let's not talk about this for now." He did not expect Fang Yuan to win first place. He shook his head, and with a hint of pride, he said, "Brothers, I'm not Guyue Fang Yuan, I'm Guyue Fangzheng. I've already successfully refined the natal gu, and this time I'm here to receive the first place reward." "You're Guyue Fangzheng. You 2 brothers look so alike, no wonder the elder mistook you." The guard on the left widened his eyes and shouted. The guard on the right shook his head and said, "You're a step too late. Last night, your brother Gyue Fong Yuan had already met with the clan elder and received the first prize. My brother. Fang Zheng's eyes widened and he cried out involuntarily, wait, you said he won first place. How was this possible? Isn't Big Brother only a C-grade talent? First place? Are you kidding me? It's true. Why would we joke about such a thing? Seeing that Fang Zheng did not believe him, the guard was a little displeased. This matter has already been confirmed by the Academy Elder. The ranking list would be released soon. Why, didn't your brother tell you about this? Another guard immediately added. Fang Zheng was dumbfounded. He stood at the door in a daze. The truth was so different from what he had expected that he couldn't even figure out what had happened. In Fang Zheng's mind, there were also a few imaginary formidable opponents. Among them, the two most threatening ones were Gyue Mabe and Gyue Cheng. Both of them had B-grade aptitude and were backed by the two largest branch families in the clan. Their grandfathers were elders in power and had sufficient financial resources. If these two people won first place before him, Fang Zheng would have been mentally prepared. Although he would have been disappointed, he could still accept it. But now, the one who won first place was not Gyue Mabe, nor was it Gyue Cheng. It wasn't even any of the imaginary enemies in his mind. It was Gyue Fong Yuan, his brother. That C-grade talent. That person who had fallen into depravity after the awakening ceremony. That person who slept soundly in class all day long. That person who drank too much and didn't return home at night. That person who bullied Shin Shui, slapped him twice, and took all the yuan stone he had. That person who had been suppressing him in the past, like a shadow entrenched in his heart. How could this be? This can't be. For a moment, Fang Zheng roared in his heart, I worked so hard, but he drank too much all day long. In the end, he still won first place. Is there any justice left? Why? Why? The sun rose from the east. Birds chirped and chirped. Spring swept across Qingmao Mountain. Gyue Fang Zheng bathed in the warm sunlight. He slowly lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and looked at his lonely shadow on the ground. The surging emotions in his heart were like a deflated balloon. There wasn't much left. What replaced them were doubts, resentment, incomprehension, unwillingness, fear, and other complex emotions. As time passed, the sun climbed higher and higher. A new list was posted on the school's bulletin board. There were only two names on the list. They were Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. Following the appearance of this list, the news gradually spread. Those youths who had wholeheartedly stayed at home to refine goo after receiving their goo worms were in an uproar after hearing the news. How could this be? If it was Fang Zheng who got first, I would still believe it. But Fang Yuan, isn't he C-grade talent? Are you kidding me? The A-grade talent Fang Zheng actually lost to the C-grade talent Fang Yuan. Is this a fantasy? The Mo family. The small courtyard was full of greenery, and the fragrance of tea wafted in the air. One of the elders in charge of the Gyue family, Gyue Machen, sat in front of his desk. He looked at the spring scenery outside the window and drank his tea leisurely. Hasn't Mabe continued refining the goo? The housekeeper standing at the side quickly replied, ever since he heard the news about Fang Yuan in the morning, young Master Mabe seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He no longer has the mood to continue refining the moonlight goo. Speaking of which, it's a pity that young Master Mabe was so close to success. Actually, if Fang Zheng got first place, it would be fine. But it just had to be that C-grade talent Fang Yuan. So it's no wonder that young Master Mabe lost interest. Humph. Don't try to excuse him. Gyue Machen snorted coldly. His face was solemn and his tone was steely. A goo master's cultivation is full of hardships. What is this little setback? That Fang Yuan is only a C-grade talent. The reason he got first place was probably due to luck. The moonlight goo he chose had weak willpower, allowing him to beat him to it. If Mabe can't see through this and can't even handle this setback, then how will he be able to control our Mo family in the future? How will he be able to compete with the Chi family? No one is allowed to persuade him. Let him think about it carefully. Yes, master. The housekeeper did not dare to refute. Almost at the same time, in the Chi family. Sigh, Guyue Fang Yuan. The elder Guyue Lian sighed deeply. He frowned and thought for a while. He waved his hand and said, "Someone, call young Master Chicheng in." Not long after, Guyue Cheng walked into the room with a face full of disappointment. He knelt down and said, "Grandchild greets grandpa. Looks like you already know about this news." Guyue Lian stared at his only grandson. His tone was soft and said slowly, "I called you here to prevent you from being affected by this matter. Refining the natal gu depends on one's aptitude and the gu worm. Fang Yuan's aptitude is only C grade, but he was able to get first place. This means that the gu worm he chose, compared to the moonlight gu in your hands, has a much weaker willpower. This is all luck. So grandson, don't be discouraged. This is nothing. He is only C grade. Although he is the same as you, he doesn't have as many resources as you do. His road to promotion will be harder than yours. Believe me, you will soon surpass him. So, let go of this insignificant matter. Fang Yuan will not be your rival, nor is he worthy of being called your rival. Your real rival is the A-grade Fangzheng, the Mabe of the Mo family. Do you understand? Yes, thank you Grandpa for enlightening me. I understand. I will go down now and continue refining the gu. The disappointment on Guyue Cheng's face disappeared. What replaced it was a spirited fighting spirit. Okay. The elder Guyue Lian nodded his head in satisfaction. He showed a kind smile. Good grandson, although your true aptitude is only C grade, don't worry, I will support you with all my strength. Later, I will use the aura of a rank 3 gu to suppress the moonlight gu's willpower and help you refine this gu. Chapter 22. The sky was blue and clear, as if it had been washed. The sun was golden. White clouds floated, and a group of colorful parrots chirped, forming an arrow formation under the blue sky and white clouds, flapping their wings and soaring. These colorful parrots only appeared in large groups in spring. Their feathers were colorful, and they were the size of eagles. Their heads and beaks were like parrots, and their tails were like a peacock's, dragging long. It had been more than 10 days since Fang Yuan won first place in the test to refine his vital gu. The spring breeze blew the green grass on the mountain, the wildflowers bloomed, and the bees and butterflies danced around. It was a beautiful scene of spring, full of vitality. The atmosphere of spring was so strong that even the tall bamboo walls around the training field could not cover it. The training field covered an area of 3 acres. The ground was flat, paved with a thick and wide layer of limestone. The surroundings were transplanted with green spear bamboos. These dark green bamboos were close to each other, straight, forming a circle of tall green walls. Although the corners of the walls were also paved with stone bricks, many places had already sprouted grass. Between the bamboos, there were wild roses that drilled in from the outside, and even climbed up the walls. 57 15-year-old youths stood in the middle of the training field, forming a semicircle, watching the academy elder in the center. This was a lesson to teach the youths how to use the moonlight gu. The moonlight gu is the signature gu of our Guyue clan, just like the Xiong family's bear power gu and the Bai family's stream gu. Most of the people here have chosen the moonlight gu as their vital gu. Watch carefully, I will personally demonstrate how to activate the moonlight gu to attack. Students whose vital gu is not the moonlight gu, you must also focus. This classic long-range attack method can be used on other gu, and has a wide range of applications. As he spoke, the academy elder stretched out his right hand, spreading his fingers and lowering his palm so that the youths could see his palm. First, use your mind to move the moonlight gu into your own palm. As he spoke, the crescent mark that represented the moonlight gu moved along the elder's arm to his palm. Then, move the primeval essence in your aperture and pour it into the moonlight goo. A trace of silver-colored primeval essence gushed out of the elder's body, almost imperceptibly, and entered the moonlight goo in his palm. The Academy Elder was a rank 3 goo master, and only a rank 3 goo master could condense a silver luster of primeval essence. A rank 1 goo master's primeval essence was called bronze primeval essence, while a rank 2 goo master's was called red steel primeval essence. Only at the third rank would it be silver primeval essence. After absorbing this sliver of silver true essence, the crescent moon mark in the center of the elder's hand immediately became brighter and brighter. Even though it was daytime, it still emitted a bright pale blue radiance. Amazing! So beautiful! The youths couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when they saw this scene. The pale blue light, as clear as water, flickered faintly in the elder's hand. At first glance, it was as if the Academy Elder was holding a handful of moonlight in his hand. The Academy Elder smiled. "Watch carefully. The last step is to shoot it out like I did." As he spoke, he slowly closed his spread fingers, then raised his arm and slowly straightened it. Finally, he waved his palm lightly. His movements were steady and powerful. Whoosh! The youths heard a light sound in their ears. Following the Academy Elder's movement, the pale blue light condensed on his palm was thrown out just like that. The light formed a small moonblade in the air. The pale blue moonblade was only the size of a palm, just like the crescent moon in the night sky. It drew a straight line in the air, and then hit a grass puppet 10 meters away. With a swish, the grass puppet's 30-centimeter thick neck was cut off by the moonblade. The puppet's body swayed, and its huge head fell to the ground. After cutting off the grass puppet, the moonblade immediately dimmed. However, it still flew for another 6 meters in the air before the crescent moon gradually faded away, finally dissipating into the air. Looking at the grass puppet's neck, the cut surface was extremely smooth, as if it had been cut with the sharpest sickle. Almost all the youths stared with their eyes wide open, looking at this scene in shock. A few of them couldn't help but touch their own necks, shocked by the moonblade's attack power. After a short period of silence, exclamations came again and again. Some of the youths' eyes lit up, staring at the grass puppet. Some stared at the Academy Elder's palm. There were also some who whispered to each other, discussing excitedly. Only Fang Yuan was hidden in the crowd, his expression cold and indifferent, not moving at all. In his previous life, his cultivation had reached rank 6, and he founded the Blood-Winged Demons sect in the central continent, with tens of thousands of followers. He was known as the Big Shot of the demonic path, and his reputation was illustrious. The Academy Elder was only a rank 3 goo master, and this method was child's play. It would not cause a ripple in Fang Yuan's heart. Next, as long as you have successfully refined the moonlight goo, step forward. Each of you will have a grass puppet. Follow my method just now, activate the moonblade and practice attacking. Just as the Academy Elder finished speaking, more than 30 youths stood up. This year, the entire clan had more than 100 youths participating in the awakening ceremony. There were 57 students who had the talent to cultivate. Among them, 35 chose the moonlight goo. After these days of hard work, they had all refined the moonlight goo. The rest of the youths were all D-grade talents. It was not that they did not want to refine the moonlight goo, but their talent was not good enough, so they could only retreat. To the Guyue clan youths, the moonlight goo was no longer a simple goo worm, but a symbol of the clan's glory. Soon, 35 youths stood in a row. 10 meters away from each of them, there was a grass puppet erected in front of them. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the line, not attracting attention. Practice began. The youths all stretched out their right hands, transferring the moonlight goo into their palms. The blue crescent moon imprints, with the injection of bronze-colored primeval essence, emitted aqua-blue radiance one by one. But when they cut in the air with their palms, only 7 or 8 crescent moons flew out. Some of these crescent moons only appeared for a moment, then quickly dissipated. Some just flew out 2 or 3 meters, and suddenly with a bang, collapsed into blue flowing light. Some flew far, but the direction was off, directly flying into the sky. The youths all frowned. Watching the elders' demonstration just now, it seemed quite simple. But when they personally tried it out, they realized the knack within. To send out a moonblade and hit the grass puppet at the same time, it was really not easy. The elder watched with a slight smile. He saw this scene every year, so he was not surprised. The remaining 22 youths could only stand outside the field, watching enviously. After practicing for 5 minutes, the youths were gradually able to send out the moonblade. For a moment, the sky above the martial arts field was filled with light blue moonblades flying everywhere. Some of the moonblades dissipated halfway, some unfortunately collided with each other, and some flew out of the field, slanted and disorderly. Only a few moonblades were able to hit the grass puppet. Of course, this was a case of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. The academy elder began to conduct individual tutoring. He focused on Fangzheng, Mabei, and Qicheng, these outstanding students, patiently correcting their mistakes in postures and teaching them his own insights. As for C-grade students like Fang Yuan, he only gave a few words of advice. Fang Yuan had been condensing the blue light in his hand. He waved his palm a few times in the air, but he condensed it and did not release it. Seeing that the field was chaotic and no one was paying attention to him, he moved his mind and loosened his control of the moonlight goo. His palm tilted slightly, making a palm knife slashing action. In order not to attract attention, he did not aim at the grass puppet opposite him, but instead aimed at the one in front of him on the left. With a swoosh, a moonblade flew out quickly, passing through the chaotic area in the center, drawing a straight line in the air, accurately hitting the neck of the grass puppet. The grass puppet trembled, its neck was cut in half by the moonblade, but soon the green grass stalk that was cut began to grow again, tangling together, and the wound healed. This grass puppet, of course, was not an ordinary grass puppet, but a rank 1 grass puppet goo. It had a slight self-healing ability of the plant attribute. Unless the grass puppet was cut in half, the wound would heal after a while. Wow, look at this moonblade! Amazing, who sent it? There were very few moonblades that could hit the grass puppet. Fang Yuan had only casually attacked, but it had created the most obvious attack effect so far. It immediately caused the students outside the field to exclaim in surprise. Even the academy elder's attention was attracted. He asked, "That moonblade just now was not bad. Did you send it?" He looked at a C-grade student with a questioning gaze. Because that puppet corresponded to him. This male student blinked his eyes. Facing the sudden stares of the crowd, he seemed to be at a loss of what to do. To be honest, the scene was too chaotic just now. Moonblades were flying everywhere, and he did not know if he was the one who sent it. But, it looks like it's possible, right? The young man thought and nodded subconsciously. The surrounding students suddenly had a whole new level of respect for him. Who is he? What's his name? Some of the female students asked the people around them. Even he can send moonblades, I can't lose. Guyu Mabei's eyes flashed with determination. So it wasn't brother who sent it. Guyu Fangzheng let out a sigh of relief. After being comforted by his aunt and uncle, he had already recovered from the previous shock. Brother, you got first last time because you were lucky and chose a weak-willed moonlight goo. A goo master's cultivation cannot always rely on luck. I will win against you. Fangzheng encouraged himself in his heart. You did well. Continue to work hard and grasp that feeling just now. The academy elder patted the student's shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. The young man nodded his head excitedly, his eyes shining with a different light. The elder took the opportunity to announce, "Listen up, this is your homework. Practice well after class, and we will check the results in 3 days. Whoever has the best results will get 10 yuan stones as a reward. Do you all hear me?" "Oh!" the students shouted in response. Hearing that there would be yuan stones as a reward, they could not help but get even more excited. However, after just 3 minutes, the moonblades flying in the air gradually became sparse. Damn it, every moonblade consumes 10% of my primeval essence. The consumption of the moonblade is too high. I am only a C grade, and my aperture can only store 38% of green copper primeval essence. I can only send out 3 moon blades in a row." The youths who stopped all sighed in despair. The academy elder witnessed all this and did not say anything, but he sighed in his heart. This is the benefit of having a high cultivation talent. To use the moon blade, there are only 2 words: practice makes perfect. Those with high talent have more primeval essence in their aperture, and their primeval essence recovers faster, giving them more opportunities to practice. Those with low talent can use yuan stones to make up for it and increase the amount of practice. Those without high talent and without yuan stones, even if they want to practice, they will not have the strength. Sigh, a Gu master's cultivation is so cruel. I better take care of those students with high talent. Chapter 23. The sun had set. The sunset glow was still burning in the sky. Looking at the mountains in the distance, they were covered with a thick layer of ash that was slowly turning black. In the academy, the day's lessons had ended. The students walked out in 2s and 3s. Today was really a happy day. I learned a lot of things. Especially learning how to use the moonlight Gu. The moonblade flying in the air is so cool. Too bad I don't have enough talent. In the future, I can only be a logistics Gu master and can't go to the battlefield. The youths talked with great interest. Some people called their friends. Let's go eat together and drink some rice wine. How about it? Okay, that's a good suggestion. You guys go first. I have to go to the shop near the Academy's Gu room to buy a grass puppet so I can practice at home. Fang Yuan came to the Gu room alone. The Academy's Gu room stored many rank 1 Gu worms of various types. Fang Yuan's moonlight Gu was chosen from there for free. Every once in a while, the students would have a chance to get a Gu worm for free. If they wanted to get additional Gu worms, they had to pay. Fang Yuan did not have the intention to refine other Gu worms in the short term. He walked to the shop next to the Gu room. It was a small shop. There were 7 students in the shop, bargaining with the shop owner for grass puppets. It's junior brother. The rank 1 Gu master in charge of the shop was in his 20s. After seeing Fang Yuan, he did his business and took the initiative to greet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was surprised. This Gu master was Jiangya, the young Gu master who taught the hunters in the inn a lesson. Oh, it's senior. Fang Yuan nodded, his face expressionless. Jiangya took out a grass puppet from the counter behind him and handed it to a student who was buying it. He smiled at Fang Yuan in a friendly manner and asked, "Junior, are you here to buy grass puppets too? Do I need to save one for you?" Only 3 yuan stone. This thing sells very fast. Now there are only 7 left. If you wait any longer, there will be no more stock. He had an arrogant attitude towards mortals, but towards Fang Yuan and the others, he was very friendly. Fang Yuan shook his head, laughing in his heart. This Jiangya really knows how to do business. The grass puppet was made from the grass man Gu. Including the input of primeval essence, the cost was only 1.5 yuan stone. Senior, that's not very nice of you. First come, first served. Why should we leave it for him? That's right, we've been here for a long time. You have to follow the rules when doing business. 3 pieces it is. You can have the yuan stone and I'll have the puppet. When the youths in the shop heard that there were only 7 puppets left, they became anxious. They stopped bargaining and took out their yuan stone to buy the puppets. Soon, the 7 of them left with satisfaction. Junior brother, do you want to buy a grass puppet? Jiangya asked with a smile. They said that they were just sold out, but there is actually an 8th one. If junior brother doesn't buy it, then you'll miss a good opportunity. Fang Yuan had no interest in the grass puppet. He shook his head and took out a yuan stone, putting it on the counter. I want to buy 10 moon orchid petals. Jiangya stared blankly at Fang Yuan. He took away the yuan stone and pulled open the drawer of the counter. He took out a paper bag. 10 moon orchid petals, not one less. You can count them. Fang Yuan checked it in person. Finding that there were no mistakes, he left the small shop. Goo worms need to be fed. Goo masters refine and use goo, and at the same time, they also need to raise goo. Refining goo is difficult, and there is the danger of backlash. Using goo is not easy, and requires a lot of practice. The knowledge of raising goo is even more extensive and profound. Because there are all kinds of goo worms, their food is also different. Some need to swallow soil, some need starlight, some need to drink tears, and some need to absorb the clouds of the 9 heavens. Take the 3 goo worms that Fang Yuan had now for example. The moonlight goo needs to swallow moon orchid petals twice a day, one in the morning and one in the evening, and each meal has 2 petals. As for the liquor worm, it needs to drink wine. A jar of green bamboo wine can support it for 4 days. The spring-autumn cicada is even more peculiar. It can directly drink water from the river of time to maintain its vitality. The river of time supports the operation of this world. It is not far away in the sky, but close at hand, flowing by everyone's side. Every action of all living beings requires the impetus of time. Time is like flowing water, passing by quickly. The river of time is invisible and colorless, and all living beings actually live and exist in the river of time. After buying this bag of moon orchid petals, Fang Yuan went to the inn to buy green bamboo wine. The liquor worm can also drink some wine and rice wine to survive. But once it is this kind of inferior wine, the amount it drinks is huge, and it needs a few jars every day. Fang Yuan calculated, it is better to buy green bamboo wine directly. Not only is it more cost-effective than buying inferior wine, it will also not arouse suspicion. Young master, you are here. The inn's waiter already knew Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan directly threw 3 pieces of yuan stone to him, and said with familiarity, "Give me a jar of green bamboo wine, and give me a few good dishes. No need for change, put it here first, and at the end of the month we will settle it all together, any overpayment will be refunded, any shortfall will be made up." Although he no longer lives in the inn, but moved to the school dormitory. But every time he buys wine, he will eat here. Okay. Young master, please sit here, the wine and dishes will be ready soon. The waiter responded and led Fang Yuan to a seat. He took out the rag on his shoulder, politely wiped the table and stools, and then left. As the waiter said, the wine and dishes were quickly served. Fang Yuan ate while calculating in his heart, 1 yuan stone can buy 10 petals, and the moonlight goo consumes 4 every day. 1 jar of green bamboo wine is worth 2 yuan stone, and can support the liquor worm for 4 days. That is to say, just feeding these 2 goo will consume nearly 1 yuan stone every day. This may seem small, but it is actually very expensive. For a mortal family of 3, a month's living expenses are only 1 yuan stone. Since refining the goo until now, it has been 16 days. Just raising the goo cost Fang Yuan 14.5 yuan stones. I got the flower wine inheritance, took away Fangjing's bag of yuan stones, and got the first prize. My yuan stone assets were as high as 44.5 yuan stones. But refining the goo used 6.5 yuan stones, feeding it took 14.5 yuan stones, and half a yuan stone for living expenses. Now I should be left with 20 yuan stones. Fang Yuan took out his money bag and opened it. The bag was filled with pieces of yuan stone. These yuan stones were grayish-white in color, each oval, the same volume, and the size of a duck's egg. Counting, there were really only 20 yuan stones left. That is to say, without any income, the yuan stone Fang Yuan had left was only enough for him to last for half a month. He was not like other people of the same age, who more or less had friends and relatives to help them. Especially students like Guyue Mabe and Guyue Cheng, there was no shortage of yuan stone. And Fang Yuan could only think of a way himself. Uncle and aunt have already cut off my living expenses, but every weekend, the family academy will give out 3 yuan stone as a subsidy to the students. Looks like I should perform well in the Moonblade assessment 3 days later, and get the 10 yuan stone as a reward. Fang Yuan chewed on his food as he thought. At his age, his body was growing. Unknowingly, all the food had fallen into his stomach. Picking up the unopened green bamboo wine, Fang Yuan lifted his feet and walked out of the inn. Young master, young master. The shop assistant behind him chased after him. Let me tell young master something, in less than a month, there will be a caravan coming to the village. According to the usual practice, they will buy our green bamboo wine. Young master loves green bamboo wine, and will buy a few jars every week. The shopkeeper instructed me to tell young master about this. Our green bamboo wine is limited, and after selling it to the caravan, I'm afraid there won't be much left. Is that so? Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in reading people and deciphering words. The shop assistant and the young Gu master Jiangye said similar things, but Fang Yuan could naturally tell that Jiangye was lying, and the shop assistant was telling the truth. This was a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan needed to feed the liquor worm, and in the long run, the amount of green bamboo wine needed was very large. If this inn was out of stock, he was afraid that in the future he would have to use a lot of inferior wine to feed the liquor worm. He could not drink several jars of wine in a day, and after a long time, it would arouse suspicion. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan took out 10 yuan stone, then buy another 5 jars and let me take them. Come with me to the academy dormitory. Yes, young master. The shop assistant quickly took the yuan stone. If there was no storage method, the moon orchid petals could only be stored for 5 days, so Fang Yuan only bought 1 bag at a time. But green bamboo wine could be stored for a long time, so there was no problem in this aspect. A few shop assistants followed Fang Yuan into the academy dormitory, placed the wine jars under the bed, and left. Looking at the suddenly deflated money bag in his hand, Fang Yuan sighed. Refining gu was hard, and raising gu was not easy. This was because he had 500 years of experience from his previous life. He did not need to practice using gu worms, which meant that the consumption of primeval essence was reduced, and this saved him a lot of expenses. Like the people around him, to practice using the moonlight gu, they had to consume primeval essence. To increase proficiency, they had to practice a few times. The consumption of primeval essence was too high, and the recovery was too slow, so they could only use yuan stone to replenish. Buying a grass puppet would cost 3 primeval stones. This was all money. Luckily my spring-autumn cicada consumes time, and not other food. Otherwise, I would have gone bankrupt long ago, and could not afford it. Fang Yuan felt very lucky. The higher the level of gu worm, the larger the appetite, or the rarer the food, the harder it was to raise. A rank 2 ordinary gu worm would consume 1 to 2 primeval stones a day. It was still good to be able to buy food. Some gu worms' food was especially hard to find, and the market simply did not have such goods. Just like the spring-autumn cicada's food was time, which was even more precious. As the saying goes, an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. No matter how much money you have, can you buy time? You can't. In theory, there was no limit to the number of gu a gu master could refine. As long as you could refine, 10, 100, or even 1,000 would do. You could refine however many gu you wanted to refine. But in fact, a gu master usually only had 4 or 5 gu worms. Why? The biggest reason was that they could not afford to raise them. The higher the rank of the gu worm, the more expensive it was to feed it. This often caused gu masters to be strapped for cash, giving them a headache. Another reason was that they could not afford to use it. Activating the moonlight gu, 1 moonblade attack would consume 10% of primeval essence. A C-grade gu master could only launch 3 to 4 attacks, and the primeval essence in his aperture would be used up. No matter how many gu worms you raised, if you could not use them, wouldn't it all be a waste? Thus, there was a saying in gu master cultivation. Raising gu was like raising a mistress. To raise a mistress, one had to buy food, clothes, a house and so on. It was very expensive, and raising too many would cost too much. Normal people could not afford it. Even if they could raise so many, a man's energy was limited, and he could not afford it. Was he going to raise it for nothing? The goo master's realm increased, but the goo worm's food standard also increased. Thus, don't think that goo masters had no limit to the number of goo they could refine. Most goo masters would only raise 4 or 5 goo worms of the same rank. If the number was any higher, the goo master would go bankrupt. Chapter 24. 3 days later. Lowering your body to dodge is a common technique to restrain swinging punches. When the enemy attacks, quickly crouch down and take the opportunity to counterattack, attacking his crotch and stomach. Don't be afraid of swinging punches. Those who often use swinging punches are brainless and impulsive people. On the training field, the academy's boxing instructor spoke as he demonstrated the moves. A wooden puppet swept its right fist over. The boxing instructor crouched down and dodged the attack, then punched the puppet's stomach. After a few punches, the wooden puppet fell to the ground. The students gathered in a circle to watch, but most of them could not raise their spirits, showing a lack of interest. The academy taught many kinds of courses, and this class was teaching the basics of boxing. Using fists and legs to exert strength was much inferior to the cool moonblade attacks. The youths were almost distracted. The next class is the Moonlight Goose usage test. How's your training recently? Not bad, I can use all 3 moonblades, but rarely can I hit all of them. Usually, there are 2 hits on the grass puppet. About the same as me. These days, in order to practice this, I bought a grass puppet. The youths were whispering, their minds were no longer here, they were all worried about the next class's test. For this test, they had trained hard for a long time after class. Now they were all full of energy, looking forward to the test. The students' discussion entered the instructor's ears. The boxing instructor turned around and shouted, "Talking is forbidden in class, all of you shut up and watch carefully." He was a rank 2 goo master, his body was muscular, his upper body was strong, and his bronze skin was covered with scars. His shout was majestic, immediately suppressing all the youths in the field. The martial arts practice field was silent. The basics of boxing is the most important. Especially in the early stages of a goo master's cultivation, it is more important than anything else. All of you focus. After a round of reprimanding, the martial arts instructor summoned another wooden puppet. This light yellow wooden puppet was 2 meters tall, and when its wooden feet stepped on the bluestone floor, it made a crisp sound. It opened its arms and clumsily rushed towards the instructor. The instructor dodged its attack, then suddenly hugged its waist and pushed it forward, pushing the wooden puppet to the ground. Then, he rode on the wooden puppet's waist and quickly punched the wooden puppet's head. The wooden puppet resisted for a moment before its head was smashed by the instructor's rain-like fists. It lay paralyzed on the ground, motionless. The martial arts instructor stood up. His breath was still calm and long. He explained to the students, "Don't be afraid when facing a tall enemy in close combat. Destroying the opponent's center of gravity is a wise tactic to control the enemy. Just like what I did just now, I grabbed the enemy's waist, controlled his hip bone, and pushed him forward. After that, he would ride on the opponent's body and punch them fiercely. Those who have no intention of defending will instantly collapse." The students nodded repeatedly, but most of their gazes were filled with disapproval. The head instructor saw everything and smiled bitterly in his heart. It had always been like this in the past. Young people were naturally easily attracted by gorgeous things. Without personal experience, it was difficult for the youngsters to understand the importance of basic punches and kicks. In fact, especially to early-stage goo masters, basic punches and kicks may seem inconspicuous, but they are more important than moonblade attacks. Remember, in close combat, don't just stare at the enemy's eyes, but pay attention to their shoulders. Whether the enemy punches or kicks, their shoulders will move first. Speed is very important in close combat. The speed here is not the speed of the attack, but the speed of the feet. Distance is the best defense. Legs need to be flexible, that way it will be easier to explode with power. When moving and punching, maintain a triangular support. Otherwise, if you lose control of your lower body, the enemy will not fall, but you will fall instead. The martial arts instructor explained patiently as he demonstrated. This was the precious experience he had accumulated through long periods of battles, using blood and tears. It was a pity that the students outside did not realize this. They gradually started to whisper to each other again. The focus of their discussion was still on the Moonblade assessment in the next lesson. This martial arts instructor is very practical, but there's a problem with his teaching method. Fong Yuan watched quietly from the crowd, nodding and shaking his head. This instructor's teaching was not methodical, it was purely out of interest, teaching whatever he wanted to teach. Thus, the things he taught were messy, many and complicated. Many students listened attentively at first, but gradually lost interest and shifted their attention to other aspects. Only Fong Yuan listened attentively. Others were learning, but he was revising. His battle experience was much richer than the martial arts instructors, but listening to someone else's explanation was also a form of cultivation verification. Gu Master's fighting style was usually divided into close combat and long range. The Moonblade attack was the long range type, but strictly speaking, it could only be considered mid to long range. Because its attack range was only 10 meters. If it was a close combat Gu Master, this martial arts instructor was the best example. They would usually choose a Gu worm that could amplify their body, and carry out cultivation. These Gu worms gave them strength, agility, reaction, endurance, and so on that surpassed normal people. Just like this martial arts instructor, his skin was bronze in color. This was not his natural skin color, but the effect of a copper skin Gu. The copper skin Gu would greatly increase the defense of the Gu Master's skin, allowing the Gu Master to take more damage. One Moonblade consumes 10% of primeval essence. How many times can a Gu Master use it in battle? The number of times is very few, especially for novices. It cannot form an effective attack. It can only be used as a trump card. Its deterrence is greater than its destructive power. To a rank 1 Gu Master, what is useful is still martial arts. Because martial arts attacks last longer, and are more reliable. It's a pity that they have not experienced this personally, so they don't know. Fong Yuan used his gaze to glance at his peers around him, and his lips curled into a cold smile. The basic martial arts class finally ended. After a short break, the academy elder arrived late under the anticipating gazes of the youths. He waved his hand, pointing at the row of grass puppets under the bamboo wall, and went straight to the point. All right, today is the day to check the results. You guys form a group of 5, come up one by one, and use the Moonblade to attack 3 times. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The first group of students walked up, the Moonblades dancing in the air. After 3 rounds, only 9 Moonblades hit the grass puppets. The academy elder shook his head slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. This hit rate was too low, and the key was that out of the 5, 2 of them only managed to use 2 Moonblades. You guys have to practice well from now on, especially you and you. The elder reprimanded them slightly, and waved his hand. Next group. The 2 who were reprimanded walked down the stage dejectedly. One of the young girl's eyes were red, feeling wronged. She only had C-grade talent, and she could not bear to use Yuan Stone to recover her primeval essence quickly. Thus, she did not practice much these 3 days, causing her to not be familiar with using the Moonblade. Gu Masters needed money to refine Gu, to raise Gu, and to practice using Gu also needed money. But where did she get so much money? Although she had the support of her parents, every family had their own difficulties. Being short of money was a common predicament for Gu Masters. Since I have no hope of getting first, I might as well give up and save Yuan Stone, isn't that better? Thinking of this, the young girl calmed down. There were many who had the same thoughts as the young girl. Because of the lack of practice, many students performed poorly. The academy elder's brows furrowed even deeper. Fong Yuan saw this, and shook his head in his heart. These people are so pitiful and pitiful. For some Yuan stone, they gave up on the chance to improve themselves. Yuan stone is for use, like a miser saving Yuan stone. Why did they become a Gu master? In other words, only the short-sighted would haggle over every penny, often neglecting the essentials. On the other hand, those with lofty ambitions were usually able to display a magnanimous and forgiving attitude. It's finally my turn. At this time, Gyue Mabe's horse walked onto the stage with a confident smile on its face. His body was sturdy, and emitted a valiant aura. After standing still, he raised his hand and released 3 moonblades, all 3 hitting. 2 of them hit the puppet's chest, and 1 hit the puppet's left arm, cutting off a few green grass pieces. Such a result naturally attracted a wave of praise from the youths. Not bad. The elder's brows relaxed slightly. Another group came up, and one of them was Gyue Cheng. Gyue Cheng was short, his face full of pockmarks, and his expression showed slight nervousness. He consecutively released 3 moonblades, all hitting the puppet's chest, leaving 3 crisscrossing scars. The scars turned from deep to shallow, and after a few breaths, because of the grass puppet's self-healing, it returned to its original appearance. But such a performance was already on par with Gyue Mabe, and received the elder's praise as well. Qiqing held his head high as he walked down the stage, giving Mabe a provocative look on the way. Humph! Off the stage, Gyue Mabe snorted coldly, but he did not stare back at Qiqing, instead looking at Gyue Fangzheng who had yet to go on stage. He was clear that the only ones who posed a threat were Gyue Cheng and Gyue Fangzheng. The former was the same as him, AB-grade talent, and had a constant supply of Yuan stone. The latter was an A-grade talent, and even though the Yuan stone wasn't as abundant as theirs, relying on the recovery speed of his qi, he could still practice a lot in a short period of time. Now that Gyue Cheng's result was out, and he was on par with Mabe, only Gyue Fangzheng was left. In the last few groups, Gyue Fangzheng finally went on stage. Chapter 25. Is he Fang Yuan or Fangzheng? Some of the students muttered. There were still some who couldn't tell the difference between Fang Yuan and Fangzheng, the twins. It's Fangzheng. Fang Yuan always has a cold expression on his face, there's never a nervous expression on his face. Someone answered. Oh, then there's something to see. Fangzheng is the only A-grade prodigy in our stronghold in the past 3 years. Everyone looked at him. Fangzheng could feel the pressure from their gazes, which made him even more nervous. Standing in the arena, his fingers were trembling slightly. His first crescent blade was originally aimed at the chest of the straw puppet, but because of his nervousness, he missed. In the end, the crescent blade landed on the straw puppet's neck. The youths immediately let out soft gasps of surprise. They thought that Fangzheng had done it on purpose, not aiming for the straw puppet's chest, which was the easiest to hit, but the neck. This was a sign that he was confident in his attacking technique. They couldn't help but look forward to Fangzheng's next performance even more. Gyue Mabe and Gyue Qingqing's expressions darkened. The only ones who could see that Fangzheng had made a mistake were the Academy Elder and Fang Yuan. That was close. Seeing this crescent blade, Fangzheng exclaimed in his heart, secretly feeling that he was lucky. He took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and released 2 more crescent blades. This time, he didn't make a mistake, and both crescent blades hit the straw puppet's chest accurately. This result made the Academy Elder nod his head, while Mabe and Qiqing calmed down. Fangzheng's result was on par with theirs, and it was up to the Academy Elder to grade. The other students let out sighs of disappointment. Fangzheng's subsequent performance was not outstanding, and they were slightly disappointed. There was nothing interesting about the next few groups. No one could perform better than Mabe, Qiqing, and Fangzheng. The youths began to whisper to each other. It seems that the first place in today's assessment will be decided between the 3 of them. All 3 of them hit the straw puppet. I wonder who the elder will favor. Wait, it's the last group. Fang Yuan is up. Oh, you mean that cold genius of the C grade? Hee hee. Until the last group, Fang Yuan went up on stage. It's that Fang Yuan. Guyu Mabe looked up at Fang Yuan, then lowered his eyes, not paying much attention to him. Last time, you got lucky and accidentally chose a weak-willed Moonlight Gu, which allowed you to get first place. Let's see how you perform this time. Guyu Qiqing crossed his arms, waiting to see Fang Yuan make a fool of himself. Brother, this time is not the same as last time. I've trained hard for so long, I can definitely surpass you. In the crowd, Guyu Fangjing pursed his lips, his fists clenched tightly. Last time in the assessment to refine the vital Gu, he got second place with his great aptitude, so naturally he was not convinced. Especially when he understood the reason for Fang Yuan's victory, it was because of his good luck that he got first place. This made him even more dissatisfied. To Guyu Fangjing, winning against his brother Fang Yuan had a special meaning to him. Many gazes were focused on Fang Yuan, even the academy elder was looking at him. Fang Yuan was unmoved, his expression cold. After he stood still, he channeled his primeval essence into the Moonlight Gu in his palm, and with a wave of his hand, he released the first Moonblade. The Moonblade flew high, not only over the straw puppet's head, but also above the bamboo wall. After flying for about 15 meters, the light dimmed and disappeared into the air. Pfft! Some people could not help but laugh. That's too far off. Some people laughed coldly. He's indeed a genius, no wonder he got first place in refining Gu. Some people said sarcastically. In the early years, when Fang Yuan created poems and displayed his early wisdom, these people were dissatisfied. Later on, he got first place in refining Gu with luck, adding to their dissatisfaction was jealousy. Many people were waiting to watch a good show, waiting for the genius Fang Yuan to make a fool of himself, and Fang Yuan's Moonblade did not disappoint them. The crowd burst into laughter. The academy elder shook his head slightly, laughing at himself in his heart. Why did he pay attention to Fang Yuan for no reason? He was only a C grade, and only got first place in refining Gu because of a moment of luck. He had already made up his mind, although Mabe, Qiqing and Fangjing's results were the same, he would choose Fangjing as first place. The battle between Guyu Mabe and Guyu City was the epitome of the political struggle between the two powerful elders in the clan. The academy elder had always been in the middle, and did not want to get involved in the political whirlpool. The academy elder was more inclined towards the clan leader, Guyu Bo, while Fangjing was on the clan leader's side. Furthermore, he had an A-grade aptitude, so choosing him as first place was somewhat biased towards him, and could be accepted by the clan's higher-ups. A warm spring breeze blew, and the fragrance of flowers floated into the battle arena. The sunlight shone on Fang Yuan's body, casting a lonely shadow on the ground. His expression was still cold, quietly looking at the straw puppet 10 meters away, the Moonblade imprint in the center of his hand emitting a faint blue light. The first Moonblade was of course purposely missed by him. Now, he only had 2 chances left, and considering the academy elder's standpoint, if he wanted to get first place, he had to create an effect that far surpassed everyone else's attack. There are only 2 chances left, it's impossible. Brother, I finally won. Guyu Fangjing's eyes stared unblinkingly at Fang Yuan. Since young, the shadow that his brother had cast in his life was finally fading away at this moment. Fangjing felt that victory was close at hand, and subconsciously clenched his fists, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. Brother, winning you this time is only the beginning. Next, I will win you again and again, until the shadow in my heart is completely removed. I want to prove to the clan the excellence of an A-grade prodigy. Fangjing said to himself in his heart. But at this moment, Fang Yuan made his move. His right palm was like a knife, chopping through the air. With a soft sound, the blue light that enveloped his palm broke free, flew into the air, and turned into a blue moonblade, shooting towards the straw puppet. In the next second, Fang Yuan's right palm lit up with a layer of blue light again. With a flip of his palm, he chopped out the third moonblade. His 2 attacks were connected smoothly and perfectly. The 2 moonblades flew out one after the other, and were less than half a meter apart in the air. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the 2 moonblades accurately hit the straw puppet's neck. This! Fangjing's pupils shrank, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. In the next moment, the students had a shocked expression, and slowly opened their mouths wide. They saw the straw puppet's head slowly tilt to one side, then fall from its neck, and finally fall to the ground, bouncing once, and rolling a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Fang Yuan had chopped off its head. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Is this luck or skill? The academy elder frowned. The same doubt also circled in the hearts of the rest of the students. For a moment, the martial arts arena fell into silence. How could this be? Fangjing murmured, and he stared blankly at Fang Yuan. The surging emotions in his heart suddenly disappeared, and he fell into a deep valley. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, as if he didn't notice the gazes of the crowd on him. Coo coo coo, under the blue sky and white clouds, a flock of colorful parrots suddenly flapped their wings, and flew into the air. They dragged their beautiful and slender tails, cooing as they flew in circles in the air. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the martial arts arena, and looked up. Under the bright sunlight, the colorful feathers of the birds were even more dazzling. His expression was calm, as if he wasn't the one who had just chopped off the straw puppet's head. The spring sun is really bright. He sighed in his heart. Chapter 26. It was close to evening, and the setting sun was like blood. The afterglow shone on the academy, and more than 50 students sat upright. On the stage, the academy elder was reading out the names one by one, distributing the allowance. This was the yuan stone allowance that the academy gave out every 7 days, as a form of financial aid for these youths. After all, with their strength, to feed their own goo worms was a huge financial burden. Guyue, Fang Yuan. The elder read. Fang Yuan stood up from the last row by the window, walking up to the stage and receiving the 2 money bags. In one bag, there were 3 yuan stones as the clan allowance. The other bag had 10 yuan stones as a reward. Work hard. The elder looked deeply at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had obtained first place twice in a row, causing the clan elder who was originally disappointed to start paying some attention to him. Fang Yuan nodded, keeping the money bags and returning to his seat. Damn it, he took first place again. Guyue Mo Chen stared at Fang Yuan, feeling indignant. Those 2 moonblades hit the puppet's neck consecutively. Is this his dog shit luck or his true strength? Guyue Mo Chen squinted his eyes. From the end of the exam until now, this question had been lingering in his heart. Not only him, but many of the students' gazes either intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Fang Yuan. This question tormented them. Even though they had lost, they were still unwilling and wanted to get to the bottom of it. When it was about to end, the academy elder announced something. You have all been in the academy for some time now, and are familiar with the usage of the vital goo. In the following days, I will teach you how to nurture your aperture and raise your goo master's cultivation realm. The higher the goo master's realm, the more condensed their primeval essence. Rank 1 goo masters have green copper primeval essence, rank 2 goo masters have red iron primeval essence, and rank 3 goo masters have white silver primeval essence. 1 portion of red iron primeval essence is equivalent to 10 portions of green copper primeval essence. Similarly, 1 portion of white silver primeval essence is equivalent to 10 portions of red iron primeval essence. You have to remember, goo worms are just tools we use. Cultivation is the foundation of US goo masters. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the goo worm. In the following 3 months, whoever could advance to rank 1 middle stage first would be rewarded with 30 yuan stones, and would also have the right to choose the second goo worm. 3 months later, we will appoint a class monitor and 2 deputy class monitors based on the results. Yuan stone allowance will be 10 yuan stone allowance for the class monitor, and yuan stone allowance for the vice class monitor will be increased to 5 yuan stones. Alright, that's all for today. Everyone, disperse. The elder's words caused the entire academy to buzz. They're going to appoint a class monitor and deputy class monitor. Someone excitedly clenched his fist. The monitor gets 10 yuan stone every 7 days, and the deputy monitor gets 5? If I can be the first to advance to the middle stage of the first job transition, I will definitely become the chairman. Someone's eyes shone brightly. Yuan Stone is not the main point. The main point is that the positions of class monitor and deputy monitor represent glory, and their statuses are above everyone else. When ordinary students see the class monitor, they have to bow and greet him. Guyu Mabe, Chi Cheng and the rest did not lack Yuan Stone, but they valued this glory very much. Becoming the class monitor, that's right, being the first to advance to the middle stage of the first job transition. Let Big Brother bow and greet me when he sees me in the future. Wait, where's Big Brother? Guyu Fangzheng subconsciously looked back, but Fang Yuan's seat was already empty. The students walked out of the academy one after another. Guyu, where's Fang Yuan? Guyu Mabe wanted to find Fang Yuan and ask him face to face. But Fang Yuan had already left a step earlier. Humph, he ran pretty fast. Is he afraid? Looks like he got lucky again in today's assessment. Guyu Eching sneered. Forget it, it's just a reward of 10 Yuan Stone, there's no need to care about this. The most important thing now is to advance to the middle stage and get the position of the class monitor. Guyu Mabe squinted his eyes, looking at Guyu Echeng and Guyu Fangzheng beside him. These two were his real opponents. As for Fang Yuan, he was just a C-grade talent, he was not enough. The first two assessments, Fang Yuan was lucky enough to get first place. But this time's assessment only focuses on cultivation talent. If one's talent is one grade higher, the advantage is huge. Guyu Echeng felt depressed. His real talent was only C grade, it was only because he cheated that he gave the false impression of being B grade. A position of the class monitor and 2 positions of the vice class monitor are enough to make them rub their fists. What a hot-blooded and naive age. Fang Yuan leaned against the entrance of the academy, laughing coldly in his heart. The so-called glory was just a value tool used by the superior to motivate the subordinates. In the end, it was just a layer of illusory halo, what use was it? With 500 years of life experience, Fang Yuan had long understood the mystery behind it. Whether it's a family, a sect, or a demonic cult, whether it's this world or Earth, any organization is the same. Setting up a high and low position, clearly defining the promotion method, allows the people in the organization to continuously climb up from a low position. Because it's human nature to chase after profits, and power often gives people the illusion that they are superior to others, that their lives are more valuable than others. The word power is like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey. People are stimulated by it, one after another, trying to curry favor. After climbing up a level, there's an even higher level. Little do they know, in the process of currying favor, their labor is squeezed, and the value they produce is exploited by the superior. All organizations, as long as they have a subordinate relationship, serve the superior. The so-called class monitor and vice class monitor are the smallest carrot, luring others into the family system. And in order to prevent the inferior from seeing through this truth, the superior often unifies the values, clearly defining the concepts of glory, merit, and so on, setting up high and low positions, unequal benefits, or using religion to rule the hearts of people. This is the truth, but unfortunately, most people in the world don't understand, foolishly working hard for others. And all the organizations in the world, the most fundamental essence is only one, and that is, the redistribution of resources. The higher the level, the more resources they can enjoy. In his previous life, Fang Yuan founded the blood-winged demonic cult in the central continent, teaching tens of thousands of people. He also set up the positions of demonic soldier, demonic general, and so on, and gave corresponding benefits, causing countless people to flock to them and be ordered around by Fang Yuan. This kind of experience allowed him to have a clear understanding of the Tao. So, any organization is just a facade, the real foundation is only one word, resources. Without resources to eat, they will starve to death. Without resources to drink, they will die of thirst. Without resources to cultivate, they will be weak, and sooner or later, they will be bullied to death. And Yuan Stone is the most important resource for a Gu master's cultivation. Fong Yuan's eyes were as deep as a serene lake. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curled up, forming a cold smile. He had left the academy early, and now stood at the academy's entrance, seeing the first batch of students walking out, gradually approaching him. It's Fong Yuan. What is he doing blocking the entrance? Every time I see him like this, I get annoyed. Don't mind him, he's probably waiting for someone. The youngsters did not mind, and just as they were about to walk over, Fong Yuan took a step forward, blocking them. This is a robbery. Everyone hand over a piece of yuan stone, and you can leave. Chapter 27. The youths were both shocked and furious. What? Did I hear that right? Fong Yuan, have you lost your mind? How dare you stand in front of the academy's gate and blackmail us? Have you gone mad from poverty? Who gave you the guts to set your sights on us? Get lost. You're just a third-grade martial artist and you dare to block my way. If you don't scram, I'll send you flying with a kick. Ugh! Fong Yuan suddenly attacked. He formed a palm with his right hand and ruthlessly chopped down. His movements were accurate and fast, and the lower edge of his palm struck the left side of a person's neck. How could this unfortunate youth have expected Fong Yuan to suddenly attack him? Just as he was cursing, he suddenly suffered a heavy blow. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Fuck! You really dare to make a move? The crowd was in an uproar, and the youths subconsciously took a step back. Guyue, Northern Giant has fainted, what do we do? Someone shouted in alarm and fear. What else can we do? There are so many of us, but Fong Yuan is alone. Let's rush over and give him a good beating. Someone shouted, exploding with anger. That's right. He doesn't know what's good for him and dares to challenge us alone. He must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Everyone, attack together. However, before they could do anything, Fong Yuan had already made his move. He took a few steps forward and rushed into the crowd first. His palm slashed diagonally, chopping a youth's neck. The youth rolled his eyes and collapsed. Ah! A young man shouted and swung his fist at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan lowered his body and dodged, raising his leg and kicking this person's crotch. Ah! The youth's shout was originally loud and passionate, but after being struck by this attack, the pitch of his voice suddenly rose, becoming sharp and sharp, filled with misery and pain. Plop! He covered his crotch with both hands, and his knees went soft. He knelt on the ground and rolled on the ground, screaming and screaming. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Fong Yuan raised his palms, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He had 500 years of battle experience, and these youths were just a bunch of newbies who had just started cultivating. How could they be a match for him? In the blink of an eye, this group of youths were all taken down by Fong Yuan. All of them either fainted or lay on the ground. They were in so much pain that they sucked in a breath of cold air. What's going on? Guyue Mabe arrived a step later and exclaimed. He saw Fong Yuan standing at the entrance of the academy, and 5 or 6 students lying around him. Fong Yuan, he wants to extort us for our yuan stone. A youth who was lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, shouted angrily. Quite energetic. Fong Yuan's expression was calm as he kicked the youth's abdomen. Woo! The youth immediately screamed in pain, his body curling up like a shrimp. A look of fear appeared on his face. Tears and mucus flowed down his face, and he no longer dared to speak carelessly. Seeing this scene, the youths who rushed over all felt Fong Yuan's cruelty, and their hearts palpitated. All right, all of you obediently hand over a piece of yuan stone and I will let you go. Otherwise, you will end up like these people on the ground. Fong Yuan took a big step forward, his voice cold. Bullshit. You're just a mere C grade, and you want to defeat me, AB grade? Guyue Mabe was enraged. He raised his fist and rushed towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's ankle turned slightly, and he lightly leaned to the side, dodging his fist. Then he stretched out his left hand, raised his index and middle finger, and accurately poked the center of the Mabe's collarbone, below his throat. The Mabe's vision immediately turned black, and with a plop, he fell to the ground and fainted. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the youths who still wanted to charge forward all gasped, and their momentum came to a halt. Fang Yuan's attack, in the eyes of these youths, suddenly became profound and unfathomable. The fact that they did not pay attention to basic fist and leg techniques was vaguely mentioned in class. The human body had many weak parts, and the few parts that Fang Yuan attacked were some of them. If these parts were attacked, it would cause a person to faint on the spot, and if it was serious, it would be life-threatening. But Fang Yuan knew when to stop. Those who were knocked down by him either fainted, or felt intense pain, and temporarily lost the ability to fight. None of them were seriously injured. This was the terror of 500 years of battle experience. Hand it over, or not. Fang Yuan took a step forward, and forced the other youths. The youths looked at each other, then gritted their teeth or roared, and rushed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged and attacked at the same time. His cultivation level was low, but it was still there. His heart was as calm as ice, and his movements were fast and accurate. Plop plop, after a few breaths, another group of youths fell to the ground. Too cruel. Too scary. Don't tell me they're dead. There were still a few girls who did not rush forward. Their eyes were wide open, and seeing this scene, their bodies trembled more and more. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across them, and their beautiful faces paled. They hurriedly waved their hands and retreated. Don't come over. We'll hand it over, we'll hand it over. Fang Yuan took a few yuan stones, and let them go. They stumbled out of the academy's main gate, and more students came over. To leave the academy, this main gate was the only way. If Fang Yuan blocked this gate, he would be able to block all the students. Damn, what happened? The youths widened their eyes in shock. Isn't that Gyue Mabe? Gyue Cheng looked at the unconscious Mabe on the ground, and was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan opened his mouth to speak, and the youths were instantly enraged. They attacked, and then fell. Master Elder, are we just going to keep watching, and not stop him? What if someone dies? How are we going to clean up this mess? The guards' faces were full of worry. But some of the guards were furious. This Fang Yuan, he is too daring. You actually dared to blackmail your classmate right in front of our eyes, right in front of the academy's main gate. He is simply lawless. As long as Master gives the order, I will take him down. Fang Yuan blocking the academy's main gate, and publicly admitting that he was a violent act of blackmailing his classmates, had already attracted attention from the start. But the mortal guards did not have the authority to punish the students, and could only report to the academy elder first. When the academy elder heard the news, he did not immediately give the order to stop him, but went up to the pavilion and observed from afar. Seems like this child has a talent for battle. The academy elder was getting more and more interested as he watched. Fang Yuan's performance in using the crescent blade had already attracted the elder's suspicions, and now he was able to single-handedly fight against an entire group of students, with the elegance of someone who dominated the battlefield. The doubts in his heart were solved. In this world, there were some people who were especially sensitive to battle, and this was a hidden talent. They were good at fighting, and loved to fight. In battle, they would often be inspired. They would often create shocking, and even unimaginable results. This child is a natural battle-gu master. Unfortunately, his aptitude is only C grade, and he is still lacking by a level. The academy elder sighed. Master, are you not going to stop this farce? If we let him continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be a good influence. The guards beside him all had an anxious look on their faces. Chapter 28. Why should I stop him? The academy elder raised his eyebrows and laughed. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Fang Yuan, saying, "This kid already has control of the entire situation and knows when to stop. Look at how he slashes at people's necks. He only slashes at the left and right sides, never at the back of the head or neck. This is because he knows that slashing at the left and right side of the neck can cause people to faint on the spot. But slashing at the back of the head and neck can cause death, so he gave up on this method of attack. Look at all these youngsters on the ground, which one of them is heavily injured? None. So what if they are heavily injured? With our Academy's healing goo masters, can't they heal this kind of injury? But Lord Elder, this kid is too arrogant. He is blocking the entrance and does not even put us guards in his eyes. It is fine if we are ignored, but the key is how the clansmen will look at our Academy. They actually allowed a small C-grade student to create havoc in the Academy and did not stop him. If this matter spreads, it will affect Lord's reputation. The guard squinted his eyes and said, it is you who feel that this kid is ignoring you and offending your dignity, right? The Academy elder was displeased and sneered, his sharp gaze sweeping over the guards. All of them lowered their heads. Chi Dao did not dare to. What's wrong with fighting? As long as no lives are lost, it can stimulate the competitive mentality of the students and temper their fighting spirit. If we want to stop this kind of fighting, we will be killing the students' fighting spirit. Were there no fights in the previous years? There were fights every year and they happened very frequently. But in the past, it happened in the second half of the year, when the youngsters had grasped some fighting techniques and with strength, they could not help but itch to fight. Why did you not stop these people in the past? The Academy elder questioned coldly. Maybe it is because the fights in the previous years were all one-on-one battles and rarely on such a large scale. But this Fong Yuan is really too much of a troublemaker. The guard leader replied. No. The Academy elder shook his head. This is because you do not dare to stop him. Because in the second half of the year, Goo Masters have battle strength that surpasses mortals. What can you, mere mortals, use to stop him? Now you want to stop Fong Yuan. Maybe you feel that he has just started cultivating and does not have enough strength. They also felt that he had disregarded them and offended their dignity. But you must remember, these students' surnames are all Guyue. He is a member of the Guyue clan, your master. No matter how young or weak he is still your master. The elder's tone suddenly turned severe. If your surname isn't Guyue, who do you think you are? Seeing how loyal you are, I gave you the position of a guard and rewarded you with some benefits. But in reality, you are still slaves. He was just a servant. A servant dares to talk nonsense about his master and meddle in his master's affairs? The elder's face was as gloomy as water. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. This subordinate dares not. This subordinate dares not. The guards were so scared that their faces turned ashen. One by one, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. The Academy elders snorted coldly and pointed at the head of the guards who had just said that Fong Yuan was too noisy. You talked nonsense about your master. You are stripped of your position as head. After pausing for a moment, the elder said to the others, in half a month's time, a new head will be tested. The eyes of the other guards immediately lit up and their hearts were suddenly filled with excitement. The head of the guards will be able to get half an extra piece of yuan stone every month. To be able to become the head of the guards means that you are a person above others. Apart from the masters, let's see if anyone else dares to give me any face. If I were to become the head of the guards, how glorious would that be? Alright, what are you all standing there for? Get the hell down. When the fight is over, go clean up the place. The elder scolded. Yes. This subordinate will take his leave. The guards went down the stairs in fear and trepidation. On the stairs, someone lost his footing and fell down. Immediately, a series of falling sounds could be heard. But because of the Academy elders' power, the guards' faces were all red. They tried hard to hold it in and did not make any noise. A servant is like a dog. Every once in a while, the bones all over my body will itch and I will have to beat them a little to let them know respect. Then I will throw some dog bones for small gains and let them fight amongst themselves, fighting to give their lives to my clan. As the saying goes, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, This is the only way to be in a superior position. The academy elder heard the commotion downstairs and laughed coldly in his heart. He turned his head and looked through the window at the academy entrance. On the ground at the entrance, there were more than 10 new students. Fong Yuan stood proudly with his head held high. Opposite him, there were 3 young girls standing back to back, cowering at the side. You, don't come any closer. If you come any closer, we will shoot you with our moon blades. A layer of blue light appeared on their hands. It looked like they were forced into a corner and actually used their primeval essence to activate the moonlight goo. Fong Yuan's body was still that of an ordinary 15-year-old boy. If they used their moon blades to attack, it would not be easy to handle. But he was not afraid. He laughed coldly in disdain and approached the girls step by step. You all have guts. Have you forgotten the rules of the academy? The academy does not allow the use of goo to fight, or else you will be expelled. If you want to be expelled, then go ahead and make your move. This. The girls hesitated. There is indeed such a rule. The blue light on their hands gradually dissipated. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed. Taking advantage of this opening, he rushed forward and waved his palms, ruthlessly destroying flowers. 2 of them fainted. There was only 1 left. She lost all will to fight, her knees went soft and she collapsed on the ground. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, begging Fong Yuan, don't come any closer, please let me go. Fong Yuan looked down at the girl from above and said in a cold voice, a piece of yuan stone. The girl's delicate body trembled and she suddenly understood. She quickly opened her money pouch and took out 3 or 4 pieces of yuan stone. Holding them in her hands, she raised them towards Fong Yuan. Don't hit me, I'll give it all to you, I'll give it all to you. Fong Yuan was expressionless. He slowly stretched out his right hand, stretching out his index finger and thumb, and gently pinched a piece of yuan stone from the girl's hand. The girl's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Fong Yuan's hand was pale and slender, but in her eyes, it was as sinister and terrifying as a demon's claw. I've said it before, I'll only take 1 piece of yuan stone. Fong Yuan paused for a moment, then said plainly, you can leave now. The girl stared blankly at Fong Yuan for a while before wanting to get up. But her limbs were soft and she could not even stand up. Her heart was filled with fear towards Fong Yuan, and she was so scared that she could not muster any strength. The academy elder saw this and could not help but shake his head. Using this opportunity to discover the individual battle talents of the students was one of the objectives of his observation. Although this girl who was paralyzed on the ground had great aptitude, with such a temperament, she could only be a logistics goo master, working in the clan's production. She could not be expected to be on the battlefield. But this Fong Yuan. The academy elder rubbed his chin, his eyes squinting and flashing with brilliance. He felt that this Fong Yuan was really interesting. Not only did he have battle talent, he also knew his limits. Extorting 1 piece of yuan stone did not cross the bottom line in his heart. But if Fong Yuan wanted to extort 2 pieces, that would be too much, and he would have to interfere. The academy's allowance was originally only 3 pieces. Extorting 1 piece was not a big deal. But extorting 2 pieces, then what was the point of giving out the allowance? He might as well just give it all to Fong Yuan. Soon, the last batch of students arrived. There were only 5 of them, and one of them was Fong Yuan's twin brother. Brother, how can you do this? You are too daring, actually beating up your classmates at the entrance and extorting yuan stone from them. Vu Fongzheng was dumbstruck. He simply could not believe the scene in front of him. I advise you to quickly admit your mistake to the academy elder, otherwise you will cause such a huge commotion. This is not a joke, you might even be expelled. Fong Yuan laughed, you are right. Fongzheng heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his brother had not gone completely crazy, it was good that he could listen to advice. But soon he heard Fong Yuan say, everyone, 1 piece of yuan stone. What? Fongzheng opened his mouth wide in astonishment, even I have to hand it over? My dear brother, of course you can choose not to hand it over. Fong Yuan's tone was very gentle, but you will end up like them. Fong Yuan pointed at the youths who were either unconscious or groaning on the ground. He won't even let off his own brother. This Fong Yuan is crazy, he is too savage, we can't beat him, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, let's hand it over first to get through this difficult situation. That's right, hand over the Yuan stone first, it's only one piece anyway, when we go back and report it to the teacher, he will suffer. With the previous example, the remaining youths all had indignant looks in their eyes as they obediently accepted Fong Yuan's extortion. Wait a minute. They were just about to leave when they were stopped by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, are you going back on your word? The youths suddenly became nervous. Fong Yuan looked at the youths on the ground and sighed softly, do you think that I will squat down and search their bodies one by one? The youths were stunned for a moment, then they all came to a realization, their faces all flushed red as they stood there hesitantly. Fong Yuan stared at them and narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes, the 5 youths suddenly felt their hearts palpitate and their scalps go numb at the same time. Okay, Fong Yuan, we understand what you mean. I'll help you this time. Due to Fong Yuan's abuse of power, they could only lower their heads and search the money pouches of the youths on the ground, taking out a piece of Yuan stone. Then they gathered them together and handed them to Fong Yuan. There were a total of 57 people in the class, and each of them was extorted and robbed of a piece of Yuan stone. Fong Yuan had 56 pieces in his hands. He originally had 20 pieces, but spent 10 to buy a few jars of green bamboo wine. In addition to his own subsidies and rewards, he now had 79 pieces of Yuan stone. Robbery and extortion are the most profitable business. Fong Yuan put away the money pouch that had suddenly increased into his clothes and swaggered away. He left behind a group of youths lying on the ground like corpses. There were also a few youths, Fongjing among them, who stared blankly at Fong Yuan's gradually leaving figure. Quickly go. All of you, hurry up and settle the little masters properly. Where is the healing goo master? Quickly invite him over. The guards made a big fuss and swarmed forward, competing to show off their abilities. For a small position as the leader, they were full of enthusiasm. Chapter 29. Put the wine under the bed. Fong Yuan commanded the 4 workers of the inn. Each of them held several jars of green bamboo wine in their hands. After Fong Yuan extorted the other students, he came to the inn and bought 20 jars in one go. Each jar cost 2 Yuan stone, but Fong Yuan threw out 40 Yuan stone for the sake of the liquor worm. The bulging money pouch instantly deflated by half, leaving behind only 39 Yuan stone. But it was still worth the money, as these wines could support the liquor worm for a long time. Okay. The workers quickly replied, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to a goo master. Adding on the fact that Fong Yuan bought so much wine, he could be said to be a big customer of the inn. With just a few words from the innkeeper, these workers could easily lose their jobs. After the workers left, Fong Yuan closed the door of the dormitory and sat cross-legged on the bed. It was already night time. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the night wind carried a faint fragrance. The room was not lit, so Fong Yuan calmed his emotions and threw his mind into the primeval sea. The primeval sea was like waves, the seawater giving off a bronze luster. Every wave of seawater was the unique bronze primeval essence of a rank 1 goo master. The primeval sea only reached 44% of the entire aperture. This was the limit of Fong Yuan's sea-grade talent. The 4 walls of the aperture were a thin layer of white light film, supporting and enveloping the aperture. Above the primeval sea, there was nothing. Under Fong Yuan's command, the spring-autumn cicada had hidden itself again, recuperating in its deep sleep. But on the primeval sea, there was a white, fat and cute liquor worm floating. It wantonly played around in the primeval sea, sometimes diving into the sea, sometimes swaying its head and tail, splashing water droplets. Fong Yuan's thoughts moved, and the liquor worm immediately responded, stopping its playfulness and curling into a rice ball shape. It slowly floated up to the center of the aperture, leaving the bronze sea. Go! Fong Yuan mobilized 10% of his primeval essence, forming a thin stream that rushed upwards, pouring into the liquor worm's body. The liquor worm had already been refined by him, so it did not reject it, absorbing all the primeval essence into its body. Immediately, 44% of the sea level decreased by a small amount. Transforming the true essence into power, the liquor worm, which had curled into a ball, began to blossom with a white light. The dense smell of wine gradually emerged from the scattered light, and finally converged into a cloud of pale white wine mist. The wine mist was wondrous. It did not disperse, but instead enveloped the liquor worm's body. Rise! With a thought, Fong Yuan mobilized another 10% of his quintessential essence. The bronze seawater pounced on the wine mist. The wine mist merged with the seawater and became less and less. In the end, there was nothing left. And that 10% of the green bronze true essence also disappeared out of thin air, leaving only 5%. However, this 5% true origin energy was much more condensed than before. His original true yuan was emerald green and emitted a copper luster. Now, although this true essence also had a copper color, the green color was deeper, it was a pale green color. Pale green primeval essence was the primeval essence that only rank 1 middle stage Gu masters possessed. The liquor worm's effect was to condense primeval essence and raise a Gu master's primeval essence by a small realm. Gu masters had 9 great realms, from low to high, rank 1, rank 2, all the way to rank 9. Every great realm was further subdivided into 4 smaller realms, which were initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. Fong Yuan was currently only a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, but with the help of the liquor worm, he possessed 5% of a rank 1 middle stage Gu master's primeval essence. If I want to condense 5% middle stage primeval essence, I will need to consume 20% of my initial stage primeval essence. If I want to convert 44% of the primeval sea in my aperture into middle stage primeval essence, I will need to consume close to 18% of my initial stage primeval essence. If I want to achieve this goal quickly, I will need to use the Yuan stone. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan opened his eyes and took out a complete Yuan stone the size of a duck egg from his bag. Yuan stone was a translucent oval-shaped stone with a gray-white color. As the natural primeval essence in the stone continued to be depleted, its size would also continue to shrink. He slowly closed his right hand, holding the Yuan stone tightly in his palm. He absorbed the natural primeval essence in it and continuously replenished his own aperture. The originally falling sea level in his aperture slowly rose. Yuan stone was meant to be used, and Fong Yuan was not stingy at all, nor did he know how to be thrifty. I have no backing, no friends or family to support me, so I can only rely on extortion and robbery. Today is only the first time, but from now on, every 7 days when the school distributes the Yuan stone allowance, I will continue to block the school entrance. How could extortion and robbery satisfy Fong Yuan's appetite? Yuan stone was lacking in Gu master cultivation. As for the repercussions of this robbery, Fong Yuan was not the least bit worried. This world was different from Earth. On Earth, schools often forbade fighting in order to maintain stability and harmony. But in this world, fighting was the main theme. Be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had to fight for survival. Sometimes they had to fight with terrifying wild beasts, sometimes they had to fight against the harsh and violent weather, and sometimes they had to fight with other Gu masters for resources. Therefore, controlled fights were instead encouraged and advocated by the people. From childhood to adulthood, from fighting to life and death battles, this was the portrayal of most people's lives. This world was vast and boundless. Just the southern border where Fong Yuan lived was larger than 7 or 8 times the size of Earth. The living environment here was extremely harsh, and humans usually lived in clans, building villages and holing up in a corner. Every once in a while, there would be a beast tide or extremely harsh weather that would attack the village. Gu masters became the backbone of the village's defense, and the situation of losing people every year was quite serious. Life required people with strong fighting will. Clans needed fighting Gu masters, and they would never complain about having too many of them. Moreover, Fong Yuan had a sense of propriety when he attacked. He never attacked the chin, because it could easily cause skull fractures, which could easily lead to death. He also did not attack the back of other people's heads. When fighting, he did not use his fists, elbows or fingers, but instead used his palms. The number of times he kicked could be counted on one hand. The students who fell were not heavily injured, at most lightly injured. Fong Yuan was not addicted to killing, he only treated killing as a method. Every time he attacked, he had a clear goal. Whatever method could allow him to achieve his goal, he would use it. In other words, he would do anything by hook or by crook. Dark clouds floated over, covering the moonlight. A layer of shadow shrouded Guyue's village. The night watchman banged his clapper, reminding the people that it was already late at night, to be careful of candles, beasts, and Gu masters who could infiltrate the village. There were still many lights in the village that were not extinguished. In the Red Branch family, Guyue's study room was brightly lit. This old man with high authority was using a gentle tone to console his grandson Guyue Cheng. I heard you were beaten up by that Fong Yuan today. Guyue Cheng's right eye turned black, and he angrily said, Yes, grandfather. Fong Yuan is only a mere C grade, but he is so arrogant. He blocked all of us at the door, disregarding our friendship as classmates, and robbed our Yuan stone. What was even more infuriating was that the academy actually turned a blind eye to it. Only when Fong Yuan left did the guards arrive. Grandpa, you have to help your grandson vent his anger this time. Guyue Cheng shook his head. This is a matter between you juniors. You were only extorted from a mere piece of Yuan stone, and you were not heavily injured. Grandfather did not have a proper reason to act. Moreover, even if you were heavily injured, grandfather would not stand up for you. Do you understand why? Guyue Cheng was stunned. He thought hard, and after a while, he hesitantly said, Grandfather, I somewhat understand what you mean. You want me to rely on my own strength to get back at him, right? You only understood one aspect. Guyue Cheng nodded. You have to remember, you are not only representing yourself, but also the image of our Red Branch family. Our Red Branch family and Imo Branch family have been at odds for many years, and your every move represents the future of our Red Branch family. Grandfather can help you in secret, but you have to erect the image of a strong and independent person. Otherwise, the elders who support us will not see any hope for the future and abandon our Red Branch family. At this point, Guyue Cheng sighed. This is also why grandfather helped you cheat and let you pretend to have a B grade aptitude. Our Red Branch family needs a strong successor, so that those who support us can continue to persevere. Guyue Cheng finally understood. Grandfather, I understand now. Guyue Cheng shook his head. It's useless to just understand, you have to work hard. Fong Yuan's matter is just a small problem, so you have to work hard and practice your basic martial arts to get back at him. At the same time, don't forget to cultivate diligently and advance to the intermediate level as soon as possible. It's best if you can obtain the position of class chairman. This is a great honor, and also a kind of help to our Red Branch family. Yes, grandfather, Guyue Cheng responded loudly. This spirit is what a successor of our Red Branch family should be like. Grandson, work hard, grandfather will do his best to help you. Chapter 30. Almost at the same time, on the other side. Father, mother, that's basically what happened. Fong Zheng stood straight and said respectfully. In the hall, Fong Yuan's uncle, Guyue Dong too, and aunt sat on a wide-backed chair, both frowning. Aunt gritted her teeth, feeling injustice for Fong Zheng while gloating. Fong Yuan, that little bastard, he extorted other people, but I can't believe he won't even let his own brother go. How could he be so heartless? But he made such a big mistake this time. I think he'll be expelled from the academy soon. Alright, you can stop talking. Uncle sighed and said to Fong Zheng, you lost Yuan stone, but it's just one piece, don't worry. Go to the accountant and get another one. This has nothing to do with you, go and cultivate. With your A-grade talent, it's very possible for you to become the first middle stage Gu master. Don't waste your talent, mother and I are looking forward to you becoming number one. Yes, father, mother, I'll take my leave. Fang Zheng left with a heavy heart. He thought to himself, Big Brother blocked the academy door today and robbed all the students. He caused such a bad influence, I'm afraid he'll really be expelled. At that time, should I plead for him? There were two voices in his mind. One voice said, no need to plead, he even wanted to rob his own brother's yuan stone. Even if he's expelled, he only has himself to blame. You can survive a natural disaster, but you can't survive a self-inflicted disaster. Another voice said, he's your biological brother, you have a similar face, blood is thicker than water. Alright, even if you don't acknowledge him, you have to plead for him. If you don't plead for him, how will others see you? They'll think you're heartless. Seeing Fang Zheng leave the hall, Ant could not help but say happily, Master, we've cut off Fang Yuan's living expenses. This little bastard couldn't hold it in and made a big mistake this time. He actually dared to block the entrance of the academy and fight in public, and even extorted money. This was no different from provoking the academy elder. I think it's only a matter of time before he gets fired. His uncle shook his head. You're oversimplifying things. Fang Yuan won't be fired. He might not even be punished. Why? His aunt was puzzled. Uncle sneered, fighting is encouraged, as long as there are no serious consequences. Did any of the students die in this fight? No. Aunt was a little unconvinced. How do you know it's not there, Master? Accidents are bound to happen in a fight. Her uncle closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair. You are so naive, my wife. Do you really think the academy elder is just a decoration? When did the guards move out? They were the last to make a move, which meant that the situation had been under control. If someone was seriously injured, they would have rushed out long ago. They wouldn't have waited until the end. You are not a Gu master, so you won't understand. The academy does not forbid students from fighting, and even encourages it. The more he fought, the more helpful it would be to the battle. Some students could even forge a solid friendship through fighting. The elders would not pursue this matter. This is already the norm. If anyone tries to protect their own, that person would be breaking this rule. His aunt was dumbfounded, and said unwillingly, that Fang Yuan robbed such a large amount of yuan stone, and nothing happened to him? We're letting him off just like that. With such a large amount of yuan stone, it would be of great help to his cultivation. Uncle opened his eyes, his face clouded. What else can I do? Do you want me to go over and snatch his yuan stone with my own hands? But it's not like we can't make use of this. Fang Yuan even robbed and blackmailed his brother, Fang Zheng. This is his downfall. Fang Zheng is an A-grade talent, and one day he will be stronger than him. We can use this matter to sow discord between Fang Zheng and him. Let Fang Zheng distance himself from Fang Yuan completely, and be of use to us. Just like that, 3 days passed. The storm caused by Fang Yuan's robbery and blackmail did not spread, nor did it grow bigger. Instead, it seemed to be gradually calming down. There were no elders who broke the rules and personally came to cause trouble for Fang Yuan, and the academy elder naturally closed one eye. Although during this period, there were 2 or 3 youths who were dissatisfied with the fact that the yuan stone had been robbed, and challenged Fang Yuan again. But after Fang Yuan easily defeated them, everyone realized that if they did not train hard, they would not be able to win against Fang Yuan. Among these youths, there was a wave of hard work in training the basics of martial arts. The martial arts instructor was overjoyed. He had never seen a batch of students with such passion and dedication towards basic martial arts. In the past, when he was teaching, the students all lacked interest and yawned non-stop. But now, their eyes were bright and full of spirit, and they constantly asked for advice. The academy elder specially came to ask about the situation here. The martial arts instructor reported with an excited tone, the students have displayed unexpected passion, the change is too big. But one of them is called Fang Yuan, and he is still as lazy as before. The academy elder laughed, and patted his shoulder, the student you speak of, is the source of the change in the others. The martial arts instructor did not understand. Of course, the change was not limited to this. After this incident, Fang Yuan undoubtedly became the public enemy of all the students, and was viewed as an enemy and isolated by everyone. No one spoke to him anymore, and no one greeted him. The youths all mustered up their energy, and secretly trained hard in the basics of martial arts. Under the encouragement and instructions of the elders behind them, they had already decided that they must get back at Fang Yuan with their own hands. Under the calm surface, the undercurrent was turbulent. Another 4 days passed. The academy elder once again distributed the Yuan stone, and it was time for Fang Yuan to make his move again. Fang Yuan, it's not enough for you to steal once, you still want to steal our Yuan stone? The students were blocked by Fang Yuan at the door again, and were both shocked and angry. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the door, his hands behind his back, his expression cold, and his tone calm. Everyone gets 1 Yuan stone, and you will be spared from physical pain. Fang Yuan, you've gone too far. I want to challenge you. Guiyue Mabe roared, and took the lead to fight. Oh? Fang Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. Mabe raised both his fists and rushed over. After a few rounds, he fainted on the ground. Mabe, you're too useless, watch me. Guiyue Mabe roared, and rushed towards Fang Yuan. After a short exchange of attack and defense, he followed in Mabe's footsteps. Fang Yuan's battle experience was thousands of times more than theirs, even though he had just started cultivating, but every bit of his strength was used to the point. This group of youths had only just started. If they all rushed at him, they might cause him some trouble. But to challenge him one by one, it was even easier than the first time he robbed someone. After a quarter of an hour, he carried a bulging money bag and left leisurely. Leaving behind a group of youths, some were unconscious, some were hugging their stomachs or holding their crotch, moaning and howling. Brothers, quickly clean up the mess. The guards shouted, and all rushed forward. Chapter 31. I trained hard for 7 days, but I only managed to last 2 moves against Fang Yuan before he knocked me out again. Shame, shame. Guiyue Mabe's heart was filled with anger and humiliation. In the courtyard of his house, he constantly punched and kicked the wooden puppet, making loud banging sounds. At this time, a light laugh could be heard. Little brother, do you have a deep grudge against the wooden puppet? Why do you hate it so much? Hearing this familiar voice, Guiyue Mabe's expression relaxed. He stopped attacking and turned around. Sister, you're back. Yes, the clan assigned me a scouting mission, and I was gone for more than 10 days. Guiyue Mo Yen replied with a smile. She was Mabe's sister, and was already a rank 2 middle-stage Gu master. But her expression quickly changed, and her gaze became sharp. Little brother, what happened to the scars on your face? Who bullied you? Ah, nothing much. I accidentally tripped while walking and hit my head. Mabe's face flashed with a trace of panic, and he gave a random excuse. He did not want his sister to know about such an embarrassing matter. The future head of the Mo branch family, Guiyue Mo Chen's grandson, had actually been knocked out twice in a row. But fortunately, he was not the only unlucky one. Everyone else was involved. Oh, is that so? Then you have to be careful. Oh right, you need to practice your martial arts. This won't do. You don't have a defensive gu, so you need to wrap your body with a thick cloth. That way, your limbs won't get hurt. Guiyue Mo Yen reminded him, and then left. Greetings, Missy. Greetings, Missy. Missy, you're back. This servant greets Missy. Guiyue Mo Yan's expression was cold, and she walked quickly. Along the way, all the servants she met bowed to her. She walked to the study room, and without reporting, she pushed open the door and entered. In the study room, Guiyue Mo Chen's back was facing her, and he was standing in front of the desk, practicing calligraphy. You're back. Guiyue Mo Chen did not turn around. Instead, he asked, you've been scouting outside for more than half a month. How's the situation at the Wolf's Den? Grandpa, how did you know it was me? Mo Yen was stunned. In the whole family, only you can rely on my love to break the rules and not even knock on the door. Who else can it be? Guo said in a reproachful tone. However, when he turned around, his expression was very gentle. He looked at Mo Yen with a smile in his eyes. Mo Yen pursed her lips. If we're talking about doting, Grandpa actually dotes on his younger brother more. It's just that my younger brother is going to be in power in the future, and Grandfather is very strict with him. Others can't understand this kind of love. He paused for a moment before asking, Grandpa, why was I beaten up? When I asked him, he lied. I couldn't force him, so I came to ask Grandpa. Guo expression turned serious. You still haven't answered my question. He put down his pen, pulled out a chair, and slowly sat down. Mo Yen had no choice but to report, the wolf den is almost full. Based on this rate of reproduction, although there won't be a wolf tide this year, there will definitely be a wolf tide next year. Guo asked again, there's a wolf tide every 3 years, so it's not rare. But how many Thunder Crown wolves are there in that wolf pack? About 3, Mo Yen replied. Guo nodded and relaxed. The Thunder Crown wolf was the leader of the wolf pack. When the wolf tide attacked the village, it was the most troublesome existence. 3 Thunder Crown wolves was not a lot, because there were 3 villages on Qingmao Mountain. Each village shared 1 wolf, so the pressure of the wolf tide would be greatly reduced. Grandpa, you still haven't told me about my younger brother, Mo Yen said unwillingly. There's no harm in telling you. Mabe was beaten up by someone. Once 7 days ago, and the second time today. He was beaten up in front of the school gate, and he fainted on the spot both times, Guo said with a smile. Who had the guts to knock out my younger brother? Mo Yen stared at him. It's his classmate, Fang Yuan. He did a good job. Guo laughed out loud. Mo Yan's eyes widened, and she asked in confusion, Grandpa, what do you mean? Mabe is your grandson. Guo looked at his granddaughter deeply, and said earnestly, Mo Yen, you're a girl, so you might not understand. Failure and humiliation will make people improve. Without failure, you can't make a mature man. Mabe was beaten up, and that was his own failure. As soon as he woke up, he started to learn from the guards. This is a kind of improvement. And this improvement was brought about by Fang Yuan, who woke him up. As his sister, if you really want to love him, don't interfere with his growth. Fang Yuan is only a C-grade poor boy, and Mabe is B-grade. He has us behind him, and sooner or later, he will step on Fang Yuan. Leave this opponent to Mabe. In a woman's life, she needs friends and lovers. In a man's life, friends and lovers are not essential, but he can't lack opponents. Don't cause trouble for Fang Yuan, understand? This is a matter for the younger generation. If you get involved, you'll be bullying the young. If you break the rules, others will look down on us. Mo Yen opened her mouth a few times, but under Guo gaze, she finally lowered her head and replied, Yes, Grandpa. I understand. She left the study with her head down. Even Guo didn't notice that her eyes were shining with a different light. Grandpa, this is your way of spoiling your grandson. And I, Mo Yen, have my own way of doting on my younger brother. Mo Yen already had another plan in mind. In the inn's dining hall, there were a few tables with people sitting and eating, making the place seem a little lively. 1 or 2 waiters were carrying plates of food, shuttling between the tables. Fang Yuan sat at a table near the window, ordering a few dishes. He looked out the window as he ate. In the sky, the sunset glow was like fire, quietly burning. The sun was already halfway down. It gazed at the earth for the last time, and the afterglow was its reluctant gaze. The mountains in the distance were already covered by the twilight. On the nearby streets, there were people returning home. Some were barefoot farmers covered in mud, some were herb gatherers carrying medicine baskets, some were hunters carrying pheasants, wild boars and other prey, and some were gu masters. They wore blue martial attire, looking capable and capable. Their heads were tied with headbands, and their waists were tied with wide belts. This belt was very particular. A rank 1 Gu master would wear a green belt, with a copper plate on the front, and the word 1 on the copper plate. Rank 2 Gu masters' belts were red, with a metal plate in the center, and the word 2 was carved on it. Fong Yuan sat by the window and observed for a while. He saw 6 or 7 rank 1 Gu masters, most of them young. There was also a rank 2 Gu master, a middle-aged man. As for rank 3 Gu masters, they were usually clan elders. Rank 4 Gu masters were the clan leader, the head of the village. Rank 5 Gu masters were very rare. In the history of the Guyue clan, there were only the first-generation clan leader and the fourth-generation clan leader. Actually, observing a clan's strength is a very simple matter. As long as you find a place to sit in the village and observe the passers-by for an hour, and see how many rank 1 Gu masters and rank 2 Gu masters there are, you can see the clan's foundation and strength. Fong Yuan combined his 500 years of experience and came up with this conclusion. In the case of the Guyue village, out of the 20 passers-by on the streets, there would be 6 Gu masters. Among these 6 Gu masters, there would be a 50% chance that there would be a rank 2 Gu master. The Guyue village relied on this strength and foundation to occupy one of the best resource points in Qingmao Mountain. It could be said to be the overlord of Qingmao Mountain. But Qingmao Mountain was just a small corner of the vast southern border. The Guyue village in the entire southern border could only be considered a lower middle-class clan. I've only just started cultivating, and with my rank 1 initial stage cultivation, I don't even have the qualifications to roam the southern border alone. I need at least rank 3 strength to travel far. Fong Yuan ate a mouthful of food and sighed in his heart. Qingmao Mountain was too small, and could not contain his ambitions. He was destined to leave. Ha, Guyue Fong Yuan, I've finally found you. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over with a sinister smile. Fong Yuan turned his head slightly and saw that the man's face was waxy yellow, and he had drooping eyebrows, but he was tall and muscular. At this moment, he walked over with big strides and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at the young Fong Yuan who was eating. His slender eyes flashed with a cold light. Fong Yuan, do you know that you're in big trouble? You actually dared to hit our Mo family's young master, and now the young lady, Mo Yen, is looking for you everywhere. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. He used his gaze to size up Fong Yuan, faintly emitting a threatening aura. Chapter 32. If it was a normal person being stared at by this middle-aged man, they would probably be scared. But after Fong Yuan looked at him, he lost interest and returned his attention to the food on the table, treating the middle-aged man as if he was invisible. Who is that person? He's dressed like a servant, and he's not a Gu master, yet he dares to question young Master Fong Yuan. One of the waiters saw that the situation was not good and shrank in a corner, asking in confusion. He's just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. One look and you can tell he's a servant of the Mo family, relying on the backing of the Gu master to be arrogant. If it was any other mortal, who would have the guts to do so? Someone beside him sneered in disdain. Even so, he's just a mortal, yet he dares to shout at a Gu master. TSK, this kind of experience must be very satisfying. TSK, don't think too highly of a Gu master. Young Master Fong Yuan is only a rank 1 beginner stage, and has just refined his natal Gu. If they really fight, he might not be able to beat this strong and skillful mortal. Sigh, I hope they don't break anything in our inn when they fight. The waiters spoke one after another, not daring to move forward, only daring to shrink their heads and look around. You still have the mood to continue eating and drinking. Seeing that his words did not scare Fong Yuan, the tall and strong middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly. You think I'm lying to you? Someone has already gone to inform Missy, and she'll be here soon. Kid, don't think of running away. Of course, you can't run either, I'm here to watch over you. You'll have a good time later. Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear and continued to eat. The middle-aged servant frowned, he did not see a trace of fear or panic on Fong Yuan's face. This made him feel like he was being ignored, and his dignity was being violated. He had been a servant in the Mo family for more than 10 years, and was trusted by the masters. After interacting with them for a long time, he knew some things about Gu masters. Rank 1 beginner stage Gu masters mostly relied on their fists and feet in fights. In battle, the deterrent effect of Gu worms was far greater than its practical use. Especially when he knew that a young Gu master like Fang Yuan had just started cultivating, his strength was far inferior to a person in his prime. If they were to fight with their fists and legs, he would definitely be able to gain the upper hand after training for a long time. At the same time, Fang Yuan had only refined the Moonlight Gu, so he could at most shoot out a few moon blades. The middle-aged man had been used as a sparring partner for a long time. He had personal experience and was clear in his heart. If the Moonblade activated by first-rank initial stage primeval essence were to really be imprinted on a human body, it would at most be able to leave a wound the size of a palm, and its destructive power would be very limited. In addition, he had the support of the Mo family. Therefore, he was fearless when facing Fang Yuan. He wanted to perform well and earn his master's favor. "Kid, you've got guts." The middle-aged man's tone became even more unfriendly. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. His arms were very thick and covered with scars. The veins on his forearms were bulging and twisting, and his upper arms were thicker than Fang Yuan's thighs. The waiters of the inn felt a chill in their hearts. Some of the customers had already gotten up and hurriedly paid their bills, wanting to leave this troublesome place. "Have you found Fang Yuan?" At this moment, a clear and arrogant female voice came from the door. Mo Yen took big steps and stepped into the inn. Behind her was a group of rich family servants. Her figure was not bad, she was slightly tall and had a nice figure. However, she had a horse-like face and inherited the characteristics of the Mo bloodline, causing her beauty to be greatly reduced. She could barely be considered average. However, she wore a blue martial attire with a wide red belt around her waist. There was a square metal plate embedded on the belt. The metal plate was engraved with an eye-catching 2. Moreover, she had just returned from a family mission, so there was still some traces of hardships left on her body. These things condensed a trace of a sharp and threatening aura. Thus, once she stepped into the inn, her imposing aura caused the entire inn's dining hall to fall into silence. This servant, Gao Wan, pays his respects to Miss Mo. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed when he saw Mo Yen. A flattering smile appeared on his face as he bent his waist and took a few small steps. Then, with a plop, he knelt on the ground and greeted Mo Yen. The waiters of the inn were a little dumbfounded when they saw the middle-aged man's transformation. Gao Wan was tall and burly, so the way he bowed was a little out of place and a little ridiculous. However, the waiters of the inn couldn't laugh. This middle-aged family servant's behavior highlighted Mo Yan's power. Some of the waiters couldn't help but secretly sweat for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was their big customer. If anything happened to him, they would definitely be shocked. It would be bad if they couldn't take care of the inn's business in the future. Even more people were praying in their hearts, "I hope Fang Yuan will surrender without putting up a fight." If a fight really broke out and the inn's things were damaged, it would be even worse. Mo Yen didn't look at Gao Wan, who was kneeling on the ground. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan. She took a few big steps to the table and said in an extremely fierce tone, "You are Fang Yuan? Seems like you're enjoying your meal. Ha ha ha, have you ever tasted a fist? I'll let you have a taste. Perhaps it'll be even more delicious." Although she said this, Mo Yen didn't immediately make a move. Fang Yuan's behavior was too calm and too strange. Could it be that he had a hidden backer behind him? But that shouldn't be the case. Before I came, I already investigated. This Fang Yuan is a typical example of a person who is not loved by his uncle or grandmother. His parents passed away when he was young and he was chased out by his aunt and uncle. In addition, his aptitude is only C grade. What kind of background could a weak young man have? Mo Yen couldn't help but mutter in her heart. But no matter what, It was strange. This matter was strange and she had to probe further. Fong Yuan chuckled and glanced at Mo Yen. Who told you that I am Gu Fong Yuan? Mo Yen was momentarily stunned and immediately turned to look at Gao Wan. Gao Wan had just stood up, but he immediately knelt down again. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He stuttered, not knowing how to answer. Master, your servant, your servant. They had Fong Yuan's portrait, but they also knew that Fong Yuan and Fong Jing were twins. They looked very similar. No wonder this young man is so fearless. He is Fong Jing and not Fong Yuan. For a moment, the servants around Mo Yen all had this guess. Fong Jing is not someone that Fong Yuan can compare to. The latter is only a C-grade talent and is alone without any backing. The former is an A-grade talent and was recruited by the clan leader during the awakening ceremony. As long as he grows up, his future will be limitless. Mo Yen didn't get a definite answer from Gao Wan, so she was even more hesitant. At this moment, only a group of servants in the corner of the inn knew about Fong Yuan's identity. But they couldn't afford to offend either side. Hence, they all kept their mouths shut. Fong Yuan was full. He slowly stood up and looked at Mo Yen. Aren't you looking for Fong Yuan? Follow me, I'll bring you to the school dormitory. If this person in front of me is Fong Jing, I don't want to offend him. If it's Fong Yuan, I'll follow him closely. I'm not afraid of him pretending to be me. Mo Yan's thoughts turned and she made a decision. Alright, I'll follow you to the school. Please. Mo Yen stepped aside and extended her hand. Her eyes were shining as she gestured to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled and walked away with his head held high. Mo Yen followed closely behind him, and the servants followed behind her. That was close. They're finally gone. Even if they fought, it has nothing to do with our inn. The servants were left behind. Most of them patted their chests in relief. The group of people arrived at the school entrance. Halt! Stop! Only our clan's Gu masters are allowed to enter the school. 2 guards at the door stopped Fong Yuan, Mo Yen, and the others. How dare you? You don't even recognize me? How dare you stop me? Mo Yen glared at the 2 guards and shouted. We don't dare. The guards quickly cupped their fists. Miss Mo Yen, we've engraved you in our hearts. But the clan rules are absolute. How about this, miss, we'll allow you to bring in a servant. This is the greatest concession we can make. An old guard replied respectfully. Mo Yen snorted. Although she was reluctant, she didn't dare to go against the clan's rules. The Mo family was powerful, but it attracted the most attention. Don't forget that other than the Mo family, there was also the Qi family. Other than the Qi family, there was also the clan leader's faction waiting to catch the Mo family's weakness. All of you stay. Gao Wan, follow me, Mo Yen ordered after thinking for a while. Gao Wan immediately puffed out his chest, his face full of joy. Thank you for your appreciation, miss. Let's go, Junior. Mo Yen smiled meaningfully at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's face was still calm as he led the way. He arrived at the door of the dormitory, opened the lock, and pushed the door open. He took a step into the room, then stopped. The door was wide open, and the room was unobstructed. The furnishings were simple, and there was no one else in the room. Mo Yen stood at the door and looked inside. Her face darkened. Junior, you better explain yourself. There's no one in the room. Fong Yuan smiled. Am I not a person? Mo Yen stared at Fong Yuan. Her eyes flashed as if she realized something. I'm looking for Gu. You. Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan chuckled. I never said I wasn't Gu Fong Yuan.